All right. Now I gotta unmute the mic, right? I am refreshed, rehydrated, and ready to go through this madness again. Part two. Part two. Hmm. Let me pull up the stream. We're going to do a quick recap of what we saw before lunch, which was like insane. And then we'll figure out what's happening after lunch. So, what's going on for you people who don't know? In fact, I'm gonna wait for a couple of people to get up in here before I start going into the quick recap. But this morning was pretty explosive, so I just don't like now. I'm like, I don't know what the hell is going to happen because this thing was pretty crazy this morning. Oh, what's up, guys? As well as what she's not supposed to because she's possibly going to be testifying, but I bet she may be watching us. Hey, Nate, first, hey, what's going on? What's going on? Welcome back, David. Was welcome. Sorry, I cut the stream. I just didn't want to just have all that dead air on the stream. So, I mean, Nathan. Oh, thank you. It's funny. YouTube is now demonetizing a lot of my videos. I don't know why, but I got to go find out what's going on. Even videos that have like I have a video that's trying to come out has no curse words, no anything, and YouTube is like it's got too many inappropriate language. I'm like there's literally no inappropriate. It's all news reports. So I don't know. Maybe they don't like what I'm saying. Thanks for the TLDR. I am about to give you the TLDR right now. YouTube is all our bosses, unfortunately. Let me see. Nate the lawyer. Let me see. How will they decide which DA to send? I'm not even sure. Generally, it's somewhere. It's probably the next closest one, when one's closer. But I know, like sometimes, like in New York, they'll send it to someplace like Albany because it really depends. Because I know in New York, the one time the Bronx DA had a case, and they shipped it to Albany, and that's how they got it free. So it all depends. They could ship it to anywhere in the state, though. It could be anywhere in the state. So, but generally, you want to send it someplace where everyone has the ability to get there. Like if it's going to be like you don't want to send it too far where all the witnesses got to travel and all that. So that may be. So I'm assuming they'll do it into one of the neighboring DA counties because it just makes it easier for the witnesses. And remember, it's supposed to be, since it's supposed to be like a criminal trial, it's not about who you like. It's about the facts. So if the facts are what they are, then any DA's office should be able to take it. So that's going to be it. If it's more political, then but also it allows that DA's office to drop the cases if they don't think they can do anything with it. So. Oof. Let me put the court feedback up before I go over this quick recap. I see they're coming on pretty soon. We're at Fulton County. Throw this up high. Oop, Fulton County, Georgia. Here we go. Add to stream. All right. So let's give a quick recap. Let's recap this bad boy. All right. So the recap is, put this like this. All right. So this is the recap for this whole madness. This morning, they came in and they said, we have witnesses who's going to testify that Fani Willis and Nathan Wade had a relationship longer than they have told us in other court filings that they had. Right. That's what they came in saying. We want, just in the background, we want to make it very clear. We have witnesses that said they are lying in the documents they presented to the court. Wade and Willis. Wade being the special prosecutor, Willis being the prosecutor. They went in, and now the first thing you got to do is show that you have a good faith basis to make that allegation. So the good faith basis the defense had was witnesses who didn't want to come testify. Now, the first witness they brought up to show that this was a contention was a former friend of Fani Willis, who testified that the relationship started back in 2019. That was relevant because both Nathan Wade and Fani Willis said the relationship started after he was hired in 2021. So this witness says that she witnessed the relationship start 2 years before they said it started. And she said she had personal knowledge. She witnessed it. She saw them kissing, hugging, and all that great stuff. So that allowed the court. So now you had all these people, Wade and Willis, blah, blah, blah. So that allows the court to say, okay, well, you got a good faith basis. You got a witness who saw the relationship. So they brought Nathan Wade up. So they asked Nathan Wade, okay, about this relationship. Tell us about this relationship. Now, there are two things you got to understand before you understand why Wade has to testify the way he does. The defense is trying to make the point that the money that Wade was making from the DA's office was being funneled back to Willis in the form of gifts, Ubers, vacations, all that type of stuff. It was like a funnel, right? He's not paying her in cash. He's paying her with trips. So the money that he's making off of prosecuting the defendant, he's actually siphoning back to her. He's like kicking it back to her in the form of trips and vacations and all that. So they now asked him, well, when was the relationship? Now, for his first excuse, because the witness has now testified, I saw them kissing and hugging before 2021. So, the relationship started earlier. So his excuse for that, him saying, he said that his marriage actually ended in 2015. He stopped dealing with his wife. But he was messing with other people, and then in 2021, he actually filed the paperwork for divorce. So I remember, if you guys remember the Jada Pinkett Smith, when she was like, me and Will, we were divorced, but we were still together. It just wasn't divorce on paper. That's what he's playing. He's playing, we weren't divorced on paper. We were divorced, in the bedroom. So I was still doing my thing. So when I answered that question under penalty of perjury under oath, I answered it in that was the context in which I answered it. Now, obviously, it's BS, right? When your marriage is over when you get an official divorce, but it is what it is. Then the second thing he then testified to, which he's about to come on now, is that, well, did any of those trips? Did you pay for any of her trips and all of this stuff? Did you pay for it? Right? Did you pay for these trips? Did you pay for these vacations? Did you pay for these Ubers and stuff for Fani Willis? He says, no, I paid for them up front, right? I put my credit card down, obviously, because you see the receipts, but she paid me back for all that, right? So it's like, okay, well, where's the receipts for that? Where's the receipts? She paid me back in cash. So the trip to Belize, the trip to San Francisco, the trip to wherever, right? Hotel, trip, she paid him back in cash because she's an independent woman. So now it's now become a credibility contest. Does the judge believe Wade? Because if the judge believes Wade, then there is no impropriety here, right? She was paid back for everything. They went out, they were having a relationship, but she wasn't benefiting on it. Or does he not believe him and believe that they were hiding a relationship and that Fani Willis benefited from this? Now, understand, the bar here is pretty low. You have what's known as the appearance of impropriety. So you don't have to actually show the stuff happened. You got to show enough, it's to talk, quack like a duck, walk like a duck, flies. It's not a frog, right? So you're trying to build that. Now, I'm saying right now, you've heard from one side. That one side, to me, has shown that there's some issues here. But is it enough where this judge is saying that it's going to affect this case, materially affect this case? I don't know, because, really, to be fair, none of the facts here are in dispute, right? They were, it's just exactly, he's now admitted that, yeah, he was sexy. He was kind of had a relationship before. He said, so now it really depends on how the judge interprets all this. And does this come to the level in which you can say, this is no good or this is good? Great commentary. Thank you, Jersey. Now, I know I can just imagine. I think Kurt could be saying something different. I don't know what Kurt's saying. Somebody said Kurt doesn't think it's good. I don't know what Kurt's saying. But I can only do it from what I'm seeing here. And what I'm seeing here, it doesn't look good for Fani. But now, again, they can clean all this up, right? Because they haven't put on their case yet either. So you just don't know. But and there's got to have to be some convincing, because again, we just talk about the appearance. We don't have to prove it happened. We got to prove that there's an appearance here, and I think we're on our way. Oh, Hannibal is hungry. What's going on? I love your videos. And I love.
And Ms. Cross, did you have enough time to review the production of documents provided by Fulton County?
I did. This merchant had marked defense exhibits 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Insofar as exhibits 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Hey, thanks,
documents that I recognize,
TJM,
I don't
thanks.
have any objection to those. They clearly came from Fulton County. However, defense exhibit number 14 contains several items that did not come apparently from Fulton County, and I'm standing next to Ms. Merchant to show them that they're not in that group.
I don't know, the county attorney, I got them from the county. So it's me to come back and test.
I can't
Just
agree
trying
that
to
the
get it out
documents that are
there.
not in the certified bundle
I'm a bladesmith,
are
in other
properly
words.
admitted as part of.
Oh, cool.
Okay,
All
Ms.
right.
Merchant, would you like to repackage
you
and
so
present
much.
to Ms. Cross Defense Exhibit 14?
Yeah, just shoot me an email and I'll
I
get back
don't,
to you.
they're
Thank you so much.
exactly what I got from the county attorney. Apparently, they didn't want to testify, so they gave
Thank you,
us
G-Man.
certification, but didn't put these in, so they're gonna have to testify. I got them from them.
The documents that, the difference between the two document productions, what is the difference?
They didn't
Bank
even get
credits,
these.
bank records, credit card statements, things like that, that wouldn't ordinarily be part and course of the Fulton County records.
But I got them from the open records portal, so, I mean, that's where I printed them.
No, I understand. But the difference in production, Ms. Merchant, you've taken a look at them and they're actually material to your case?
Yes,
In what way?
they're all of his invoices, Judge, and then he has like it's just, this is what I got from them, it's all of his invoices, and one of the invoices is a reimbursement that he printed some things for the reimbursement. I mean, I don't really care if they take the reimbursement out, because they actually are already admitted in the other exhibit I did.
I don't have any problem with the invoices. The invoices are clearly the records and contained in the certification. So if we remove the items that
They're already,
are in dispute, then I don't have an objection to that.
they're already in, and exhibit.
So you're removing them?
Yeah, that's fine. You wanna take them out?
All right, so again, let's have opposing counsel look at a revised Exhibit 14 and then I'll hear whether there's any objection.
Okay, let's see it. Merchant, she's good. She's on it. She's on it. She's on it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you so much. This is an interesting fist fight. No doubt about it. Yes.
Exhibit
This is
number
his level.
14
Yes.
contains only the invoices that were submitted, and the state has no objection.
Really, just keeping it real. The facts are what
All
they
right,
are.
then, not seeing any
Really,
other issues from other counsel, we'll note Exhibits 14 through 18 have been admitted for the record without objection.
Didn't hear.
I still can't get over
I
the
think at
whole.
this point,
She paid me
good
back
to
all in cash. I don't know about
make sure
all
we've
that.
got, I think, 1 through 18.
But maybe the judge
The
advised.
court reporter.
Others, but do you want me to give them to the witness?
Let's, if he's done looking at them, let's just get them all compiled and organized and with the court reporter in case other defense counsel are going to reference them.
Oh, that'd be great. Go to the about section.
So
on
it
my,
wasn't for him to have
page
them all.
and
We just need to have 1 through 18
Oh,
organized
we'll
for the
talk
court
through it.
reporter. Yeah,
So you want me to take all the exhibits back from him?
I think we ought to do that.
Yeah, thank you, TJ. Just go to the about page and click on it, and the email's there.
This is.
Okay. I'll organize it.
All right, as Ms. Merchant is doing that, let me go down the list. Mr. Sadow.
Your Honor, if the court will permit, Mr. Gillen is going to ask some questions that I was going to ask. I'd like to be able to just follow up with anything.
So everybody understands that's Trump's attorney.
Let me just
Guys,
keep it consistent. I'll go in order. So if Mr. Sadow is deferring, then I'll go to Mr. Stocks,
I'll defer to
Mr. Durham on Zoom.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. McDougald.
We'll see that makes him show that he deposited.
All right, Mr. Rice.
That's yes on days when the amount that she owed. Yes, I think
All
that's
right,
what they're
thank you,
going
Mr.
over. Yes, he should have it. He should
Thank you, Your
have
Honor.
it. Here we go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wade.
Good afternoon, sir.
It's another
A few,
defense
follow-up
attorney
questions.
who's giving us some
I'd
follow-up.
like
questions.
to start off with the
Paid in cash.
exhibit number 4 that you should have up there. Those are the interrogatories.
No, sir.
They're not up there.
Remember, I asked her to compile them all, so
I'm
now you can
sorry.
grab
Right
them.
here, I'm gonna give it to you if you want me to.
No, the blonde is not Trump's attorney. That's another defendant's attorney. Trump's attorney is the older guy sitting in the back there. You see him with the glass, like, just hand away from him. Now, this also is a defense attorney's dream, to be able to have the prosecutor on the stand and
Yes, sir.
ask him questions.
Okay.
This is
Now,
good stuff.
These are the interrogatories that you
This is
had
another
filed
defendant's.
on May the 30th, 2023 in your divorce case, correct?
Remember, there are 19
Yes, sir.
defendants here.
Now, you went over in part some of those interrogatories, but what I want you to do, because I want to get down to the specific language to clear up exactly what the interrogatories asked for and exactly what you answered, okay?
Yes, sir.
See, so he's,
Now,
he's going into
If we
the
look
whole-
on the interrogatory that I believe, as we indicated, they're really, I think, on page 2, the one that starts off, describe each instance in which you've had sexual relations. You see that one?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, that interrogatory begins, describe each instance in which you have had sexual relations with a person other than your spouse during the course of the marriage, including the period of separation. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Now, these were filed on May the 30th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that time, you had had sexual relations with Miss Willis, correct?
Well,
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to the question as phrased. If the question is properly at that time, certainly ask about his answer, but I object to.
All right, Mr. Gillen, I just asked you to rephrase, but I think you can make the same point.
Well, Your Honor, it's a specific interrogatory, and I would, so the words do matter. And I would like him to answer whether or not he'd had sexual relations with Miss Willis, because if he answered yes, then this interrogatory is a false interrogatory. So I would ask the court's indulgence. I'm not here to jump into some salacious bedroom situation, but this is an interrogatory that matters. So I would ask the court's indulgence.
See,
Ms. Cross?
These questions have been asked and answered several
She
times.
said
I
ask and answer. He
understand
said,
Mr.
I
Gillis
want to know if
coming
he had
at
a
it,
sexual
with this
relationship.
question is
That's
not
the
substantively
point,
different
yeah.
than those that have already been asked and answered in the information that he's seeking.
All right, Mr. Gillen, I'll allow maybe this question and one more, but I
This
think
is the
you are asking
question.
it in a different way.
He
and
is. He's
I can
asking
speak to it.
right on point.
Now,
Cut through the BS.
as of May the 30th, and may I
Here it is.
answer the question that okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Emailed it.
As of
Perfect.
May the
Thank you so much.
30th,
I'll get to
2023, you had had sexual relations with Miss Willis. Isn't that correct?
the interrogatory, sir,
Thank you, Robert.
asks during the course of the marriage and the period of separation.
Excuse me.
My
Your Honor,
response,
I would ask that the court direct the witness to answer my question, yes or
Yes or
no.
no? Control
As
the
of
witness.
May the 30th,
Control him.
2023,
I don't want to hear
had you or had
Yes or no?
you had sexual relations with Miss Willis? Yes or
Mr.
no?
Gillen,
I
if, let's start with, at the higher level, whether he believes he answered it truthfully, and then we can drill down into why or why not he doesn't. And maybe we'll end up exactly where you left us.
Well, but again, Your Honor, the point of it is that the words matter, and that we have to establish what did and did not happen, and then he can give whatever explanation he chooses
Maybe
to
I-
what apparently is
possible,
a
yeah,
false
Jonathan.
answer. But I would like an
It's a good-
answer
it's a good
to my
argument.
question.
And you may get one. I just would like us to start at a high level before we drill down into specifics to see whether he actually contradicted that interrogatory, if I'm making sense.
Well, the interrogatory is relatively direct and explicit.
Cool Ranch, I get it.
Sexual relationships with a person other than your spouse during the course of the marriage, including the period of separation. That's pretty simple.
Sure. Let's see if
That's a
that's
yes or
something
no.
you can get him to admit.
You did have sexual relationships with someone other than your spouse during the course of the marriage and during the period of separation, which included up to May the 30th of 2023. Isn't that correct, sir?
my answer to this interrogatory is none, is no.
So you're saying that you did not have sexual relationships with anyone outside of your marriage, and the period of separation is during the period, then you're answering the question to this interrogatory, correct, sir?
I'm saying during the course of my marriage, I did not have sexual relations to anyone, and this answer is no.
Well, again, Your Honor,
I understand. You can proceed, Mr. Gill.
we need a yes or no. Let's just get down
He's
to
asking
it.
him to it. He's
Did
smiling
you or
because he
did you
knows.
not, by
There
May the
is.
30th, 2023, have had sexual relations with Miss Willis, yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Boom!
Now,
that means
what
that's,
you
that means
did
that's
is you
perjury.
answered no to that question, didn't
That
you? or
means he
not?
lied.
Correct?
I didn't answer no to the question you just asked.
Clean
I
it up.
answered
Clean
no
it
to
up.
the interrogatory question.
And the interrogatory stands that you answered
Oh, for
as a
God.
pleading
Thank you
in
so
a
much, brother.
in
Thank you so much.
a civil proceeding, your divorce case, right?
Got him.
Yes.
Now, excuse me.
Yes. No. Yes.
The next
no.
interrogatory. Let's move there.
Here we go. Let's go.
That
to each question.
interrogatory states as follows: identify any and all occasions in which you entertain a member of the opposite sex other than your spouse who is not related to you by blood or marriage. You see that?
I do.
You now, there are two parts to this. The second part is, I read on, or in which a member of the opposite sex other than your spouse, not related to you by blood or marriage, entertain you. And then it goes on to say, including but not limited to dining, drinking, in restaurants, bars, pubs, hotels. You see that, correct?
I do.
Now, as of May the 30th, 2023, when you filed this interrogatory, you had in fact entertained Miss Willis on many occasions, had you not?
Again, during
There it
the
is.
course of the marriage was irretrievably broken in 2015.
See,
Well,
The answer's still no.
Let's read what the interrogatory says
Control
about
them,
the
though.
time period
You gotta,
required to answer the
where's
interrogatory.
controlling the witness?
Because what it says is, it goes on to say, including you, including
thank you
but
so
not
much, Frank.
limited to dining and or drinking at any restaurants, bars, pubs, hotels, or persons' homes from the date of marriage to the present.
You're trying to reel him
You
in.
understand what the word present means? And present means the filing on May the 30th, 2023.
I like this guy.
Isn't that
That's all
right?
the
It
BS.
is.
So
Oh, here
as
we
of
go.
May the 30th, 2023, you had done a lot of entertaining of Miss Willis, had you not?
I had done some, yes.
There it
And in
is.
fact, under your testimony, you would have said that she had also entertained you. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And so
All of that
your
was a lie.
answer to this interrogatory is false, is it not, sir?
No, it's not
Perjury.
false.
Oh, no.
Well, hate to dance around the, the answer is yes, you did entertain Miss Willis, correct? Right?
Yes.
She's not your
How is it not
spouse at that
false?
time or any time, correct?
That's correct.
She's not related to you by blood or marriage, correct?
He's breaking it
But you
down.
entertained her, right?
Yes.
And during the course from your
Because of what
marriage,
the word is,
the period of time up
slippery,
to the
though.
present. So the answer would have been, yes, I did entertain somebody, correct?
During the course
You
of the
see, that's
marriage,
what breaks it
no.
all down. Look, see, so during the course of the marriage, he
Mr.
breaks it
Wade.
all down.
Mr. Gillen, I think we've made her point. I think it speaks for itself, and we can save that for
The
our.
judge is like, all right, you
And
got
I'll just
it.
follow
You
up with
got it.
one quick question. Do
You
you
got it.
understand what the word present means?
Your Honor, that's been asked of us.
Let's ask an answer.
I think we did cover that already as well.
Okay. Now, what has happened from the
I know.
time that you filed
He's looking away. Look at this.
this
God.
court
It's not
document
going. That's not going.
in
that's
May
not-
of
that's not going.
2023, let's go over some of the things that you had been
I'm thinking,
involved in terms of being entertained or entertaining.
This is
Prior
good
to
lawyer.
your
All
filing
these
on the
things,
answer on
break
the
them down
the
and
interrogatories
what's
on
the
May
answer
the
again right here. Okay, what's the answer
30th,
now?
2023,
We know the answer.
we've already established, have we not, that you had paid for a Royal Caribbean cruise to the Bahamas with Miss Willis, correct?
Yes, sir, with Miss Willis and my mother.
Well, your mother's not part of this interrogatory. I'm talking about Miss Willis, okay? So you paid and caused to be paid approximately $3,335 on that trip,
Mhm.
Bahamas trip from October the 28th through October the 31st, correct?
Your Honor, objection. I think we've touched this ground several times already.
He
Mr.
object-
Gillen, let's cover new ground.
Well, I'm just trying to establish
That
with
is-
specificity
Ugh.
the things that he had done to entertain or be entertained prior to May the 30th, 2023. I'll try to move through it
Sure.
quickly.
Well, that's already part of the record in terms of his prior testimony. And so if you want to link those two things together, you can do that during argument.
Well, so let me discuss this. You indicated that during the course of your explanation concerning the Belize trip, that Ms. Willis paid you all that money back in cash, remember?
Oh, we get to the cash
Yes,
now.
sir.
Now, the Belize trip had just happened, hadn't it? That occurred in March 18th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're filing this maybe 2 months after you have gone to Belize with Ms. Willis, correct?
Again, I believe all of this is our.
I think you might be getting somewhere new. We'll see.
Yes, sir.
So
Don't ask him more questions.
we've got the trip in to Belize on March the 18th, 2023.
Thank you, Travis.
You and Ms.
I got the
Willis,
email.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, 2 months later, you file the interrogatories that speak for themselves that we've gone over a few minutes ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the March the 18th, 2023, to state the obvious, is before May the 30th, 2023. Will you agree with me on that?
I do.
Okay. So then you tell us that Miss Willis paid you in cash all the money for the entire trip. It was a gift for you for your birthday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Shit.
And I'm sure you probably have the deposit slips
There it is.
where you
Somebody
took
asked
the
for
cash and
deposit slips in
deposited the
chat.
cash into your account, don't you?
I did not deposit the cash in my.
Oh!
You don't have a single solitary deposit slip to corroborate or
Somebody asked
support
about the deposit
any
slips.
of your
Of course
allegations that
there's
you were
deposit
paid
slips.
by Mrs. Willis in cash, do you?
Look at him
No, sir.
smiling. He's of
Not a
course not.
single
That's why I said it was
solitary
a
one.
cash.
Not a one.
Now, when
He's
Miss
like, I don't
Willis
want
would
it.
pay you in
Hell no.
cash, would you scamper down to the ATM with her and as she drew money out of her account
Your
to
Honor,
pay you these thousands of dollars?
Mr. Gillen might scamper, but there's been no evidence that Mr. Wade does. I object to this
Thousands of
phrasing,
dollars in
the argument
cash.
is
He's just
that-
walking around with cash.
On
He's
that issue,
balling.
overruled.
Did you and Miss Wade scamper down to the ATM machine and have her draw out? For example, on the Belize trip, just on your payment would have
He
been
knows it's bullshit. Look at the
$2,794.
Miss Wade,
For clarity, yeah. thank you.
state.
Pardon me?
2,700.
Miss Wade and I didn't go to Belize.
No, excuse me, Miss Willis, I'm sorry. Did you go down to the ATM with Miss Willis while she drew out $2,794 to pay you in cash? That you
Here's the money.
did, did you go to the ATM with her?
No, sir. She didn't go to the ATM. She carried the cash.
So she would give you the cash.
$3,000 in
Did
cash
you have a
on
little
hand.
place in your house where you just stack up all this cash that you apparently got to
We know
repay
the
you for
cash
these
is
benefits?
bullshit.
that you
He's hammering the
bestowed
cash.
on
We know
her?
the cash
And
story.
Mr. Gillen, if I answered that, I'm putting myself in jeopardy. If I tell the world that I have cash someplace in my home, don't you think that could be problematic?
No, I don't. I want an answer as to whether or not you have a little cash hoard in your house where you have allegedly taken the money that you got from Mrs. Willis and went and put it somewhere. Where'd you put it?
No, sir.
Now, just put it on the hip and kind of walk around money?
Did I put it on my hip and
Yeah, just walking around money where you would spend cash yourself?
let me finish. Did I put it on my hip in Belize and walk around with
No,
it?
when you got paid back, would you take the money, the cash that she gave you, and would you just carry it around with you
Don't
for
do that
spending
cash
money
thing.
around
It's
town?
crazy. Come
So
on,
we
cash
have to
is
break
BS.
down
We all
each
know
trip
it's BS.
because, for example, for the cruise, she paid me the money before we took the cruise. So
Oh.
I was here and I could put the money in my pocket or put it away wherever I wanted to do with it. Other trips, she would give me the money there. So at that point, I could either spend it or put it in my pocket or put it in the hotel safe.
There's no special place that you would have all this cash that you would be getting from her that you've told us about to pay back for the benefits that you have bestowed on her.
There's a question in the
The
chat.
only special
The
place that that
question I
cash would have
up-
gone would have been to one of my children.
Okay.
Oh, he's giving
Now,
he gave the money for
Are
his
you
children.
aware
Question. Did
have
Willis
you
pay him in
discussed-
cash?
these pleadings with Miss Willis?
No, sir.
So there's been no discussion between you and Miss Willis about the allegation concerning the benefits that you have bestowed on her. Is that correct?
The phrasing, the benefits that we serve upon. I don't believe that's an accurate reflection of the testimony, and I don't think that's appropriate.
I think overruled. You can answer the question.
Okay,
She
when
like
you
the
said
word
proceedings,
benefits.
are you talking about the divorce proceedings? Because we were talking about the interrogatories. To that question, the answer is no. If you're at, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead with your answer.
Thank you
I'll
so
hear the
much,
complete
Dan.
answer, then I'll follow up.
Okay, if you're
Fanny
asking
Willis.
me about this hearing, the proceedings of this hearing, have we discussed the financial piece based upon
Go ahead, let's listen
Mr.
to it.
Roman's motion? Yes.
So you have discussed the financial piece. Where did that discussion take place?
Conference room.
Were you other people there, or were you and Ms. Willis discussing this about what your position was going to be?
Relevance of this.
Mr. Gillen?
And the relevance has to do with suddenly we have a declaration from Mr. Wade in this case, where he says roughly equal, and then shows one alleged payment by Ms. Willis. No mention of cash, none. So I need to find out a little bit more about how suddenly we have this revelation about cash from the witness stand today.
Joanne,
Overruled.
so true.
So we part company there when you say no mention of cash. If I provided one receipt that didn't amount to what you would think was roughly equal, the rest of it is cash.
Well, did you in your declaration, sir, it was filed in this case, did you tell the court in that declaration that the expenditure that you had provided on behalf of Ms. Willis was paid for back by her in cash? Yes or no?
I believe that I did when I said that the
You paid her
expenses
back in
were
cash too.
split roughly evenly.
If you could point to me any place in your affidavit where you used the word cash, I would appreciate it. Take your time.
I didn't use the word cash. No, sir.
No, you didn't use the word cash, did you?
But I didn't say that she didn't give it to me in cash.
No, you just didn't tell anybody that you allegedly got paid back in cash, right?
No, I told everyone who asked.
Today.
Yes, sir.
Now, who else was with you, if anyone else, when you and Ms. Willis were discussing how you would be handling the financial component
This guy
of the
came on
motion
and
here
shooting
today? That
straight
is the
fire.
personal benefits.
I'm going to object to the relevance of that, Your Honor.
Mr. Gillen?
Well, the relevance is if they know that they're going to be called as witnesses, they've been subpoenaed, and they are discussing what they're going to say, we need to know that. The court needs to know that. It goes to the veracity of Mr. Willis and, Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade.
Overruled.
Oh my
We didn't
God.
discuss
Almost 30%
how we were
of people
going
think
to
she
handle
was actually
testimony.
paid in cash. Come on.
My question was, when you were discussing with Ms. Willis in the conference room, when you were discussing what you perceived to be the situation concerning the benefits for the payments,
Yes, sir.
was there anyone else present?
No, sir.
How long did the meeting take?
Probably 5 or 10 minutes.
Did Ms. Willis tell you what she was going to say?
For the
No,
these questions, I need to phone
Did you ask her
somebody.
whether she had any bank withdrawals that would corroborate the assertion that she would pay you
That's
back
true.
in large
That's
sums
true.
of cash for these trips to the Caribbean, Belize, California, on and on and on?
Your Honor, again, I object. The proffer, when the last relevance objection was made, was that Mr. Gillen needed to know who else was there. These could be potential witnesses that he could cross-examine. That question has been answered, so I can object.
Okay. I think it's still exploring possible bias or motive to shape his testimony, so overrule on that ground.
Thank you. Now,
These are
Mr.
good
Willis,
objections just to break the flow.
excuse me,
because the
Mr.
flow
Wade,
is rough for
when
him.
you were having this discussion, did you ask Ms. Willis, do you have anything to support these cash withdrawals?
No, sir.
Did you ask her where she got the cash?
Here, this is the conversation.
Yeah, that's true. That's
I
good.
produced my credit card statement
Uh-huh.
that showed what Miss Merchant in her filing was representing.
Okay.
That was the conversation.
Okay, so when she would pay you back in cash, were you aware of what her financial situation was? Do you know what?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I object to the relevance.
Well, Your Honor, it's relevant because we've been bombarded with a book, Find Me the Votes, in which
What's at issue is the financial benefit, and if
You go
it
right
plays
to the
material
kid, man.
interest
Find
in
me the
an
votes.
actual conflict of
Find
interest.
me
So I
the,
think
find
that's
me the
relevant.
receipts.
now, have you read the book, Find Me the Votes?
Here it is.
I have.
You have.
I have.
Okay.
Let's
Now,
use a
now,
sugar bottle.
in that
Made of
book,
gas.
Ms. Willis is telling the authors about how financially destitute she was, or kind of hitting down on the bottom as she was running for DA. Do you remember that part of the book?
So let me qualify the response.
All right.
I've read the book in parts. I hadn't had the time to sit and read the book in its entirety.
Did you read that part about
Yeah, I did.
how
I read the
she's
book.
telling the authors
I read the
about
book, but I didn't
how
read the full book. I
little
read
money
part of the
she
book.
had and how
What the hell is going
financially
on?
she was in bad shape prior to when she was running? Did you read that part?
No, sir.
Did you ever have discussions with Ms.
What?
Willis about her financial situation, which was in apparently in rough shape prior to her being elected
Oh my
DA?
God.
No, sir. Miss Willis made it clear that her financial business was just that. It was her business. I know nothing about her
Tens of
financial
thousands of dollars,
status. I know
right?
nothing about how she was faring before or after the election, or even now. I know nothing about her finances.
Telling us that she didn't share that with you, but chose to share it with the authors of a book that's been published and printed
Yeah,
and sold nationally.
I think that's a fair question for Cross.
Yeah,
I don't
it's a
know
fair
that
question.
she shared it with the author. I don't know that the author is telling the truth. I don't know the author, so I don't know, sir.
Okay. Now, did you give an interview to the authors of that book?
I've given no interviews, sir.
So you haven't talked to them at all,
I
correct?
haven't talked to any media.
All right.
None.
Now, as it relates to
he's getting brutalized up there,
the-
people.
I like to, though.
as it relates to,
The condom doesn't fit, huh?
again,
He wants to
From
talk to the
from your-
media.
bank records that you're aware of,
He's feeling it. He's
there'll be
feeling
no
it,
cash
people.
deposits, right?
His bank records
I didn't
and the
say
cash
that.
deposits.
Are there cash deposits which line up with the money that you have allegedly received from Ms. Willis to quote, pay you back for her part of the trips?
So here's the thing.
Mhm.
In my bank records, you will see cash deposits. You will see check deposits. I can't say that you look through the bank records and you won't see cash deposits, because I have two sources of income, sir. Income comes from my private practice, my firm,
Mhm.
and income comes from the contract here with Fulton County. During the course of private practice, occasionally I will have occasion to deposit cash into my account.
And in preparation for this hearing and your testimony, did you go through your bank records to find out if you could locate any cash deposits that would corroborate your testimony?
No, sir, I didn't go through my bank records at all.
Now,
So he's on
so
the
what
trust
you would
me.
do, the money that you received, of course, the money that you received from your work for Fulton County, that's public funds, correct?
No, sir, that's private funds. It's my,
Public funds pay you to do work for Fulton County, correct?
Yes.
tell me what the definition of a public fund is.
A public fund would be your
Come on,
funds,
come
as in
on.
not fund, but funds, money.
Yeah.
Public money,
Public money.
as in money from taxpayers, either in Fulton County or the state of Georgia, pay you to do the work that you're doing here in this case, yes or no?
One or the other, I'm certain
You know which
is
one?
the case. I don't know which one, no, sir.
Now, you would take those public funds, and those public funds were then used, deposited in your account, and they were then used to pay on the credit cards for
Yeah,
the trips that you would take.
She's trying
with,
to slow them.
Ms. Willis, correct?
I object to the question insofar as the characterization of public funds. The witness didn't testify to that, and I don't believe there's been any evidence to that. Once it's paid to Mr.
Yeah.
Wade, it's private funds.
Well, the point of it is that you got
All
money.
right, Mr. Gillen's rephrasing.
Yeah, I'll read it. Let's break it down. You
He's breaking
got
it down
money
now.
from Fulton County for the work that you do here, right?
Yes, sir.
You would send in invoices, and they would pay you money, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those money, that were private money, that money was money from either the citizens of Fulton County or from the state of Georgia, correct? That's what I mean by public funds. Agreed?
I guess I'm having trouble with the notion that the citizens of Fulton County have paid me any funds. I'm not certain the funding source. I can tell you that either the state of Georgia or Fulton County has written me a check.
So that would be, those two entities are public entities, correct?
Yes,
So that would be public funds, right? Right?
yes,
And those public funds are from the same source that you would then use to pay out on your expenses for the trips that you took Miss Willis on, correct?
no, sir. As I testified to moments ago, I have income coming in from my law firm.
Okay.
I also have income coming in from the funds that we're here discussing now from either the state of Georgia or Fulton County and or both. I'm not certain what it is. So
What
to
percent?
say,
Sorry,
That-
I didn't mean to
that
cut
I'm-
you off. Go ahead.
that I'm paying a credit card statement with funds coming from Fulton County or the state of Georgia would not be an accurate statement because the funds could have very well come from my private practice.
What percentage of your income in 2022 came from money where you're
Good point.
working on
Good point.
this case or from your partners working for the Fulton County office?
In 2022, I would say 50-50.
You think 50-50 in 2022?
Yes, sir.
What about 2023?
Probably 60-40.
60-40.
Yes, sir.
So the money that would be in those accounts, at least 60% of those, in your view, would be public funds, that those monies were then used to pay for the expenses that you had incurred for the trips that you took Miss Willis on, the cruises, the Napa Valleys, the Bahamas, correct? Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now what you did is that when you
He's feeling
signed
it. He's
on
feeling it.
in November 1st of 2021, that's when you signed on to be counsel for the anti-corruption matters, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, as you know, in your engagement letter, it doesn't say that you're signing on and your scope of work is to work on the Trump special grand jury investigation, does it?
No, sir.
It says that you're signing on to work on anti-corruption, the anti-corruption unit matters, correct?
Yes, sir.
Matters with a plural, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in your contract, there is no specific reference to any specific case. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, but you didn't sign on for the duration. There was a period, you have a contract, and then it would then expire, and then you would have a new contract, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, of course, the extension that you received, the first one was in November of 2021, and then you filed, or excuse me, there was a renewal in November the 15th of 2022. Is that right?
Sounds right.
Oh, okay. Now,
That would be. That's a good point.
that was right after you got re-upped by Miss Willis, right after you took Miss Willis to Aruba. Isn't that right? On that November the 1st, 2022 trip to Aruba and through November the 4th, 2022. Correct?
What does re-up mean?
Well, re-up means that you came back, your contract was up, and then on November the 15th, you and Miss Willis signed a new contract
to
for
that.
you, right?
You're right, Arnie.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you were in taking her to the Aruba and on the cruises and the resort there, did you discuss your re-upping of signing an extension on your contract?
No, sir.
Right off the cruise.
so
Yes.
But you make an excellent point. I'm glad you pointed
That's a
that
very
out.
good
So
point.
the trip to Aruba, the contract was not in existence then.
You're saying that you were not
Under contract.
in your contract. Did you send any invoices in for work that you did after your first contract expired?
No, sir.
You didn't.
No, sir.
When that expired, that was it. So and then you're saying that after the Aruba trip, you get re-upped with a new contract, correct?
I signed a new contract. Yes,
Now,
sir.
was there any modifications on that contract? Did you get an extension on the cap that you were limited on the first one? Were there any modifications at all, Mr. Willis?
Usually.
Excuse me. I've done that again. I apologize.
You call him
I've been called
Mr. Willis.
I'm sorry. Uh,
I've been called worse.
Now, were there any modifications on that?
Do you have the contracts in front of you where you could?
I don't have it in front of me, but I think that
Because I believe as the work gradually, as the time of the work gradually increased, the hourly cap would increase. In other words, starting out the investigation, it was impossible to anticipate the level of cooperation during the course of the investigation from some of the witnesses. So if you assume that there would be great cooperation with the witnesses in terms of interviewing and speaking and being voluntarily speaking with you, it doesn't take as much time. So after getting into it, realizing that most of the witnesses were not willing to speak or willing to turn over evidence or information, quickly you figure out that this is going to take a little more time than originally anticipated. And because of that, you have to compensate for those hours.
And that's why there was a compensation on your extension.
Yes, sir. The caps.
A cap. Now, did Miss Willis review your invoices with you when you would submit them?
Never.
Did anyone ever question whether or not you worked 24 hours in one day and billed 24 hours in one day?
I've never worked 24 hours in one day and billed 24 hours in one day.
Okay.
And I'm glad you asked me that question because I'd like the opportunity to talk about that.
I think you should go ahead.
So if you look at that invoice where it says 24 hours in one day, it actually doesn't say one day. If you look at the top of the invoice, it says date completed. The date that's reflected on that invoice reflects the date that the work was completed. It doesn't say when it started. It just says this is the date that is completed. So if you go through the invoices, probably around the first 5 or 6, you'll see that that's the billing format. I would bill only after that particular task has been completed. That's why you see a 24-hour period with the one day there. I kind of wish some of the experts who had opined on that had called me and asked me the question, but there was never a billing of 24 hours in one day. Now, probably around the 6th or 7th invoice, you see the format changed. I started using a range so that it got less confusing, right?
I'm confused, so maybe you can correct it.
Okay.
In Exhibit 14, you've got down a specific day.
Mm-hmm.
Prepared cases for pretrial, November the 5th, 2021, 24 hours at $250 an hour, 6,000. Now, this wasn't about a range. It was about the work that you did on November the 5th, 2021.
No, Mr. Gillen, look at the top of the invoice where it says date completed.
What I want you to do, Mr. Wade, is focus on the date that you have down there and tell the court what you billed for on November the 5th, 2021. I thought it was already in. I thought 14 is in.
Again, Mr. Gillen, it says completed date completed. The dates that you see here are the dates that work was completed. So on November the 5th, I completed the task of preparing the cases for pretrial. That's the date I completed it.
Just
Then
read,
it took me.
just read if you would. Then my question was, read out loud the entry for November the 5th, 2021, and how many hours you billed that day. Just do that for me if you would.
Your Honor,
I can't do that.
Excuse me, I believe the witness is entitled to answer his question. That certainly wasn't the question that Mr. Williams asked.
All right, well, the question now is to read a certain entry, so.
Just read into the record, Mr. Wade, on November the 5th, 2021, how many hours did you bill the citizens of Fulton County for on that day? Just read it out, please.
I completed the task on November 5th, 2021. 24 hours was billed at $250.
The math ain't mathing. But I don't know what we're
Now,
getting into the invoice.
When you talked about your relationship with Ms. Willis, and your testimony is that it began in 2022. You remember that testimony?
No, sir. Our relationship began in
Your romantic
2019.
relationship began in 2022? Is
Yes,
that what-
sir.
That's your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, when you
Jay Robbie, what's
were
going
re-upped
on? Yeah.
on
It's a little
this
it's a little awkward.
contract, you had a romantic relationship already established with Miss Willis, yes or no?
In 2022?
You know, when
Yes,
you were
sir.
re-upped on November the 15th, 2022, you had a romantic relationship with Miss Willis.
I signed the second contract. Yes, sir.
Answer my question, please.
I'm not going to use the words re-up.
Signed up on the, we re-up or whatever you want to call it, your contract on November the 15th, 2022, you had a romantic relationship already existing with Miss Willis, yes or no?
I signed the contract, the second contract. Yes, sir. During the course of a romantic relationship.
Yes or no, you had a romantic relationship with her at the time that you signed up the extension on November the 15th, 2022, yes or no?
The answer to that question is yes.
Thank you. Now, this was before the special purpose grand jury released any report, isn't that correct? Correct?
Are you asking me if it's before the work was completed or before the special purpose grand jury actually publicly released the report?
When they
Those are
released
two
the
different-
report. Your relationship with Miss Willis already existed when the special purpose grand jury released its report, correct?
At the time the report was released, yes, sir. But
And-
you understand that the report had, the work had been completed prior to the release of the report. You understand that?
And your relationship with Miss Willis, of course, was prior to the indictment in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, if I may just ask my folks over here whether there's anything I need to clean up on. That's all the questions, Your Honor, I have. Thank you.
Yes. You know what? Sometimes
Your Honor,
I like ending on a high note, but I think
Well,
he
shit, I
went
think
too
we went
long
through.
into nonsense.
so I had asked you.
He got some good things out there though,
He was gonna go first.
but I think he's gone on a little bit too much nonsense though.
That's-
Like the end of that wasn't as great, but I think he got what he needed to get out of there. But I think he ended on a bad.
All right, let me,
NBC is live now saying
all right,
Willis
with
is
the
done.
understanding next time, we're gonna keep going in
It's easy to
order.
say, yeah.
And not
I think
skip around
this
the
is not
order.
good. This is
All
not
right.
good.
That's
Cash
what I
thing
brought
is
up.
obviously, and that's the one good thing I think this guy
Okay.
did. He
All right,
exposed the cash.
Mr. Sato.
Begging the boss for billable hours. Huh?
I'm going to try to keep my
This is
questions
Trump's
very
attorney, guy.
specific.
So this
Yes,
is Trump's
Yes, sir.
attorney.
And I'm going to
This is the
also, of
attorney
course, try
representing
not
the former president.
to go back into specific questions that have already been asked. Okay?
Yes, sir.
When did your relationship with Miss Willis end?
2023.
Can you give us an approximation of, not by date, but by month?
Summer 2023. Forgive me. I'm a man. We don't do the date thing. Summer 23, I would say June, maybe.
Okay. Using the euphemism personal relationship, did you have any personal relationship at all with Miss Willis after the summer of 2023?
I want to make sure that I'm answering your question. Are you, because
Let me rephrase, if I might. The way it has been characterized in, for example, the response of the state, and I believe in your affidavit, is there's a difference between a personal relationship and a professional relationship, correct?
yes, sir.
I'm not talking about a professional relationship. I'm talking about a personal relationship. Have you had a personal relationship at all? And you know what
Yeah,
I
I
mean
know.
by that, after the summer of 2023.
Are you asking me if I had intercourse with the district attorney?
I was trying not to, but I guess if you're going to characterize it as that, the answer would be,
The answer would be no.
so it's been purely professional since the summer of 2023.
So that's where we're having issues.
Okay, you'll have to explain because I don't know what the issue would be.
No, I will explain to
Thank
you.
you.
You say personal.
If the judge
we're very
needs
good
more
friends.
information.
Probably closer than ever because of these attacks. But if you're asking me about specific intercourse, the answer is no.
How about if I change it from intercourse to romantic?
No.
During the direct examination, you made a statement,
That's what I'd be
at least
asking.
I believe I heard it
Part of
correctly,
inspirational
that
thinking, right?
you, personal relationship, and now I'm talking about that characterized the sexual romantic relationship, was not a secret. Is that correct?
That's what he
Wait.
said.
If you're asking me if people knew that we were having sex, no, they didn't.
I'm asking you whether the people knew that you were dating, whether you were romantically involved. You said that it was not a secret.
That's what he said
Oh,
earlier.
it wasn't a secret. It was just private. My mother knew, obviously.
Okay, did anyone in the district attorney's office that has worked on this case know that you were dating or had a romantic relationship with District Attorney Willis?
I don't know what they knew.
Well, did you tell anyone?
No,
Do you have any knowledge of whether Miss Willis revealed it to anyone?
I have no clue.
So as far as you know from personal knowledge, no one in the DA's team knew, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if it was a legitimate relationship, is there any particular reason why it was kept secret or private?
Wasn't kept secret. It was kept private.
And the purpose for that was?
It's what we chose to do.
I'm asking you why though, not just because you chose. Why, if you're dating someone, why keep it private?
So, a few reasons. The first one is,
The appearance of impropriety. He doesn't
and I
like
want to
stab.
say this
That's what he's trying to get him to say.
respectfully in the right way.
Is the appearance.
There are some people who are in the public eye who just don't like it, don't wish to be there. I have tried to have lunch or dinner with her publicly, and I can't count the number of people that would approach the table or would accost us as we're trying to walk into a restaurant and just have lunch or have a meal. It is not secret, it is private. We don't want the world asking questions or interrupting that time. So we weren't trying to keep anything a secret, Mr. Sadai. There's nothing secret or salacious about having a private life. Nothing.
I'm not suggesting that there was. I'm asking the questions. When you went on the various trips that have been outlined, by both Mr. Gillen and by Ms. Merchant. Did anyone in the district attorney's office know that the two of you were traveling on personal trips together?
To my knowledge, Mr. Sadal, no.
And again, that was for privacy, according to your testimony.
Privacy, yes, sir.
Did you and Ms. Willis go to the Hapeville condo prior to your relationship starting beginning of 2022?
Prior to having physical contact, prior to having intercourse, did we go to the Hapeville condo?
Again, you keep going to intercourse. I'm trying not to, but fine. The answer to that, my question would be yes. Did you and Ms. Willis go to the Hapeville condo prior to what I want to say November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And the purpose for going to the Hapeville condo with Ms. Willis prior to 2021 would have been what? Or prior to November 1 of 2021?
Could have been any number of things, because at that time,
That's what I'm asking. So
That
tell
was
me.
Willis's
yeah,
apartment.
could have been any number of things, because at that time, she had a friend living in that condo. Miss Yurdy lived in that condo.
Okay. So,
I thought
it maybe was my question was poorly worded. Let me try again. Your answer is yes, prior to November 1st of 2021,
Mhm.
you would have gone to the Hapeville condo and been there with Miss Willis, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
And you would have been there, as you indicated, for many reasons, right?
Yes.
Can you give me, just list a few of the reasons?
Miss Yurdy resided there, went to visit her, maybe went to talk about a document that I
Remember,
received.
we're talking about
You would
Her
go to the
apartment.
condo
Willis
and
is
talk
a
about a
condo.
document that you
Just living.
received?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead.
he's going to the house to talk about the
Any other reasons?
documents.
None come to mind.
None come to mind.
No, sir.
And
He wasn't there begging her.
would you say that was frequent? When I say frequent, do you think prior to November 1st of 2021, you were at
How
the
often do you
condo
go to
more
your
than
boss's
10 times?
House,
No, sir.
home,
So it'd be
to
less
review
than 10
documents.
times.
Yes,
Like
sir.
really?
So if phone records were to reflect that you were making phone calls from the same location as the condo before November 1st of 2021, and it was on multiple occasions, the phone records would be wrong?
If phone records reflected that, yes, sir.
They'd be wrong.
They'd be wrong.
Okay. Where did you live during that time period?
Same place I live now.
Which is not in Hapeville, correct?
It is not in Hapeville.
It is north of Atlanta, the city of Atlanta, correct?
It is.
Okay. And any other reasons why you would be in the Hapeville area on multiple occasions prior to November 1st of 2021?
Let's see. The Porsche experience is there.
I'm sorry?
The Porsche experience is there.
Okay, so that would have been one. Any other reason?
Yes, sir. The airport is there.
So now
Airport in Hapeville.
he's trying to say well,
Yes, sir.
why
Delta
he was
Airlines is
by her apartment all this time.
headquartered there. Let's see.
Think about it, brother.
Restaurants there.
Okay.
Intercourse with my girlfriend, my private but secret girl. Come on.
Do you have, if that's
Like,
your
who's believing
recollection,
this?
that's fine. I'm not asking you to try to remember everything, but if
Oh,
that's,
okay.
Champion or old supervisor not going to staff. Yeah.
did you discuss your affidavit filed in connection with the response with Miss Willis?
No, sir.
Did you know, personal knowledge, whether Miss Willis reviewed your affidavit before it was included with the response?
I have no clue.
So as far as you know, personal knowledge, Miss Willis did not know what you said in the affidavit.
I didn't give it to her.
That's what I said. You have no personal knowledge.
No personal knowledge.
And as far as you know, no one else has told you that she did or didn't.
I hadn't asked anyone.
This is
We've kind of worked this up a little bit, and the numbers could be off. But according to our numbers, $10,000, give or take, would have been reflected on your credit card statements in connection with things of potential benefit to Miss Willis, okay? I want you just to assume that.
10 grand.
Of the 10, assuming that there was $10,000
They could have added it all up.
that you had on your credit cards, is it your testimony that Ms. Willis paid you back $10,000 in cash? Not asking about,
That
Object,
is a good
the
question.
characterization of $10,000 for Miss Willis's travel, I don't believe is an accurate reflection of what the numbers, at least the summary that I've been provided by the defense. would reflect. I think that's joint travel.
Yeah, and you already, I remember you already didn't listen
Is
to
that
me like
right,
this,
Mr.
so,
Zimmerman?
but I don't
no,
think
it's,
this
it's,
guy
it's,
didn't
it's not
put
joint
together.
travel. But all I'm trying to understand,
Yeah,
I'll
she never
rephrase because I don't want to get bogged down on specific numbers. You would have received thousands of dollars in cash from Miss Willis, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the thousands of dollars in cash from Miss Willis, do you know, I'm not asking you whether she took it out of her pocketbook or she took it out of a suitcase. I'm saying, do you know the source of the cash?
Just that, out of her pocketbook. Yes,
You
sir.
don't know where she obtained the cash.
I didn't ask her.
And the whole time that she was paying you in cash, you never said, hey, why do you have this amount of cash?
Why would,
Yeah,
Mr.
why they
Sadov,
got
in my
$3,000 in
practice,
cash?
people
How's
come
that?
into my law firm all the time with cash. I never question where they got it.
Yeah, but we're talking not about people that come into your law firm. We're talking about
That's true.
the district attorney
30
of
of
Fulton
us.
County, who
Fulton County,
I'm
that's true.
assuming receives a paycheck. She doesn't get paid in cash.
So just like you assumed, I assumed she got it from her paycheck. I don't know.
But of course, it's already been, and I'm not going to go back into it. You've not seen any records indicating withdrawals of cash from Miss Willis at all.
Why would I ask her?
I didn't
No,
ask.
sir.
All I said is you haven't, right?
No, sir.
Now,
You ready to fight?
can you explain why you filed for divorce one day after you were hired by Miss Willis? You filed on November 2nd of 2021. You're hired on November 1st of 2021. Why the day after?
You mean one day before? So
You filed for divorce one day after you were hired, right?
okay, I'll answer your question.
Okay, please.
So in 2015, when my wife had the affair, we had a conversation that we would divorce right then. Again, the better practice, at least for my children at the time, was to stay in place until the youngest could graduate and matriculate into college. We did that. When she graduated, matriculated into college, at the time, my wife had moved back and forth to Houston, to Texas. So she's in Texas. We take our child off to college. We come back to Georgia for a brief period of time. Divorce gets filed. She gets served. There we go. Now, the reason that date was selected,
Yes, sir. That's what I asked.
the specific reason that specific date was selected was because she was only in town for a brief.
Your Honor, this is attorney-client privilege. Why he decided to file this.
And why do you have the right to object on his behalf for attorney-client privilege?
That's true. Who the hell are you?
Well, I don't
Object
make-
to it.
All right, there we go. And
I believe that he's already attempted to answer this question and there was no privilege raised. So he's given a partial answer and now he's about to finish that. So first of all, I don't think it's covered by attorney-client privilege and I'll deal with that if you want me to. But otherwise, he's already answered part of it. So he doesn't get to say, now I'm going to stop. So
well, it was a long preface, but I don't think it ever actually got to what might have been at issue there. So if you can lay the foundation, we'll deal with the objection.
okay. Take a step back. Okay. You realize that an attorney-client privilege is the privilege of the client, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you, in connection with your representation, at least has been proffered to the court by Mr. Bradley, that it's up to you to decide whether you want to raise the privilege, right?
Yes, sir.
It's not up to Mr. Bradley.
Yes, sir.
So you have the power, in order to get to the truth of the matter, you have the power to waive the attorney-client
Yeah, but
privilege,
his
do you not?
suggestion
I
doesn't
believe
mean
that's inappropriate.
that's nothing, yeah.
The privilege is there.
Yeah,
Whether he
we-
uses it or not, it doesn't matter why.
Yeah.
Just say, no, I think if we're trying to get to the answer to your question, let's
Ask the
figure out-
question. Let's close it. Yeah.
whether it covers the question you were trying to get to.
Yeah.
And if I may finish, and your position is you have no intention of waiving your attorney-client privilege, correct?
That's
No,
correct.
of course not.
All right, so now, Can you answer the question why you waited until November 2nd, the day after you were hired by Miss Willis, to file for divorce?
I can.
Okay.
So, again, Joycelyn had relocated to Texas, and she had been in Texas for months. She was only here for a brief period of time to drive my daughter's car back with her. And when she came here to do that, I was able to then get her served.
Oh,
Okay, so your answer as to why you waited until the day after you were hired by Miss Willis, which would be November 1st, 2021, to file the complaint for the divorce on November 2nd, 2021. Your testimony under oath is because
he wanted to
your
serve her in
She was
Georgia.
wife was here.
Yeah.
Was here.
But had not been here in October, had not been here in September, had not been here in August of 2021.
She had been in Texas taking care of her ailing mother
So
and
your
an
testimony-
aging father. So the first opportunity that I had after speaking with my lawyers to take care of that was the date it was filed and served, because she happened to be here. It had nothing to do with, that was purely coincidental, that contract.
I understand it's purely coincidence, your testimony.
Yes,
My
sir.
specific-
And understand that
Just
this
like
was
the
by
gas.
agreement between she and I, she being my wife and I, that we would divorce when the children matriculated out, and that there would actually have been an agreement attached to the filing. It became apparent that the agreement wasn't going to happen, and things got a little contentious. So that's when the privilege will kick in, and I was forced to do it when I did it.
So if I understood correctly, again, you tell me if I'm wrong. Is it your testimony that your wife was not in Atlanta, Georgia, or the metro area throughout October of 2021?
No.
That's
In
not your
October,
testimony?
in October of 2021, she was back and forth between here and Texas.
So she was, at least on some occasions, in the Atlanta area.
But that was during the time when we were working through the consent agreement that fell through.
Again, I think we're pretty far afield on.
Yeah,
on this.
I think it's good. I think it's. I don't know why we're going
Divorce
here.
filing and-
Understood, Ms. Cross. Ms. Sato, where are
Yeah,
we going
you-
from here?
You've
We're about
gotten your point.
Finish
there.
this
You
area
need
since
the
I'm
coup
not
de
going to be able
grace
to go any further about.
here. Yeah.
If we want to call the X, we'll call the X for that purpose.
Well, we might have to discuss whether that's a collateral issue
we get
altogether.
there,
No,
yeah.
I'm just saying if. I didn't say we will, but we'll.
Okay.
All right, so
How's that relevant to what we got now?
you said that you were aware of the contracts
You served.
that Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell had with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become aware of those?
Just through conversation, they
With
told me,
who? Conversation with who?
Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell.
So you were discussing matters with Mr. Bradley which were not related to attorney-client privilege, correct?
Related to the contracts, yes.
Okay, but you were having conversations that would not, even though, if I understood correctly, Mr. Bradley was your attorney at the time,
That's an
correct?
IRS issue. I think he does have an issue with that.
At what time?
At the
These
time
are
that
the business credit
that-
card.
Mr. Bradley received his contract from Fulton County, which would have been beginning of January or in January of 2021, right?
Is that the date of his contract?
Pretty close.
I don't know what the date of his contract
What's it-
was, but if
Date
it
for my
was
purpose-
after the date of the filing of divorce, then yeah.
I'm not talking about after the date of the filing of divorce. It's been represented to the court that you had an attorney-client relationship with Mr. Bradley from 2015 forward,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
When Mr. Bradley received his contract with Fulton County, that was in 2021, correct?
I don't know.
We can prove that through other evidence. But at the time that Mr. Bradley was doing work for Fulton County, if I understand, you still had an attorney-client privilege, at least you're claiming one, with Mr. Bradley, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
You got to say yes. Yeah.
So when you talk to Mr. Bradley about matters with his contract in Fulton County, those were not covered by your attorney-client privilege, correct?
That's correct.
They were
Yes.
not.
Okay, and that
But
meant
Bradley was
that
saying
not
everything
all
is attorney-client
communications with
privilege.
Mr.
So that's what we
Bradley
get into.
were covered by attorney-client privilege, correct?
Well, those certainly weren't.
Well, but my question was, not all communications with Mr. Bradley were covered by, at least as you've been represented to the court, by the attorney-client privilege, correct?
Those communications were not.
So there were communications outside of the attorney-client privilege, correct?
Yes.
With Mr.
Yeah.
Bradley?
It's
If
true.
you're asking me if I ever communicate with him outside of the attorney-client privilege, the answer is yes. I
Okay.
communicated
Yeah.
with him outside
That's
the
it.
attorney-client privilege.
She giving him a note. Okay.
Let's finish this up. And did you call it Roman number 4? Which is defense. Okay, in defense exhibit number 4,
All right. So this is
and
something that
Mr. Gillen went over with you your responses to certain interrogatories on May the 30th, 2023. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Not going back into those, the words in the interrogatories are already in evidence, so we're not going to do that. But the ones that we've gone into, there were 2 of them. And your answer to both of those was none, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on January 25th of 2024,
Yes, sir.
you again were in a position that you answered those same interrogatories, the 2 that we're talking about. I can get specific if we need to, but as long as we understand we're talking about the same 2,
Yes,
right?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And they are in defense exhibit number 6, and they are interrogatories number 4 and number 5.
That's the
Okay.
one he went back and changed the answers.
Go ahead.
No, I want you to be able to see it. So it's a defense exhibit number 6.
I don't.
See, you have 6 up there? I'm told that you have 6.
Okay.
So they're obviously getting to the point. Hold on. So they get to the point of why then would he change his answers? Why
here we
the
are.
change?
Okay.
If he's answered everything truthfully, as
You would
he's
agree
trying to
with me
make
that
why change them?
in defense exhibit number 6, and we're talking about interrogatories of January 25, 2024,
Yes, sir.
that as to interrogatory number 4, that's the same interrogatory, same words that were in the interrogatory that Mr. Gillen went over, which was dated May 30th of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your original response in defense exhibit number 6 was none, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your updated response was the plaintiff declines to respond to this interrogatory and asserts his privilege pursuant to OCGA section 24-5-505, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know that 24-5-505 breaks down into two privileges, right?
Which is why I was specific. I said I asserted the privacy privilege.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. But in your updated response, there's no reference to privacy, correct?
Yes, there is in the code section 24-5-505.
Okay, but it also,
Reference to privacy.
just go with me, okay? That code section says, does it not? No party or witness shall be required to testify as to any matter which may incriminate or tend to incriminate such party or witness, or which shall tend to bring infamy, disgrace, or public contempt upon such party or witness. You'd agree with that, right?
I'm not reading it.
I'm sorry,
I'm not reading it. I don't have it in front of me.
if I may.
Ms. Sino, we can, I can take judicial notice. That is what the rule says if you want to ask him any follow-up questions.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, judicial notice means that is what
You
the
are not
judge knows
claiming that
it's true.
your
so-
answer to number 4, interrogatory number 4, on January 25th, 2024, incriminates you, that is, as in Fifth Amendment privilege, right?
That's correct.
You're claiming the second part, that it would bring infamy, disgrace, or public contempt, correct?
I'm going to object to that. I don't think that's the full thing, but, and also the witness doesn't have it in front of him, so I don't know how to respond to that. He has said several times privacy is why he invokes that statutory.
Overruled.
I'm claiming privacy.
The privilege that you make reference to is to infamy, disgrace, or public contempt upon the witness, right? Or party. That's the section that you were relying on, correct?
If that's what it says, yes, sir.
Okay, look. I could show you, but I think the court has already indicated he can take judicial notice of the statute. So you assume that what I'm telling you is accurate, okay?
Yes, sir.
How would an answer of none bring infamy, disgrace, or public contempt upon you?
So as I explained in direct of Mr. Roman's counsel, the minute she elected to intervene into my divorce proceeding, I then started to understand the bigger picture, which was that all the attorneys in the election interference case were colluding with Joycelyn's divorce lawyer. And because of that, I said, privacy. I don't want my divorce proceeding to bleed into this criminal proceeding. I just didn't want that.
So you raised a privilege, if I understand, that indicated that your answer would bring infamy, disgrace, or public contempt upon you, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance of this. It's been asked and answered several times.
Mr. Sato, where are we heading with this?
I think I can finish that up by saying you didn't say none again. You asserted a privilege, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you did the same thing, did you not, with number 5?
In other
That's
words,
correct.
if the answer is no,
That is,
how would
you didn't
why would
say
it be
none
anything?
again, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is the answer to the interrogatory number 4, if you have it in front of you, is the answer none?
Is the answer
that
no?
the truth?
The answer is
Is
to
the
that
answer no?
interrogatory is as I placed it at the time I responded, sir.
I'm
That's
asking
the
you
answer.
now, is the
That's question.
answer
It's that
to that
question, no.
interrogatory
The answer
none?
is still privilege.
So he's apparently electing to apply the same privilege, Mr. Sato, to that exact same question.
And I have a case which indicates that we can get beyond that if the court deems that appropriate.
And to what end?
Hmm?
To what end? Where
So he
If the
said
privilege
no.
actually does not apply and he
and he
must
said
answer
privilege,
the
and they said,
question.
okay.
and where
No.
does that get us? Even
That-
if he answers the question, hasn't he already kind of said everything he has to say about
He has answered the
the
question.
nature of the relationship,
It's
how long
not a
it lasted,
yeah.
when it ended?
No,
what
I
potential
think it would
benefits
prove,
were exchanged?
I think if he is forced or compelled to answer the question, he will either answer it falsely by saying none, or he answer it truthfully by saying yes, and then telling us what it is. That's what I believe. That's why I'm asking.
But the interrogatory you're referring to, though, the question contained there,
Two interrogatories, yes, sir,
it's the entertaining one, it's whether there were other relationships, right?
Yes.
with a specific language that's in the interrogatories.
Sure. Haven't we already covered that in all the other questions that we've had so far?
We
Yeah.
have covered that. But he wants to, in other words, he
We
wants
have,
definitive,
but again,
put the
the
question
court
to him.
could-
But I think
if
they've
I
already
could
done that though. So
require or compel an answer from him as to whether his answer would still be none, then we would know whether or not he was telling the truth. Now, if the answer is no, then obviously there was a time in the past where he was not. It simply requires him to now answer under oath what he refused to answer and claimed, what I might suggest is a bogus privilege, and that you can pierce that privilege because it's a material fact in connection with this case. Again, it's a call that Your Honor makes. I have case law that
okay,
says
sorry,
you can
maybe I
do
got
that,
to
but
directly
it's
into
your
the mic.
discretion.
Sorry, guys.
Ms. Cross?
Your Honor, Mr. Wade's been on the stand now for several hours. He's been asked and answered very personal questions that I believe cover the issues. Mr. Sato is making an argument, and this is probably an argument to make for the later to the court and not a question to propound.
So as I see it, the only relevance these interrogatories have to this case really whatsoever would be as either prior inconsistent or consistent statements. And to that end, I think the question has been put to him again and again and again.
Yeah,
He's
it has.
answered how he believes he felt his answer should be and why he answered a certain way. And as it goes to credibility, I think at this point we're arguing weight.
Circles.
And I don't really see the value in pushing this issue further. So
All right, well, just for the record, the case that I was going to refer
please
to,
do.
is State versus Wakefield at 324 Georgia Appeal 587. And specifically, let's see, it would be 590,
What you saying
in which they talk about this
if
specific
the privilege doesn't
This is
apply,
a
then
2013 case.
he could ask him the
And then
question
they
again.
footnote to footnote 3. And footnote 3 says, there are times when the materiality of the evidence outweighs the testimonial privilege. And it goes on and explains what that is. That's what I'm bringing.
And I see what you're saying, that we could say that you need to answer the question regardless of the privilege you asserted. At this point, though, I think we've covered that ground and we're ready to move on.
Okay.
Yeah, in other
Based
words,
on
just
that, I have
we
nothing
know
else. Thank you.
clearly,
Okay, Mr.
you know,
McCulloch?
that this is obviously
Anything?
bullshit. I'm assuming
On
that
behalf of
it's
Mr.
still
Floyd.
bullshit.
Moving through defense counsel.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm looking behind you.
I
Mr.
thought so.
McCulloch,
Okay.
on behalf of
Remember,
Mr.
there's
Floyd,
like
he's elbowing
15
you, sir.
defense counsels that
Okay.
get a bite at the
Mr. Cromwell.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Cross.
Thank you.
Now this is the state. Here we go.
Mr. Wade, have you still got exhibit number 14 in front of you? The one with all of the.
Yes, you can.
invoices, I believe.
I believe I have them all.
All right. So you were asked, Mr. Wade, about a couple of the invoice items. And your testimony, I think, was that the percentage of income post special counsel appointment in November 2021, the percentage of your income roughly after that time was about 50-50 Fulton versus other income from your law practice, correct?
Roughly, yes, ma'am.
Sometimes more, sometimes less.
Yes, ma'am.
How about your time? I'm interested in the percentage of your time from November 2021 to, let's say, the close of the special purpose grand jury when it was dissolved in January 2023. Can you estimate for us the percentage of your time that was spent on Fulton County work versus other work?
Oh, gosh. 99.1. 99% of the time here in this building.
What do I
Working
think
on
so
this
far?
case.
All right.
I
It was,
I think
as I understood your testimony, it was an intense
really can go
period
either
in
way.
terms of hours while that special purpose grand jury was meeting, correct?
this can really
Yes,
go
ma'am.
either way.
And who was head or manager of the election integrity case during that time for the district attorney's office?
I was.
You were coordinating the efforts?
Yes, ma'am.
And those efforts included not just the proceedings that were happening in this building, correct?
That's correct.
You don't need to go all through it, but is your representation that 99.9% of the time, let's restrict it to 2022, 99% of your professional working time was devoted to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And the remainder, whatever it was to some of your other cases that were ongoing?
Yes, ma'am.
2022, I want to focus on that a little bit because if we are looking at, I believe, the financial affidavits, do you have those in front of you as well?
I do.
The financial affidavit that was filed in your divorce case in January 2022, you estimated your monthly income at that time was $14,000 a month, right?
In 22?
January 22.
Yes, ma'am.
January 23, what'd that number come to?
9,000.
What about 2024?
I don't know.
Is that there in front of you? Is that one, that's not one of the ones that's there in front of you?
No, ma'am.
All right. So as reflected in those financial affidavits, your income decreased as a result of your work in this case, correct?
Significant.
The structure of your firm, we talked a lot about that, and I don't want to go through it anymore, but than we need to. But 2022, the structure of your firm changed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In the early part of 2022, there were three of you. You and Mr. Campbell and Mr. Bradley, you split expenses. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you profit shared among yourselves, correct?
Correct.
After Mr. Bradley left the firm, then there were just two of you, correct?
That is the cause of the significant change. Yes, ma'am.
Listen to
So now
this.
you have two people bringing in income, correct?
He's only saying yes or no.
And
She's
one of
actually
those
giving the
people, you,
testimony.
Is spending almost all of your time devoted to
He's only
this
saying yes or
election
no.
integrity case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The lawyer's actually
And
testifying.
your
It's a
income
nice
from
little
this
trick on cross.
election integrity case is less than what it was the year before.
Yes, ma'am.
See? Yes, 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 yes,
We
yes.
talked about the monthly caps. We didn't talk about it. There was talk about the
essentially not
monthly
saying
cap
anything.
that
He's
was
not
included
testifying.
in your contracts, indicating there was a certain threshold that you could reach number of hours a month. And over that amount, you were not going to be compensated, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And
Because
kind
of
of
the
smile when you
divorce
said that.
decrees.
That's a little
It's what
bittersweet
they
there,
asked.
isn't it?
That's bitter.
All right. Exhibit 14, is that still there in front of you?
It is.
I want you to take a look, please. That's a collection of exhibits that includes all of your invoices as was represented. I want you to take a look at invoice number 9.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that there in front of you?
I have it.
Invoice number 9, Mr. Wade, indicates that you performed hours of work that you were not compensated for because your cap had been reached.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to take, and what did you do in those circumstances? When the hours that you worked per month were more than the cap that was in your contract that you were permitted to be paid for?
I was forced to lose that time. I didn't get paid for it.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're allowed to leave.
And that's what
But
exhibit
is
number
simply-
9
it's really a
shows?
cross-examination.
All right.
Because he was
And
called
in
by the
exhibit
other
number
side.
9, you've got
So what you saw
attached
before was
hours that were
direct. This is
completed and you just
actually,
didn't bill for it. You noted the time and then a
Cross-examination.
0 beside it.
She's
but you
asking
didn't bill
leading
the county for
question.
that time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
that's why he's
What
only
about
saying
exhibit
yes or
number,
no.
invoice number 13?
She is leading. She's
Can
allowed
you
to
flip
do
to
that.
that for me?
Because he's technically on cross-examination.
I have it.
Is that a similar situation?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And what is it on invoice number 13?
You guys who don't understand, the lawyer, all the information
This
is
invoice
coming from
makes
the
me
lawyer.
cry. There's so many hours here that I worked that I couldn't get paid for.
And you work those hours anyway, Mr. Wade?
Oh, absolutely. This is not the type of job that you could walk away from just because you're not getting paid for it. I think there's some professional rules of responsibility to an attorney who's engaged in a case. You have to see it through. So it's not like I could just throw my hands up and say, well, I reached my monthly cap. I'm done. I can walk away. I can't do that. This is ongoing. It's constant, and I have to do the work.
Can you look at invoice number 23 for me there?
Sympathetic
and
figure, right?
Exhibit number 14?
He's given more
Yes, ma'am.
back than.
Does that reflect a similar situation, the hours worked that you were not compensated for?
What they're
Yes,
trying
ma'am.
to show is that $500,000 or $600,000 he got paid.
Invoice number 24
There's hundreds of thousands
and
that he gave up
27, can you
on.
take a look at those and let us know if that reflects the same situation?
See what they're showing? Making them more
Are you trying to
sympathetic.
depress me?
No,
Look
I'm
at
not.
the money I'm.
See?
All right.
Now he's
It's the same.
laughing.
Yes.
Now for all this
Okay.
money I've given away, people are told about the money
There's
I
no
gave, but look
workaround
at
to
all
that.
the
You
money
didn't
I
attempt to work around
I
that
can't get paid.
contractual cap on your hours.
Oh, no, ma'am.
I don't know. This is good.
All right.
Yep, he's playing.
You were
playing the
asked a
victim.
lot of questions, Mr. Wade, about the affidavit that was submitted, correct? You recall those questions?
I'm sorry. I'm stuck on this invoice. You know, if I was going to get a benefit, I'd like that benefit. That's the one I want.
Cash.
That didn't happen.
That
But,
didn't happen?
okay.
All right. And there was no renegotiating your contract to reflect that those hours should be paid, right?
No, ma'am.
All right. Do you have your affidavit there in front of you?
I do.
So now we're
The
back to the
affidavit.
affidavit.
Of course, was attached to and provided in support of the state's response to Mr. Roming's motion, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you prepared that affidavit,
I did.
you signed that affidavit.
I did.
All of the allegations and the representations in that affidavit are true. Is that right, Mr. Wade?
Every one of them.
Every one of them.
I'm saying they
You
all are
were
true.
asked a lot of questions about our line number 34. Can you turn to that for me, please? It's on page 4 of that
So if
affidavit.
they're all true, why are you claiming privilege? Because you've already
Yes,
answered
ma'am.
them. Why would you
Can you read it out loud for me, please?
The district attorney and I are both financially independent professionals. Expenses for personal travel were roughly divided equally between us. At times, I have made and purchased travel for District Attorney Willis and myself from my personal funds. At other times, District Attorney Willis has made and purchased travel for she and I from her personal funds. Examples of District Attorney Willis is purchasing plane tickets for she and I with her personal funds for our personal travel are attached.
Funds, Mr. Wade. As you understand the term funds, does that include cash?
Yes,
Does that include credit?
yes,
Does that include reimbursements.
Yes,
You didn't represent in your affidavit, Mr. Wade, that you were including all of the receipts from funds or travel expenses that were paid on your behalf by District Attorney Willis, correct?
that's correct.
You had, I think your conversation with Ms. Merchant was you produced the receipt that you had.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of any other receipts? What, I mean, ask it this way, may I put you on this or just that? That's all right, I'm gonna write it on there. I'm gonna mark this as state exhibit number 1. You testify, Mr. Wade, that District Attorney Willis purchased and funded the entire trip to Belize. That was her treat to you for a birthday?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testify that she purchased the plane tickets for you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And while you may not have had the receipts on hand when you filled out the affidavit, because they weren't in your possession, are you aware now that there are receipts and that it reflects that the district attorney? I've got a copy.
So now
Do
they
you
pull out
remember,
receipts. They
Mr.
got some
Wade,
receipts.
approximately how much, and that's again, state exhibit number 1, may I approach this now? Do you remember how much the flight was for you, your flight to Belize? And if you don't, I'm not tendering it for you, I'm just asking you to take a look at that and see if that refreshes your recollection as to the amount that that plane ticket cost that was extended by District Attorney. You may keep it. You keep it. Does that refresh your recollection, Mr. Wade?
It does. Thank you.
Approximately how much was the amount of the ticket that District Attorney Willis purchased for your travel to Belize?
$887.35.
So she's buying him tickets to go places. He's buying her tickets to go places. Okay. That's what we've established.
And I'm not tendering it, Your Honor, but I will leave it with the court reporter for reference. All right, Mr. Wade. Your testimony here in court today and consistent with your affidavit was that the personal relationship, I think we've called it dating today as well, the personal or dating relationship between you and the district attorney began sometime in early 2022, March, I think was your testimony, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that March date isn't included in the affidavit. The affidavit is less specific, but that was your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
And that there was no personal or dating relationship prior to that time, right?
None.
Right. Mr. Wade, I'm sorry. I'm going to direct your attention to 2020. In 2020, were you dating the district attorney?
No,
2020, that was during the COVID pandemic, correct?
it was.
Was there a situation for you, Mr. Wade, that made you particularly vulnerable during the COVID period?
Yes, ma'am.
Give a
In
speech.
2020.
That's that question. Give a speech. He's about to give a speech, a tearjerker speech. So, and that
21, I was battling cancer.
there it is. What I
Um,
tell you, the emotional speech.
and
That was that question.
prevented
It's
me
time for
from
a speech.
pretty much leaving environments that aren't sterile, and I
Did I call it?
health
it?
on my mind.
You were particularly cautious during that time.
What
Yes, ma'am.
happened during this? Give a speech about how.
Were you dating
sympathetic
anyone
you
in 2020?
No, ma'am.
are.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wade. That's all I have.
Sergeant McCross on those points only.
nice.
Yes, thank you.
Nice.
All right,
I
Mr.
had
Wade,
cancer,
the
so I
state
couldn't
asked
be begging.
you about how much money you're making now versus before, and you said you're making significantly less since you've started working for Fulton County, correct?
Well, I did say that, but what we're talking about is
They already
because
got him.
now at this point, the splitting of the
Oh, yeah, I
financial
just see that.
obligations in the firm are now there are 2 people carrying the weight of 3. So that would scale back on the amount of income. right? Amount of profit.
Well, you're splitting the profits 50-50 though, instead of 1/3, correct?
The profits, yes.
So, but you did testify that you're making significantly less now. We heard about it for a few minutes, significantly less now that you work for Fulton County, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that $236,000 is more than $184,000?
Oh,
Absolutely.
she's got.
Would you agree with
records.
me that $262,000 is more than $236,000?
Absolutely.
All of these years, despite you saying that you were a three-way partner with Wade and Campbell and Bradley, and now a two-way partner with Campbell, all of your corporate tax returns are filed in the law firm of Nathan Wade, though, correct?
My returns, yes, ma'am.
Yes, for your law firm.
Well, for my law firm,
She-
because
she-
I also
in other
have
words, she's got
personal
the numbers
returns.
to show.
Right, and I'm not talking about your personal returns. I'm talking about your business returns.
Yeah, but the question contemplates
Uh-oh.
my
Uh-oh.
bring home money is more or less. So I want to be clear that is reflected in my personal returns.
I didn't ask you anything about bring home money, though. I'm
Uh-oh.
not sure what you're
You're
talking
asking
about.
about, yeah.
What I'm talking about is
He's trying to change
your
it.
question was
No. I'm asking. You said you
the
made more
portion of my
money
testimony
by
dealing with
far.
earning significantly less money.
No, my question is and let me, I'll just break it down.
Mm.
During 2019, you filed your business returns. I'm not
Yep.
talking about your personal, your business returns for the law
They
firm
got
of
a
Nathan
number.
Wade only,
They got a
correct?
number.
I filed personal and business. Yes, ma'am.
There's nothing care
And
about that. Business return.
Even though you said you were partners with Bradley and Campbell
Mm-hmm.
later on,
Mm-hmm.
you filed your business returns, not
Business
with
returns.
them, but as a solo practitioner, correct?
Mhm.
I see where you're going. There's a different return for that Wade, Bradley, Campbell entity.
And I'm not asking about that. What
Yep.
I'm asking about is
Your
during the years
business return, that's right.
2019,
Mhm.
2020,
Let's do it.
2021, and 2022, you filed
Thank you,
a
Lynn.
business return for the law firm of Nathan Wade.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And in 2019,
How much did he
you
make?
said that the law firm of Nathan Wade made $184,000, correct?
184.
I don't know.
But that's what's on the tax return.
Does that sound familiar? Does that sound about like what you made in 2019 and reported on your taxes as a business law firm?
If that's what's on the return, yes, ma'am, you're right.
Okay, and I'm happy, I can bring those up. I've got one copy. I'm not planning on admitting them for tax returns, but
Oh, we're just saying we
All right,
got
may I
the
approach
tax
that?
returns. Here they go.
thank you.
Now,
So in
the reason I get the tax returns from
2019,
the
gross profit for
bankruptcy,
the
that's why they
law firm
have
of
them.
Nathan Wade is $184,000, correct?
Let's see.
He knows what it is, but you see, that's why you got to be
Keep that in
careful
mind, number two,
because she
gross
just
profit.
asked him. Well, he's like, oh,
Yes, ma'am.
I got
184,
such a
yes,
pay cut.
And then in
But now she's got the
2020,
tax
you
return
also
showing that
filed
you ain't take no
Nathan
pay
Wade,
cut.
attorney at law, and your gross profit was $230,000, correct?
Busted.
Yes, ma'am.
And in 2021, you also filed as a solo Nathan Wade PC attorney at law, and your gross profit was $236,000, correct?
That sounds correct.
Yes, ma'am.
And then in 2022, you filed as a solo practitioner Nathan Wade, and your gross income was $262,000, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not getting into business about your position.
So he made more money.
But nowhere in these documents do you document that you received cash payments from Ms. Willis, correct?
I don't.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I had to look through them. I would be surprised if there were something in there that said that.
Do you want to
but
look through them?
Listen to the answer. I'd be shocked if there was something in there that said that I received some
think you're right.
cash from Miss Willis.
Okay. But there is itemized expenditures for travel in here. You did itemize that.
I didn't itemize anything. My
Your accountant itemized it.
I
On your
hope
behalf.
so.
Yep.
But you're responsible for your taxes, even if your accountant.
Even if your
doesn't, right?
accountant doesn't, you're responsible. He knows
And
that.
so you itemized your expenses for travel on all these documents, but you did not itemize, you didn't put anything in there about you being reimbursed for half of that travel.
That means, you know what that
Well,
means?
Those are
That's
those
a
are
tax fraud
business
issue.
returns.
Yes, you used your
tax
business
fraud.
card to pay for the travel, right?
But
He
I
used his
wouldn't
business card to
put
pay for the travel. He
a
did say that.
personal expense on a business return.
But you
so-
used a business card
But use a business
to pay
card.
for these
I use
personal travel.
I use a business card to pay for everything. And what I do is turn over the statement to the accountant, and the accountant then says, okay, this expense, that's personal. We'll put that over here. This expense, that's business. We'll put that over here. And they reconcile it. So
Okay.
you wouldn't find a reimbursement from Miss Willis on a
But you
business
shouldn't
return.
find.
Okay, so they're not anywhere there.
expenses
Nor
on
would
there,
you
right?
find,
Go ahead. The other
Go
side, you
go
can't.
ahead.
Then you can't
No,
find.
I'm
the
just asking, so
expenses.
there's nowhere for any of that cash to be reconciled there, right?
on the business returns, no ma'am.
We talked a lot
Blonde
about
monster.
the financial affidavits. I know the state asked you a couple questions about them. You filed one in 2022. In that one, you stated that you only had $5,000 in cash, correct?
I believe you. Yes,
And
ma'am.
that was sworn under oath.
At the time of the filing, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in January of 2024, you filed another one that also swore that you only had $5,000 in cash, correct?
At the time of the filing, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in 2022 and 2024, you only had $5,000 in cash.
At that time, yes, ma'am.
At that time. I'm sorry.
And then you also, all of those interrogatories, I'm not going to go through them in painstaking detail, but every single interrogatory you filed, there are 4 of them, all verified ones. Every single one, you said you didn't have any cash stored in a safe, a safety deposit box, or any other location. Plaintiff rarely carries cash. If plaintiff does carry cash, it's a nominal amount, correct?
So where
That's
did the
correct.
cash that she gave you?
So we've got
go?
what? 2021, you said you don't
Where
have cash.
did the cash? She paid
2023, you said you
$1,000
don't have cash.
cash.
Again in 2023, you
Said
said
he
you don't
doesn't
have cash. And then in
Where
2024,
is that
you don't have
cash
cash,
at?
right?
So you're
She's boxing
assuming
them
that
in. She's
I
boxing them
received
in.
the cash and I stored it. I received the cash and I saved it.
Well, you didn't put it
What's
in the
wrong
bank,
with
right?
what's wrong with receiving the cash, Ms. Merchant, and spending it?
Nothing's wrong with it, but
So
you didn't
then
put it in the bank.
that would contemplate why the
So you
response
see?
is what it is. I mean,
Like you said, you only have 5.
So you spent the cash. That's because
You
before
spent it.
when it was asked, you said you didn't want to disclose where the cash was.
That's true.
No.
You said you didn't want to disclose
Right.
where it was at in the house. I got people
well,
looking
I
at
said
it for me.
that if I were to store cash in my home, then why would I share that with
He's
the
being
world?
very
is what I
slick
said.
here.
I
Very
didn't
slick.
say that I had some cash stored up in some place.
You said if
Because that's not
true.
true.
That's true.
And you've talked a lot
I
about
spent
this.
the cash as soon as I
I
got
split with a third. I split with half. From the check you received from Fulton County, July 15th, 2022. So back all the way back for July 2022, not a single check that you've received from Fulton County has gone into a joint banking account. Every single check has gone into your own personal banking account, correct?
All of them, with the exception of the checks that were going into the WBC firm, went into my business bank account, which is solely in my name.
Right, your
I-
business, your WBC account that you're talking about, that account was closed though in June of 2022.
Correct. So
Okay, so
I
everything
would-
after June of 2022 was put in a Nathan Wade bank account, not a corporate bank account with
I'm gonna ask
partners.
for this to be permitted to.
I think the question right before that only needed a yes or no. So
no, ma'am. The checks were deposited into firm accounts, law firm accounts.
Law firm of Nathan Wade PC
Yes, ma'am.
as a solo practitioner.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they were not deposited into accounts with Campbell or Bradley.
No, ma'am. They were
Okay.
not.
Thank you.
However, there were checks written to Campbell and Bradley that will reflect the third.
And we've tried to get those bank records, but you've objected to those, correct?
You've tried to get what bank records?
We subpoenaed bank records and you've objected to all of those, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance.
It's relevant if he's saying he has all these records, but yet we've tried to get them and he's trying to keep them from us, but he doesn't bring all of the records. And you can make an inference if there's law that says you can make an inference if some documents are within the party's control and they won't
Yeah.
provide them, that there's an inference that they're not.
There could be a
Positive.
negative inference.
Ms.
to it.
Cross.
Your Honor, there was no obligation for Mr. Wade to produce evidence that Ms. Merchant couldn't find an admissible way to produce. I believe it's irrelevant. We've covered the ground, and I object to any further questioning.
All right, I'll sustain that. Ms. Merchant, let's
Move on.
find some new ground here.
Okay, thank you. Are you willing to waive your privilege with Mr. Bradley so that he can testify?
I am not willing to waive
No,
attorney
of course
client
not.
privilege.
Why would I do
Thank you.
that? Of course I wouldn't. do
Only on the questions, the health questions that were asked. And I can ask you from here, because it's very short.
that. This is
I don't
Trump's
want to get
lawyer.
into the type of cancer. I don't want to get into the medical condition itself. Did I understand you to say that you had cancer in the year of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And you explained that because of that, in 2020, you were, or kept yourself in a sterile environment.
I tried. Yes, sir.
Now, what about 2021?
2021, just focusing on my health, trying to get back to myself.
You remember I asked you some questions about Hapeville
Yes, sir.
in the condo,
Yes, sir.
and you indicated that prior to November 1st of 2021, you had spent time at the condo, the Hapeville condo
Yes, sir.
with Miss Willis, right?
Yes, sir.
And with someone else? You said Miss Yurty?
Miss Shirley, yes, sir.
Okay, so you were not concerned, that was not a sterile environment, was it?
Are you inferring that Miss Yurdy and DA Willis is not sterile?
Yeah.
Of course,
I'm
it's a
inferring.
sterile environment. It's a condo.
But don't you remember then I followed up and said, where else might you have been to show your cell phone records from Hapeville? And you said, the airport,
Mhm.
right? Not a sterile environment, though, the airport.
He's talking about all these
It
other
is
places
not.
that he did
Okay,
go.
what about restaurants?
He
Not
said
a sterile
restaurants,
environment,
not a
right?
sterile
They're
environment.
And the Porsche, you said something
He
about
got
a
him,
Porsche,
yeah.
what?
Yeah, he got him. Yeah.
Course
yeah.
experience.
That doesn't sound
I
very
totally.
sterile to me.
So,
Is
yeah,
that a
so
sterile
remember-
environment?
He said in 2020 he was
You're
only going to
inside
sterile
your
environments.
vehicle.
Now he's doing
Yeah, but
cars.
don't
And
you
yeah,
mingle
he
with
got him put up.
others?
Got him.
You
Got him.
can.
Yeah, and you were doing all that in 2021 before November 1st. That's what you testified to, correct?
Yes, sir.
So there's no reason why you couldn't be dating in 2021, is there?
You mean 2020, Mr. Sato?
No, I said 2021,
All right.
correct?
Dating? No.
No reason.
No reason.
No
Yeah,
reason.
thanks.
All right, Mr. Gillen? Okay. Mr. Stocks? Stockton, excuse me.
Just real briefly, you said you started dating in early 2022, and you also used the term personal relationship. And there was no dating, no personal relationship prior to early 22. Is that correct?
Help me understand. I want to make sure I answer you. So let's be clear. 2022
But he can't plead. Just plead the fifth.
was the start
He pleads
of
the fifth.
any
It's over.
intimate sexual relationship with the
Gotta-
district attorney.
He can't plead the fifth.
Okay,
That's clear. In your affidavit, you used the term personal relationship.
got it.
Today, you've used the term dating. And your testimony today is that that includes the term basically physical or sexual or intimate relationship.
Yes,
Yeah, for
And
everything.
there
He's
was
a corporate card
nothing
for everything.
on your testimony, there was none of that prior to early 2020.
That is correct.
That's all I've got, Judge.
All right, not seeing anyone else. Ms. Cross, any redirect? All right, Ms. Merchant, can this witness be excused?
That's it, Miss Merchant. I think you've made your point.
Judge, we'd ask to keep him under, we might need him to come back after that.
All right, you may sit down, Mr. Wade, and please don't discuss your testimony with any other witnesses.
She mentioned subpoena, Judge. Let me just say this. There was an inference made that I was somehow evading service of a subpoena.
But nobody cares
I don't think
about
we need to
that.
have that
Yeah,
on
come on,
record.
get the hell out of here.
Understood, though.
Judge, like, get the hell off the stand.
All
Nobody
right, Ms.
gives a
Merchant, any
hell
other
about any
witnesses?
inferences about you evading subpoena. Get off the stand, bro.
All right, Ms. Cross.
Your Honor, I am going to object and remove to the motion to quash the district attorney. There's been now lots of testimony from Mr. Wade. I don't believe that there can be a showing for the need for the district attorney to testify as well. For all of the reasons that were cited in the state's motion to quash initially, it's a tremendously high burden to call opposing counsel. I don't believe it's been met, particularly given the cumulative nature that would be the subject of.
In other words,
personal
she's
details.
trying to save Fanny from
All
testifying.
right,
She
Ms.
does
Merchant,
not want Fanny to testify.
what do you think you can establish and have through the testimony of Ms. Willis?
We want Fanny. We want Fanny.
And let me start there.
Conflict in the evidence, Judge. Now that how Mr. Wade has testified, there's a conflict in multiple different issues. I'll just go through all the different issues. The first one is the reimbursement issue, the cash, that opened the door in and of itself.
Just the
Willis
cash. Yeah, that's
testifying.
true. The cash is.
Well, what's the conflict there?
That he testified that he didn't have receipts, but we don't know if Ms. Willis has receipts. So that's one issue.
So we don't know. So there's no conflict. We just don't know.
We don't
right?
know. Right? We
Okay,
don't
so it's a
know.
question, not a conflict. But what else do we
That
know?
is a question.
I
So, and there's a
don't
lot
know.
of different issues with different reasons. The first one would be the receipts. whether or not these cash payments, if there's any payment receipts.
Oh, she has the information in
The
cash payments. I
Belize
think
trip,
that's enough.
whether or not she paid for the entire thing in cash. Mr. Wade doesn't have knowledge of that, couldn't remember. A lot of things he couldn't remember, so now it goes to Ms. Willis, unfortunately. That he testified that she insists on paying her own way, gave him some cash, that's the quote, some cash. Miami trip, she booked it, but thought it would balance out. A couple other trips that we didn't get any information about, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, all of those could be financial benefits. We don't know. He didn't know. He was very vague about that. Yuri, her best friend, testified that it happened in 2019. And now Mr. Wade has testified that the relationship began to become romantic in 2022, I think is what his testimony was. So that is a conflict in and of itself. Right there, that's a big conflict. We've also got
She's right.
more receipts. But the biggest thing about the conflict is when the relationship started.
Yeah, that's a big conflict because you don't
Said
know.
He talked with Willis in the conference room after we filed our motion. He specifically didn't use the term cash in the affidavit, but he told anybody who would ask about the cash. And he specifically discussed this and the response. We have a right to go over these.
I want Fanny, yeah.
All right, so you've highlighted the areas you'd like to go into. I think the central question may be, what is it other than, I'm just really curious what she has to say. You have.
Yeah, because, all right, so the
to put
judge
on
is
the record.
saying, like,
So that's what I'd like to go through. Ms. Cross?
You wanna- I
How's it
think
gonna
you've
change anything?
Identified, Ms. Merchant hasn't itemized inconsistencies for you. She's identified areas of inquiry.
which is
The
true.
testimony in the record from Mr. Wade is it's not inconsistent, it's unrebutted.
It is pretty inconsistent, but I understand where they're going. If she's going to say, if she's just going to get, essentially what the judge is saying, if she's going to sit up there and say the same thing,
And so
Then
that I
why have her
don't believe,
come
given the
testify?
testimony
We
of
don't want
Mr.
to
Wade and
just
the
waste everybody's
extent
time.
of the questioning of him, that there is any reason at this point to go into the district attorney herself.
in other words, what
I know the court's
more
read all the
can she
pleadings.
add
It
to this?
really is such a compelling need, is the language of the case law, a compelling need to call opposing counsel. Given the record that's now before the court, I don't believe it's been.
Your Honor, Mr. Dorn, very briefly, Ms. Willis needs to testify.
Okay.
Her best friend or good friend has directly contradicted the declaration.
That's where I would go.
made by
Yes.
Mr. Wade
Yes.
attached.
The
to
best
notice
friend
of
said
cause.
X, Wade
And
says she's lying, Willis
Wasn't
is
just
the third person.
declaration of
She's
Mr.
the only other
Wade
person who knows the
was
information.
filed by the district
Very good
attorney
point.
by and through her assistants here. She owns that. And so that affidavit is owned by her, and there are deep concerns that affidavit is false.
A
And
Good
that
point.
Ms. Willis
Very
knew
good
it was
point.
false.
You see, I
And that
totally
she
missed
needs
that.
to
but
come
she's
in
right,
here
though.
if she wants to tell
The
us
first
about
witness
the cash.
essentially
First time we
said
heard about the
Willis
cash.
is a liar.
Oh, yeah, we got cash. Don't have any deposit slips, don't have any record of it. Maybe Miss Willis can say, here, all my records where I paid $10,000 in cash back to Mr. Wade. We need to know that. Also, Miss Willis's financial disclosure. Let's not forget that. We're talking about two people who went to extraordinary lengths to hide their relationship, to hide the nature of their relationship. Extraordinary. The district attorney needs to take the stand, and she needs to tell this court and this courtroom why she filed financial disclosures in 2022, identifying prohibited sources, which Mr. Wade clearly is a prohibited source. Did you get gifts and benefits? Now, we've seen all this.
She has gotten gifts and benefits,
We've seen the.
right? She
all of
has.
the things that
So-
total up to around $10,000 in cash. Yet on the.
And she's
the
giving them
financial
$10,000 in cash,
declaration
too?
of 2021.
I don't see how you get around.
April
She's got-
2022, and the financial declaration for 2022,
Ugh.
which was filed in April.
Should she
2023.
testify?
There is no listing of any gifts whatsoever over $100 from a prohibited source.
That's true. It's over $100 too. They're talking about 10,000.
She needs to be able to get up here and say, why didn't you tell on the disclosure form so that people will know the nature of the relationship between prohibitive sources and the public official, in this case, the district attorney, who happens to then make a decision to hire someone that ends up being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, or his firm and him, and none of that is revealed. And the answer is, oh, it's unrebutted. He's explained it's all in cash. Let her get up.
Unrebutted.
Obviously, we are advocates in our position, but that explanation of cash does not pass the smell test.
He's right. You know he's right. We all know
He needs
you're
to go
right.
on the record. She filed this motion with his declaration.
Thanks, I appreciate
We've
that.
seen what happened here. Now, I'll just 2 or 3 more sentences. We need to have the full picture, as we've gotten through Mr. Wade, of his false interrogatory, serious business.
His interrogatory was false.
And then suddenly he's changed.
Look who popped in,
He filed
Fanny.
for, financial
What's she coming and
vexation.
standing up there
Same
for?
problem.
Sit your
We need
ass
to
down.
to go over all of this and to explain exactly what happened. He was
She coming
asking
looking wild
for,
too. She just look at Fanny. She just walked in.
Allow
Standing up.
those to be called and interrogated on these matters.
She coming to
Just a
speak.
moment, Ms. Willis. So, Ms. Cross, I don't know
She
if you
wants
want
to
to
take the
speak with
stand.
Ms. Willis now. It's sounding like maybe they're withdrawing
I believe I'm-
the objection to the motion,
I believe the motion to,
or does Ms. Willis want to take the lead here?
we'll withdraw the motion to quash Ms. Willis based on the.
I'm ready to go.
Okay, so the position of the district attorney at this point is that she's no longer contesting the subpoena. Ms. Merchant
He's
is
going
called
to
as the next witness.
stand. Booyah! He's taking a stand.
I would
Things-
ask,
Things didn't go well this morning.
3 documents in front of me, and they're the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant.
She knows. She knows this morning didn't go good. This morning didn't go well. So she walked in hot. We need to clean this up because this case didn't look good. Let's do it. Here we go.
Does anyone have the 3 filings of Ms. Merchant?
This is
Of course, the 3
insane. We got
filings,
the DA on the
You said
stand
filings,
under
you mean
oath.
pleadings?
the pleadings, yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
How did we
can
get
locate
here?
those
How
for
did we
us.
get here? Don't beg your
I want the one
coworkers
filed
at
on
work.
January
That's
8th.
how we got
One
here.
filed immediately after we filed ours, and the
Here we
final
go.
one.
She ready.
If you want
So
to take
the
a break,
judge, I'm
yeah,
taking a
I can
stand.
make a copy. I think we have one.
The only
Oh
copy I have is
boy.
going to have my notes on it. So if we don't have a clean copy,
We have a 5-minute break during,
Let's
I'll get the
take-
documents.
She wants a 5-minute break.
I'll sit here and wait for him.
Oh my God. This has just gotten spicy all of a sudden. What the hell? Listen.
did we elect someone who's actually making the copy? You got it.
It's like a WWE
Let's cross.
episode. She came in wild looking too. Like, I'm looking to justify now. So, those people who said no to the poll, seems like a yes. Now, listen, people. Listen. Let's keep it 100. The reason why she's there is because this morning was a horror show. And she needs to clean that shit up or the case is gone. She feels she's losing. That's the only reason why you come make this show. Of course you let them see if the subpoena. Of course you say if it's a subpoena, then you know you're probably good. But she didn't want to go to that. She wanted to go straight. She's like, I need to clean this up now because this thing ain't going good. The Democrats just ATL to do their dirty work. Well, this is it. This is not looking good. This is not. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the gifted membership. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate all the support, guys, from on the stream. It's amazing, you know. This has been amazing. This is crazy. This shit is crazy. All right. So, recap. She looks like she's about to donate the way to the bus. Yeah, because again, listen, we need you can't handle the truth moment. She came in here looking wild. Let me scroll it back a little bit. She came in looking wild and crazy. I was kind of surprised. I was like, "What the hell is that, Fani Willis?" Camera went up to her. She was running into the courtroom. Big mistake. Fanny thinks she's above the law. No, she thinks she could talk her way out of this. That's the thing. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you. This is so much fun to watch. She came in, her hair all messed up. She's fighting for her career now. My wife is missing a juicy trial. Oh my God, you 4,000 people, you're getting this. She's going mad. Yo, I'm gonna flip it back to when she first walked in. Let me flip it. Let me roll this thing back to when she first rolled in. She came in hot.
And I would
I paid
Here it is. Here it is. Here's the part.
cash back to Mr. Wade.
This is her coming in.
Also, Miss Willis's financial disclosure.
Watch what.
Let's not forget that. We're talking about two people who went to extraordinary lengths to hide,
This is her coming in hot. Here it is.
clean off social
I'm going back too
media.
far. Come on.
All of
Here
it,
it is.
anybody. And then suddenly he's changing.
She came in super hot. Like, yo, I'm tired of this bullshit.
We need to in here.
We gotta
go
clean
over
this
all
up.
of this.
Nathan Wade, yeah, fucked it all up. Talking some bullshit right now. I dare any man who goes on vacation with his wife and girlfriend to say, babe, make sure you have cash to give me. Wade did that. Wade said, no, she demanded. She gave him the cash, right? $10,000. Her ego so good. No, she's ready for war. She coming in for a fight. Great stuff. To just go to look at her public statements, calling the defendants racist. This is crazy. They love this, my dude. This is insane. This is insane. I can't wait. I can't wait. Let me go live to make sure. They said it's only 5 minutes. They still on this. Wow. Wow. Notice her heavy breathing. No, she came in hot. She ready for war. She not. This isn't a joke anymore. This isn't a joke. God, great. Wow. Did you? Which? Yo, I. This is if you're going to stream a trial, right? Why not stream this one? This is insane. What happened to our hectic workload? You are making so much fun to watch. Thank you so much. This is insane. The DA is run in, fuck what the lawyers say, forget it all. I'm going to testify now. I don't give a subpoena quash. No, we talking. Listen, let's just keep it 100. If this morning went well, she would not be there right now. She would be there. All right, this went well. But it went, my impression is she thinks this morning went so bad, she's got to testify to save it. That's why she's there. She wasn't looking like somebody she's concerned. Nate, do you think this is looking? To be fair, remember, it's about the appearance. You don't have to show, and I think you can make a 50-50 argument that the appearance of impropriety is there. And if you can make that argument, she loses everything. That's why she's just sitting down. I'm 55-45 in disqualification. Fanny showed up to the blood brown like I'm rude. She's ready. She's ready. You got to. Lights are on. Roses is gathering. Get the popcorn. This is going to be extensive slide. She's coming in hot. This is hot. She's coming in hot. She's not looking no bull. She's coming in hot. Nate, was Fani Willis allowed to watch the morning testimony? No, she's not supposed to because she was supposed to, testify. But again, she was supposed to be the witness. I assume not. No, she knows what happened. Let's just cut the BS. She's probably not supposed to watch it, but she knows what went down. The reason why she came in looking like she looked in right when she came in is because she knows what's going on and she is incensed. Fanny bad. Maybe she's watching Nate the lawyer feed. I don't think she's watching me, bro. That's stream on YouTube today for sure. She came in like a hot mess. Somebody earlier said that they thought he saw her in the back of the court like an hour ago. Nah, she came up front. She was like, "No, I'm going to speak." I have just named the former supervisor, Fanny. Yeah, she came in hot. Ugh. What's she gonna say? What does it say about the other cases? This is all the cases. See, I think people don't understand. All the cases are in jeopardy. If she gets kicked, it's over for everybody. And you know what's messed up? The people who pleaded guilty are still on the hook for those guilty pleas. So, you know, this is the ball game, people. This is the trial. Like people are talking about, we want to watch this is it. If she gets disqualified, it's over. She knows that. That's why she came in looking the way she looked. She came in looking wild because she knows this is the ball game. That's too Larry. I appreciate it. Jerry the King. I like Jerry the King. Yeah, look at the way she came in that piece looking wild, hot, and upset. Yeah, look.
Financial aid on it. And then suddenly he's changed.
Hand on the hip.
She files her financial.
She know what's up.
Same problem.
Look at this. All these people who work for her, they know what's up.
Over all of this and to explain exactly what happened.
That you know what that's showing me? This morning didn't go well, and we need to save our ass.
Ms. Willis to be called.
Look at that. She's I'm ready to be called.
And I would too, Your Honor.
You see? She
Come on,
ready.
Ms. Willis.
I want to go. I want to talk. Yeah. She's done. Here we go. The Bulldog things are taking notes. Wow, we got Fani Willis about to take the stand. Everybody's just listen, guys. I gotta say this. It's very rare as a defense counsel, because I've had some cases, to be able to question the sitting DA under oath. This is a rare gem for any defense counsel out there. Any defense counsel out there, let people know in the chat that this is how rare this is, that you're able to not only get the DA who's prosecuting you, the client, but the DA of the county on the stand under oath. This is a rarity, people. Nate, would you have her testify if you were her lawyer? Probably not. I'd be fighting for her not to testify. This is absurd. Yes, but she knows what's at stake. And she's probably sat through this morning saying, oh shit, I could lose this case. This guy can say, well, just because the appearance is here, let's give it to Cobb County. And Cobb County, who's a Republican, is going to say, case dismissed. She knows that is likely to happen, so she's there to save her case. Well, fuck it. The judge is going to hear from me directly. I got to respect it. If you're going to go down, why not go down guns blazing? She's not going to go down in the office and be like, oh, should I lost the case? I have to appeal. She's going to go down guns blazing. It's about her. She's on the stand. She seems very angry and nervous. Yes, she is very angry and nervous. That's obvious. Yes. Good observation, though. Does the DA's office get disqualified? If she gets disqualified, yes. Every single person in an office, because everyone else has no authority to prosecute anybody. The person who represents everyone is the DA. And she, in turn, says, okay, I'm giving you authority to prosecute this person on my behalf. So if she goes down, the whole office in Fulton County goes down. Fanny came in looking like like when your mom is woke up from a nap playing too loud with your brother. She came in looking kind of crazy though. She's back now. Can she get out of this one? Now, it's too late now. She's the lawyer's back to tell them what the fuck you doing, right? Well, it was a question on whether you had to testify or not. If you don't have to testify, that's good for us. But she went in and said, no, me not testifying is bad for us. I think there's enough here. She thinks that, you know what this is telling me? She thinks there's enough here that she could be disqualified. That's the only reason why you run inside the courtroom begging to testify. Fani Willis's lawyers giving her liquid Prozac to take a break on the break. You know, like, you got to calm down, girl. She's like, I need this. She's giving orders. I need these pages, this.
All right, you can bring everyone in.
Here we go. Don't worry about the reason why she's paying everyone in cash. Yeah, they got like a mob boss, right? I paid everybody tens of thousands of dollars in cash. She does a little on to say, yeah, where you get? Yeah, because that's another big question, right? Where the hell she's getting all this cash from? She pulled out the thing. Here it goes. Here's the show, people. The main event in this corner. Yeah, you got to get sworn in. You ain't special.
Let's go. Wait a minute. Let everyone get situated, and then we'll go back on.
Yeah, you got to get sworn in. Do you think Fanny had someone in the courtroom texting her what's going on? I'm thinking she's just watching the crap. I'm thinking she's watching it. I don't think it's any of that. But you know, she's probably gonna say she's not, but she knows exactly what is going on. Shout out to
Back
Op-Ed
on the
Fred in the
record,
chat.
Deputy Scott, if you could swear in our next witness.
Here it is. You gotta stand up.
And I do apologize. Hannah. Go ahead, babe. Put them on at least one of these glasses. After you screw them,
She should use the I'm the victim defense. Pride comes before the fall. This is insane.
Yes, sir.
I'm just glad I got my closest 4,700 friends to watch it with me, but this is madness.
Fani.
She got to.
Ms. Willis, how did you know to come into the courtroom right then?
There were people, I was pacing in my office,
Okay.
and I heard someone yell, his testimony is done. It only made sense to me.
I'm like, testimony's done. You're finished.
Just to have this conversation with you today. So I ran to the courtroom.
That's
So
bullshit.
as soon as you heard that Mr. Wade was done testifying,
Should've
that's
hired
when
my
you just
damn
assumed
solicitor.
you would be the next witness?
It only makes sense.
Did you listen to any of the testimony?
I've been in my office pacing, ma'am.
Did
She's
you
been
listen to any
pacing.
arguments?
I did hear the arguments this morning. It's ridiculous to me that you lied on Monday, and yet here we still are. And I did listen to that argument.
So she did listen. Obviously, she listened.
All right,
Obviously, she
so
listened.
that was
Come
it,
on.
just the argument, no testimony.
Right, I listened to the argument this morning where Adam Abadi, I thought, did an excellent job pointing out how dishonest you were with the court on Monday. And I'm actually surprised that the hearing
Oh,
continued.
sorry.
But since it did, here I am.
I'll be quiet.
So let's just talk about what you did in preparation for today. Did you meet with Mr. Wade at all? Once the motion was filed, did you meet with Mr. Wade and talk to him about the motion that I filed to disqualify you?
On this first January motion,
Yes.
I don't know if you could say talked about. I probably had some choice words about some of the things that you said that were dishonest within this motion. So I don't know that it was a conversation. As you know, Mr. Wade is a Southern gentleman. Me, not so much.
Okay, but my question was, did you have a conversation
I
with
didn't
him?
have a substantive conversation.
You did not.
I read this motion, skimmed it more so, and I've probably said some choice things to him about some of the lies that were told.
Okay.
And been printed in the media because, you know, we used to be in a day and time where you had 60 Minutes and people did stories and they verified information, and you had this great reporting. But it seems today that a lawyer writes a lie and then it's printed for all of the world.
I would have asked her, how does she know
Well,
to
I just
come to
want
the
to make sure
courtroom
that you
at that
answered the
moment?
question I asked though. So my question was,
I'm gonna have been asking him.
Overruled, Mr. Abadi.
Yeah, he's yes. Set up a
I
lawyer.
tell you what happened. I read the motion. I am sure I told him what my opinion of it is.
Okay.
And past that, we had no substantive conversation.
you did not.
Is there something you didn't understand?
No, I just wanted to make sure that
Okay.
you did not have a meeting with him in the conference room to discuss the
All
motion.
right, next question,
No.
Ms. Merchant.
So in the conference room of my office, within this week, you produced some financial document. That financial document was given to me, something, and I'm not even sure who's given it to him by me or Mr. Abadi gave it to me. And I think he showed me a document in our conference room. But as far as a substantive conversation, I don't believe I've had any conversation with him that is substantive related to this.
Okay.
I have had conversations with him since you filed the motion, but they wouldn't be substantive to this. He sent me very nice sermons that have been done. And so we've had conversations about, did you listen to that sermon? You know, things of that nature. And I would say they were in relationship to this because I think he did it to be kind.
Let's start back in 2019.
Yeah.
So you and Mr. Wade met in October 2019 at a conference?
That is correct. And I think in one of your motions, you tried to implicate I slept with him at that conference, which I find to be extremely offensive. I stayed at that conference. Mr. Wade was my teacher. I did not meet him when he taught the class. I was standing outside talking to Lisa Reeves, who is a judge. Me and her were just having a conversation. Mr. Wade walks up, I think they hug each other. They have some brief conversation. She introduces us.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. we kind of thought that when you asked the question, you can answer the question, not a speech, so I object to the speech.
I
I
agree,
believe I'm
Judge.
able to explain my answer.
That's right. He's like, shut her up. Answer the
That's-
questions, not no
That's
speech.
okay. I can handle it. Ms.
That's
Willis,
right.
I'll ask you just listen to the answer, or excuse me, the question. and
Answer
keep
the
answers
question. No, we're not here for those
as best you can. I
questions.
think
This
you'll have
ain't
more than enough
political.
ample
You
opportunity
on my time now.
on, when the state is
Well,
able
it's
to ask
highly offensive when
follow-ups.
someone lies on you, and it's highly offensive when they try
Judge.
to implicate.
That's you
that you
wrestling.
slept
That's you
with
wrestling with
somebody
the
the first day
gun.
you met with them, and I take exception to it.
All right, well, Ms. Willis, you'll have the opportunity to explain all of that. When the state's turn to ask
You
follow-up.
barking at the judge, too?
Ms. Merchant.
Thank you, Judge. So again, my question was, you all met at that conference though, right?
We did the
Okay.
meeting. As I stated, he taught the class. I did not actually meet him when he taught the class. I walked out of the class, and I'm not sure if it was that exact class or we had went to lunch, but we were standing in the vestibule, like outside of the class. Me and Judge Reeves were having a conversation. She had worked at a law firm I worked at back in 1996.
We're getting way afar. I mean, I don't mind her explaining her answers, but I literally just asked if they met at that conference.
Well, I'm gonna argue that either way, which was exactly the question asked by Ms. Merchant.
It was
These answers are more than appropriate.
Ms. Merchant, if you want more concise answers, perhaps you could lead the witness.
I will. Thank you, Judge. Isn't it true that you met Mr. Wade October 2019 at the judges
We
conference?
haven't gotten to the point where Ms. Willis should be treated hostile in this situation.
I think we
And
have.
I'm very much want to be here, so
Yeah.
I'm not a hostile witness. I very much want to be
Not
here.
so much that you're hostile, Ms. Willis, it'd be an adverse witness. Your interests are opposed to Ms. Merchant's.
Thank you.
Merchants' interests are contrary to democracy, Your Honor, not to mine.
Contrary to democracy.
All
Judge,
Listen.
I would-
She's just going
Keep
wild
Keep
now.
Things moving. Ms. Merchant,
Thank you.
next question,
Yeah.
please.
Okay, so we've confirmed when you met. After that, isn't it true?
No, I need to explain this, and I think I get to explain my answers. When I met him, Judge Reeves introduced us. He handed me his business card. I'm unsure if I handed him my business card, but we
She's unhinged.
exchanged information. He said, if you ever need any help, give me a call. And he walked to the parking lot.
So after that, you started dating shortly thereafter, correct?
A lie. That's one of your lies.
Do you know Robin Yurdy?
I know her as Robin Bryant. I knew her. So Robin did not go to my college. She went to the college of, I went to Howard University. She went to Morgan State. I met her through some people I knew. In college, we hung out a bit, not much because she was in Baltimore and I was in Washington, D.C. But we hung out a bit. After college, I lost contact with her. I probably didn't see Robin again until maybe 7 or 8 years ago, a chance meeting here in Atlanta, but we did not have a consistent relationship from when I left college and came to Emory Law School here in Atlanta. But 8 to 10 years ago, just by happenstance, I ran into her. And she
So
was in Atlanta.
you have been friends with Robin for 30-something years.
Did you hear my answer, madam?
Yes, and I'm asking if you've been friends with her for 30-something years.
I've known her for 30-something years. We certainly hung out and partied together in college. She was from the DC area. She would come home, we'd party together. Wasn't close, but she was certainly in the girlfriends that party together. And then, like I said, I ran into her about 10 years ago in Atlanta, Georgia. But we
So
didn't talk throughout that time period. I didn't see her. I didn't even know where she was. When I ran into her, I was surprised she was in Atlanta. And so, yes, I have known her probably since 1990, 1991, but we have not maintained a consistent relationship that whole time.
for the last 10 years or 5, whatever you'd like to classify it as, have you been friends with her?
I have not spoken to Robin in over a year. I certainly do not consider her a friend now. I think that she,
She's
there's
not a
a
friend.
saying, no good deed goes unpunished.
This is the
And,
first. This is
I
the
think that
first
she
witness.
betrayed our friendship.
She's
So
betrayed
let's narrow it
a
down the
friendship
timeline
now.
So my questions are going to be from the time period of 2019 until she no longer was employed for you, the last time you all talked. So all of my next questions are just focused on that time frame, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Up until she left your office.
Yes, ma'am.
During 2019, you all were friends, correct?
Yes, we knew each other in 2019.
Oh,
During
yeah.
2020, you all were
She's-
friends,
she's hot.
correct?
She's hot.
We knew, yes, we were friends during that time period.
During 2021, you all were friends, correct?
Yes.
And such good friends that when you needed a place to stay, you asked her if you could take over her lease.
That's a lie.
You did
That's
not
not
move
the-
into her apartment?
I
or her
did, but
condo?
that's not the way you characterize it is wrong.
I asked if you could take over her lease.
I did not ask if I could take over her lease.
Did you move into her apartment?
I moved into her condo in April of 21. The circumstances around that were that Robin met her husband. They wanted to move into another and separate place. She wanted to get rid of her condo. My father was living with me at the house. Because of this case and because of my stance on gangs, my life was being threatened regularly. My father urged me to leave our home. At the same time, as luck would have it, Robin wanted to give up her lease because she wanted to move in with this new man she met, who eventually became her husband. And so, as life circumstances worked, my dad was begging me to leave the house. He was afraid for me, afraid for his grandchildren. She wanted someone to take over her lease so that she didn't, have to pay a fee or get abandoned. And so, I don't remember when, but probably March or April of 21, I moved in and take over her lease.
And did you pay her or did you pay the leasing agent?
No, I don't even know who the leasing agent was. I paid her.
You paid her. Did you pay her cash or did you use a card?
There were some
I like
times that I
cash,
would give
I
her
like that.
cash, but mostly I paid her via Cash App. That would be the most convenient thing. So I would not only give her her rent, but then like when the utilities would come in, whatever the utility was, she might be like, I need $70, I need $100, whatever it was. And we never had a problem with money. Whatever she told me it was, I never asked to see a bill. I never questioned her. I just gave it to her.
What percentage would you say you paid cash versus Cash App?
Oh, the vast majority was Cash App. I
Cash
don't
App.
know what percentage, I'm not gonna guess that, but the vast majority was Cash App. But there would be times she would say, this bill came in at $70, here goes $70.
Did you have a monthly rent amount that you paid her?
I can't remember, it was $1,500. I can't remember what it was. And it would vary, which I don't understand to this day, but like I said, I never questioned her.
When did you
Whatever
move out?
she said it was, that's what I paid.
When did
I
you move out?
abruptly moved out in February, either late January or early February of 22.
Of 22.
Yes,
February
ma'am.
2022, is that what you said?
January, February of
January.
22. I believe it is January, but I paid her half the rent of February of 22 is what I remember. And because I was offering to pay the whole rent, even though I didn't live there, I didn't think it was right. And I ended up just paying her half the rent.
So that's after you moved out. You
Yes,
said you
ma'am.
paid her half of that. Okay. And the time that you said you had to move out of your house because you were
She uses
scared,
Cash
did your
App.
dad stay there at your house?
My father was concerned. Yes, we were both concerned.
Okay. But he remained there.
My father's 80 years old. He would have been 79. He was scared to death of COVID. You have to go back to when this was. My father's an older man. I wanted him to move out. We had some discussions about him moving out. And what he decided was the risk of COVID was more dangerous than the risk of the people that were threatening. Typical man, more worried about his daughter and his grandchildren than his own safety. You'll get to meet him and you'll understand he doesn't scare too easily.
So his grandkids were living at the house as well at that time?
Well, I don't know how old your children are, but when you have adult children, they leave and they come back. They leave and they come back. So there have been periods of time that they're there, they come, they do whatever they want to do. Children do what children do. As long as their mother has a house, they'll come to it. Unfortunately, now the threats because of this case have gotten so extreme. I just pay a mortgage and no one lives there.
And that's what I was going to ask you. So when you moved out in, I think you said April 2021, you left your dad and your two kids at the house?
My dad and my two kids were not at the house.
They were not. Okay, so they didn't still live at your house.
My youngest daughter certainly did not live there.
Okay.
My oldest daughter would come back and forth. I can't say month for month when she was there or when she was not there. I know that she has been there post me moving out at this time. No
Just
one
so
is at
everybody
my
understands what's going on.
So at some point,
She came in
after you
hot,
moved
but
out
she's
for
cooling her
the
down.
safety reasons,
Cooling her down.
your- At least one of
Let's
your
walk
children
through this
did come back
slowly.
to the
Richard, can we
house.
get to either the
Yeah.
relationship
You
or the
see?
financial
Yes.
benefit?
So she's
Um,
all these bullshit questions just to
so,
cool her down. You want to
let's
get
see,
her
we
to
were
the right
back at
space. So you can not
2021.
flustered.
So you were still friends with Miss Yeardy then. Were you also friends with Mr. Bradley?
I've never been friends with Mr. Bradley.
You've never been friends with Mr. Bradley?
No, I don't consider us to be friends. I don't dislike Mr. Bradley, but I don't consider us to be friends.
Is he someone that you would have in your phone and you would message with?
I might have text messaged him.
Would you text message him and Mr. Wade on the same conversations?
I don't recall doing that, but if it happened, it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, so that wouldn't surprise you, the three of you. Okay. How frequently would you think that the three of you would have texted
Not
in a group
very,
chat?
I wouldn't think very often, but you're asking me to recall. I don't even know what time period you're asking me to recall, but I'm not going to speak to that because I just really don't know the answer to that. And so I don't want to speculate as to how often that would happen. But it's not out of my practice to text two people on one text message. So if you told me that happened and showed it to me, it wouldn't surprise me, although I have no recollection of it.
But there would be some record of it in your phone, or the phone records would have some record of those texts.
Perhaps.
Talk about, you said that sometimes you paid Miss Yurdy cash.
I don't
When
think
you
I-
went,
I'm sorry.
sorry, when you went on vacation with Mr. Wade, let's just go one by one. Let's start with the first one. What's the first time you went on vacation with Mr. Wade?
I think the first time we went on vacation was around April of 22, and it's a vacation is a stretch, but I'm trying to be comprehensive. I recall April of 22. His birthday is March the 18th. So that would have been his 49th birthday. I took him to like Tennessee for the day. I think we went to a museum. I think we might have stayed the night. I'm not sure, but I mean, Tennessee's kind of hard to call a vacation, but I just am trying to be inclusive. And it, like I said, I know it wasn't more than a day.
So you didn't spend the night.
I think that we did. That's what I'm telling you. I think that there's a possibility that we stayed that night in April of 22.
Who paid for the hotel?
I think I did. It was his birthday.
And would you have used a credit card?
Probably maybe a debit.
What just happened?
And when did you start dating?
When I started dating Mr. Wade, it was right around then.
Oh.
that-
April
The
2020?
feed just cut for a second.
22. Yes, it was
2022.
around then. I don't know, like, it's not like when you're in grade school and you send a little letter and it says, will you be my girlfriend, and you check it. I don't know the day that we started seeing each other, but it was
Way back,
early
the
22
feed
was
cut.
my recollection.
Okay, early 22. And you all went to Florida?
But I'm watching it on multiple things to
I
make
don't recall
sure,
going to
and it's all
Florida on
good.
vacation.
They
with him.
all went
You
black
never
at
went
the
to
same
Florida
time.
with Mr. Wade?
When we went to get on the cruise ship, we went to Miami.
Okay, that's the only
Um,
time that you went to Florida with him?
I think we went to Miami and spent the night. That's my recollection.
Okay.
I think we spent one night so that we wouldn't miss the ship. That's my recollection of our
Who
vacation.
paid for that hotel?
In Miami? I don't remember that.
And how'd you get to Miami?
We would have flown. And we've done that, so that I'm clear, we've done that twice. I think one time we stayed, and I honestly can't tell you, did we stay when the ship left or did we stay when the ship came back? I also can't tell you, so there's 2 cruises out of Miami.
Yes.
There's one that's in that October time period that was with his mom. And then there was another that was a New Year's Eve trip. I know I paid for the New Year's Eve trip because the tickets were $697 each. And I thought, this is ridiculous that the tickets are $700 to go to Miami. But when you travel during New Year's Eve, they get you.
So let's just back up and talk about the first time that you went to Florida with Mr. Wade. That was the time that you said you stayed in Miami at the hotel the first night?
That's the time I told you, I am not sure. So I'm not sure of 2 things. So I want to make sure that my testimony is clear. I'm not sure if we stayed in Miami on the October trip. I'm not sure if we stayed in Miami on the December trip. I just can't remember that. And I also don't remember, so that the record is clear, I don't remember if the necessity was as we got on the ship or we got off the ship. But I do remember there was a night spent in Miami because either whatever, I don't remember. But I think that there was a night spent in Miami.
That cruise is the one that you took in October, right?
Ma'am, if you have something to refresh my recollection, I'm intentionally trying to not be difficult with you, but I don't want to make up something.
Right.
I know that on one of those 2 trips, we stayed in Miami. I am not sure right now. You're asking me about.
Oh, I'm sorry, you misunderstood. I was not asking you which night you stayed in Miami. I'm asking if you took a cruise in October 2022 with Mr. Wade.
Yes, and his mom.
and his mother. That's what I was asking.
Yes,
Is that the first time you met his mother?
yes.
Yeah.
It was on that cruise, and that was Royal Caribbean, I believe.
I honestly don't remember what ship. I know we've taken 2 cruises. I don't know what the ships were.
2 cruises.
But he paid for the flight and the cruise on Royal Caribbean that time.
So yes, he paid. He is the original one that does it. He has something called Mr. Wade is a world traveler. I'm not as versed as him. He's been to 6 of the 7 continents. And so he has both a personal travel agent and he also has a cruise travel agent. I don't know anything about either of those kind of travel agents. So he is the one that would book the travel, but we need to be clear when we're talking about just because he booked it doesn't mean, like, I don't consider him having taken me anyplace. Let me just be honest. The only one that's ever taken somebody someplace is for his 50th birthday. I consider that I took him to Belize. And I took him to Belize because, I don't want to discuss his personal business, but I'm happy Mr. Wade is still here with us. And I did 50 big, very big.
So still on that.
Big for her
October Royal
boyfriend.
Caribbean cruise,
Woo!
even though he had a travel agent. I'm sorry.
If you do me a favor, I don't know what cruise ship, what time. So if you'll help me and say October cruise with mama or the New Year's Eve trip with his sisters, I'll be able to, we
No
can
problem.
communicate. I just don't know what ship.
October cruise with mama. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He paid for the cruise and the flights for that trip.
So he called his cruise agent and he booked that through them because he has a
Take
cruise
control.
agent. Right. He also has a regular agent. I don't know the cruise agent's name.
So I wasn't asking about his travel agent. I was just
Well,
asking
but
if
I'm
he
trying to-
paid for those.
He did not though.
Okay.
Because the reason I consider that he did not is I gave him his money back.
And I was about
So
to ask that, but initially he paid for that.
Yeah, he called his cruise agent. Like, I think they have his card on record. They do whatever.
So initially he paid for the cruise and the flight to Miami and the Royal Caribbean cruise.
And my understanding of that October cruise is like, it was a package the lady did for him.
And I'll get to the reimbursements and all that. I'm just trying to confirm he paid for the flight and the cruise in October.
And I think that when you say things that way, I want this record to be
Initially.
abundantly clear that he calls his travel agent, he calls his cruise agent. They do whatever he tells them. He's like on a first name basis with these people. They do it. And then he tells me how much it is and I give him the money back. I don't, just like you're asking me about the money with Robin, I don't do my friends like that. So if you tell me it's a G, then you're going to get $1,000. Whatever it is, I didn't ever make him produce receipts to me. Whatever he told me it was, I gave him his money back.
Isn't it true that he paid for the cruise and the flight on his credit card? I'm not asking about reimbursement or after. He used his credit card to buy the cruise and buy the flight, correct?
I have no idea how he paid for it, if it's a credit card, if it's a debit card, but certainly he called his cruise agent. You know, like how many people have a cruise agent? He calls his cruise agent, tells them where they want to go. They tell him what's booked. You have to remember, he paid for that initial was me, him, and his mother.
And then after that cruise, you all flew to Aruba and spent a couple days in a hotel there, correct?
Right, and his mother was not happy.
He
that we left her
initially paid
behind.
for that. He initially paid for that.
For Aruba, yes, ma'am.
So let's talk about both of those. I know he initially paid for it. Did you pay him back?
For the cruise and for Aruba, yeah, I gave him his money before we ever went on that trip.
You gave him cash before you ever went on the trip?
Mm-hmm.
And so when you got cash to pay him back on these trips, would you go to the ATM?
No, lady,
You would not go to the ATM.
no.
So Fulton County pays you direct deposit, I assume?
Yes, Fulton
Okay.
County and the state of Georgia both pay me.
Yeah, how
direct
did
deposit.
Okay.
get this
So
cash?
the cash that you would pay him, you wouldn't get it out of the bank.
I have money in my house.
You have money in your house. So it was just money that was there.
When you meet my father, he's gonna tell you as a woman, you should always have, which I don't have, so let's don't tell him that. You should have at least 6 months in cash at your house at all times. Now,
What
I don't know why
the-
this old black man feels like that, but he does. When we were growing up, my daddy had. 3
She's got
cents in it.
6 months
So my
of
father
cash.
bought me a lockbox, and I always keep cash in the house. Now, I don't do it to the degree that my
What?
father would do it, so he would probably be ashamed with me, but I always have cash at the house. That has been, I don't know, all my life. If you're a woman and you go on a date with a man, you better have $200 in your pocket. So if that man acts up, you can go where you want to go. So I keep
200.
cash
We're
in
talking
my
about
house,
tens of thousands of
and
dollars, though.
I don't keep cash as good in my purse like I used to. I don't go on many dates, but when you go on a date, you should have cash in your pocket.
What is perjury?
So my question was, where did that cash originally come from? If it
I had
didn't come
cash
out of the
from-
bank?
Cash is fungible. I had cash for years in my house. So for me to tell you the source of when it
Where
comes
does the
from,
cash
when you
come
go to
from? I
Publix
don't
and you buy
know.
something, you get $50, you throw it in there. When it's been my whole life. When I took out a large amount of money on my first campaign, I kept some of the cash of that. Like, to tell you, I just have cash in my house. I don't have as much today as I would
That sounds like a
normally
mob
have,
boss.
but I'm building back up now. So you just put money in. It's a very good practice. I would advise it to all women.
So you can't identify when
You
you
can't
came
see-
into
in
this
other words,
cash
you
or
can't-
where the cash came from.
I didn't
Oh,
say I
it's
couldn't identify it.
$50
but
at a
nobody
time.
gives me
Get
anything.
the hell out of here.
I am sure that the source of the money is always the work, sweat, and tears of me. What you asked me for is, when did the money go in there? What I am trying to tell you is, so I got divorced in 2005 from my husband.
And
No, it's
Going
important.
crazy.
You said, where did the money come from? And I need to tell you where the money came from. And so for many, many years, I have kept money in my house. That money in my worst days has probably only been $500 or $1,000. At my best days, I probably had $15,000 in my house at cash. At all times, there's going to be cash in my house or wherever I'm laying my head.
the money that you paid Mr. Wade, the cash in October of 2022, you do not know where that money came from.
I do know where it came from. It came from my sweat and tears.
You know which job it came from. Did it come from Fulton County or did it come from a private
It
job?
came from, what are you talking about? So it could have come from a private job because before I was DA, I was in private practice. So I earned money during that time period. That's probably in there.
You don't
It
know
could
where.
have, what do you mean? I don't know where it came from. I
I
absolutely.
understand the situation. We can move on.
Okay, thanks. Same with
Yeah, the
Rebecca.
judge was like, yeah, she's bullshit.
Right?
Bullshit.
Ma'am, you are mischaracterizing my testimony greatly. I'm not going to allow you to mischaracterize my testimony. I know that I keep money in my house. The amounts of money I gave Mr. Wade, it was never that serious. I don't think I've ever handed him more than $2,500 in a reimbursement. So we're not talking about $20,000 in cash. I don't have $20,000 in cash right now. The most I ever gave him, I know I gave him $2,500 when we went to Belize because we went to one hotel and then we went to a second hotel. That $2,500 I actually gave him while we were still in Belize. I know that the Aruba trip, the one that you described with his mom, I think I gave him about $2,000 for that trip for like total.
His mom went to Aruba with you?
The Aruba trip. So I consider that to be one trip. So we got off of a cruise ship and then we went to Aruba, which is why I cannot remember is that the time that we had to stay in Miami to wait for the flight for Aruba.
Are any of you buying this? If you believe that she carries
Come back
carries
to Atlanta
6 months
and
worth
we
of
went-
cash in her house,
We flew down
please
to Miami.
hit a 1
We
in the
got on
chat
a
if you
cruise
believe
ship.
that.
We spent a couple of days
If
with
you
his
don't
mom.
believe that,
We came back to
hit it too.
Miami. When we came back to Miami, either that day or the next day, we flew to Aruba. We spent a few days in Aruba and we came back. That was really one trip. Even though we went 2 places, it was one trip.
So let's talk about the California trip.
Napa.
Is that when you were moving your daughter out to California? When you all went, or did you have 2 trips to California?
My daughter doesn't live in California.
Did she ever live in California?
I'm not discussing to you the location of my child.
So how many times did you go with Mr. Wade to California?
Once.
And you all stayed in Napa Valley and he paid for the plane tickets and the hotel?
He paid for the plane tickets and the hotel.
And what did you pay for on that trip?
I gave him much less cash that time, probably $400 or $500, and then I paid for a bunch of stuff. I think we did 2 different wine tours that you do, which are pretty expensive. I think I bought him. He likes wine. I don't really like wine, to be honest with you. I like Grey Goose. I bought him a bottle of wine while we were there, and the sippings that you do. I can't remember how many, like 4 or 5 different places you go. I remember we went to this place that they do pairings. That was the most expensive thing that I think that we did while we were there. So they would pair champagne, chocolate, and caviar. It was a 3, and it was like 3 different things: Sweden, Russia, someplace else. I'll make that up. But that was the most expensive thing we did that trip, and I paid for that.
You pay cash?
For us doing that?
Mhm.
Yeah, that trip did not cost me a lot of money. I might have took like $750 in cash on me because we weren't gone very long. And then
I'd only asked if you paid in cash. I don't need to know the amounts.
when I travel, I always take cash.
And is the cash that you keep in your house, or do you keep it at the condo that you were living in?
So at that point, it wouldn't be at my house, and I'm sorry if I was not clear. The money would be wherever I laid my head. So I wouldn't leave the money at the house. So if I was unclear, no, money's gonna be where I stay.
How much did you pay for your trip to Panama?
To where?
Panama, I believe.
I didn't go to
I may
Panama.
have the location wrong.
I never went to Panama.
So
Mr.
after
Wade went to Panama with his frat brother.
Oh, he went to Panama with his frat brothers. So tell me about, let's see. So I want to make sure I've got them. I've got Belize. You already covered Belize. You covered the.
So let me tell you our real trips. In October, we went on the cruise with his mom. We got back from the cruise with his mom and we went to Aruba. I consider that one trip. Second trip, New Year's Eve, we went on a cruise to the Bahamas. That's the second trip. I want to make sure I get this right. Third trip, 100% on me. I think he might have spent $200 on that entire trip. We went to Belize. That was my trip. That was, his 50th. And then Napa Valley, we went around May. I don't know the dates, but it seems to me like it was close to Mother's Day.
And those are the only trips?
So that the record is complete. I can remember one time driving to, where were we? South Carolina, and we met my sister for lunch with her man.
When was that?
I don't know, but we didn't stay the night there. But I guess people would consider that a trip if you drive somewhere and you come back. That was insane because it was like 5 hours to drive. We ate lunch and we drove right back. I can remember driving to some little town in Georgia. I don't even know where I was. I had never been there before or after. There's some boat you can get on over to, and there's like a slave thing, if that gives anyone any reference. We didn't do that. I remember doing that. I remember driving one time to Charlotte. We had lunch with one of my very close girlfriends. And again, we drove to Charlotte, met my girlfriend for lunch, and drove right back. So that's a trip. We didn't stay the night there, but I just want to be complete in my testimony. We drove someplace, had lunch, drove back. I don't remember another driving someplace distant for lunch and coming back to Charlotte to see a girlfriend, to meet my sister in South Carolina. We went by ourselves when I told you about that remote place in Georgia. We could have driven someplace else and had lunch and came back, but that's all that comes to my recollection right now. There could have been another place we drove and had lunch. My security team was very clear to me. I'm not to be out and about in Atlanta without them. And so for me to do something just very normal that a normal person would get to do, if they weren't prosecuting this case, I got to drive 4 hours to do it.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Your security detail, did they take you to and from your house?
So I haven't been able to enjoy my home.
Condo, I'm sorry.
Since
And
March of
where you lay your head? Did they take you to and from where you lay your head?
99% of the time.
Would they take Mr. Wade to and from wherever you laid your head?
That has never in the history of ever happened, ever, okay?
Your security team has never taken him?
From my house? That's a lie.
I'm
That's
asking
another,
if they've ever taken him anywhere.
and I'm telling you that that's never happened.
So your security team has never taken
My
Mr. Wade anywhere?
security team has never taken Mr. Wade from any place where I have lived and brought him here. Never, not once, not ever.
Have they ever taken the two of you together?
To where?
Anywhere?
We've left this building and gone to lunch, but I go to lunch so rarely that is a very rare occasion. I am sure, and let me be clear, it wouldn't just be Mr. Wade. So I'm sure my security team has taken me to lunch. Probably been a time I've left here 7 o'clock, gone to get something to eat. And I don't even know that they would have taken him or if he would have driven himself, but they've taken me to do that. But we're talking very few, very far in between. Most days I don't even eat lunch. And when I do, it's because my assistant has heated up some bag, something, and I eat through meetings and eat in my office. It's not a practice of mine to go to lunch.
During the time period that you were dating, would your security team ever take you two together anywhere?
No.
Never.
If there was a lunch that occurred that I just described, if there was a meal that occurred that I just described, anything outside of that, and it needs to be very clear. Not often, once, twice, because I want to be over inclusive. I'm saying once or twice. I'm not certain that it happened, but I'd rather be over inclusive with you.
So your office objected to us getting Delta records for flights that you may have taken with Mr. Wade.
And well, no, look, I object to you getting records. You've been intrusive into people's personal lives. You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial.
So my question was,
She's on
You
trial
haven't
now,
filed
though. That's why
getting
she's in the
any
witness stand.
personal records of mine.
We're not dealing with privilege through a witness.
and I'm not, no, I'm not dealing with privilege. What we had offered to put them in camera for the court to review, and I just want to know if she has any
That's not
problem.
something you deal with a witness.
Okay, you have to file as part of your job something called an income and financial disclosure report, correct?
That's correct.
And you filed your first one, so you filed 2 to date, is that right?
Is it 2 or 3? I probably would have filed 21, 22, and maybe I haven't filed 23 yet, because isn't it due like June of the next year?
April, I believe. So you filed, let's see, you filed your first one, it looks like April 15th, 2022, and your second one, April 17th, 2023. Does that sound familiar?
That I don't remember the dates, but you're an officer of the court. I'm gonna hope you're telling the truth now.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. I already gave the state a copy. Exhibit 20 and 21. They're part of the certified records.
Can somebody bring me some? Yeah. Guys are getting a little old. Yes,
Okay,
yes,
so
ma'am.
those are the ones that you filed.
This looks like me for sure. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Judge, we'd move to admit 20 and 21.
I think you need to delineate which one's which
20
one's which.
is 2021, so it accounts for the time period, Your Honor, January the 1st, 21 through December the 31st, 2021. That is Defendant's Exhibit 20. Defendant's Exhibit 2021, it accounts for the time period, January the 1st, 2022 through December the 1st of 2022.
All right. Any objection to exhibits 20 and 21
Nope,
No,
sorry.
from other counsel? Admitted without objection.
When did your personal relationship with Mr. Wade end?
Our personal relationship ended in this year. So let's be very clear so that we don't mix words. I don't want to mix words in here. Mr. Wade is my friend right now. Mr. Wade, I would say, has been my friend since 2020. I think he started out as like a mentor and a professional colleague. He became my friend and somebody that I really respected. I feel very indebted to Mr. Wade for taking on the task of this job. And he is certainly my friend and one of the people that I respect the most. So if you ask about a personal relationship, I consider myself to have a personal relationship right now, Mr. Wade. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Anna Cross. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Mr. Abadi. I consider myself to have a personal relationship with Andrew Evans.
Okay, let me just
And so
clarify that
I
before we
have a
go.
personal relationship with him as we speak right now.
A romantic
I don't think that's what you're asking. I think that's what
romantic
you're asking.
relationship. When did your romantic relationship with Mr. Wade end?
My-
Did it end?
Me and Mr. Wade, we are good friends. My respect for him has grown over these 7 weeks of attacks. We are very good friends. I think, but for these attacks, it would have been a friendship that, as life goes, he would have stopped having. I think that you have cemented that we'll be friends to the day we die.
Right.
That
Could
let's.
we just have an answer to the question?
I can handle Mr. Seda. Let's have it.
Yeah,
Ask about
he needs to answer
You
the
asked him
question.
the
She's just
romantic relationship.
rambling on now.
That's the question.
It's sometime in I'd say late summer of 2023. So I don't believe me and, this is what you're really asking about. This is the salaciousness of all of this, right?
No, I'm just
when
asking
you're
about your
re-
romantic relationship, when you stopped dating. Asking.
I think that me and Mr. Wade, so he's a man, he probably would say June or July. I would say we had a tough conversation in August. So that men in relationships at the end of physical intimacy, women in relationships when that tough conversation takes place.
And where, when did he come to, I guess the condo, I'm not sure what you called it, condo apartment, would he come and stay at that condo or visit you there? I'm sorry, visit you there.
What condo, what apartment? I want to be clear.
So not your house. I know you classified one as house and one as condo, so I'm trying to use those terms.
So but there's been more, see, what you don't understand is because of this case, I gotta move. And so I
Ms.
need
Merchant, if you
to,
could ask a more precise
yes,
question.
please, give me the time period. that we're
Mr.
talking
Wade
about.
visits you at the place you laid your head.
When?
Has he ever visited you at the place you laid your head?
So let's be clear, because you lied in this, let me tell you which one you lied in, right here. I think you lied right here. No, this is the truth.
Judge,
And
this
it is a lie. It
We're
is
gonna-
a lie.
Ms. Willis?
You see,
Mr. Saynow, thank you. We're going to take 5 minutes. We'll be back in 5.
may I go to the bathroom?
This has turned into a real shit show, unfortunately. This is crazy. So I don't think she's not even answering any questions. Yeah, that I don't think this all went well. I think they're panicking now. They're panicking. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, it's funny because I had to go to the bathroom, and it seems like they had to go to the bathroom at the same time too. So, oof. I don't know. This is so crazy. I can't believe she's actually testifying, and this testimony, this is not going well for her. She's too hot. She's not answering any questions. She's trying to get speeches. This is just not going well for her. Huh, we'll see what happens. I gotta ask everybody who's listening to this. do you guys really think she paid everything in cash? We're talking about at least $10,000 here in cash. And I love the way she's kind of maneuvered. I don't know where I got the cash, but I know it wasn't cash from my job right now. It may be cash from before. It's $50 a piece. Who really knows? I keep 6 months worth of cash, which is, it's none of this makes any sense. But what can you do? So. But one thing though, it does show you who runs stuff down there. Because she's totally taking over the court from the judge. The judge can barely control it too. Yeah, I don't think she thinks she's winning. She thinks she's losing this. She's got to clean this up. Look at that face. Look at her. That's the look of somebody who is desperately concerned. The attorneys in the back probably told her, you gotta stay calm. You gotta answer the questions. Remember, this is a get in and get out scenario. She's trying to do too much. You gotta treat attorneys like mushrooms. Feed them shit and keep them in the dark. But she's forgot all that because she's too emotional. She's gotta calm down.
Ready, Judge?
She is getting special treatment because she's the DA, right? She's the DA, so she is getting special
Thank
treatment.
you.
We're back on the record. Before we proceed, though,
I don't think you can avoid that because don't forget these people got to work with her
everyone
after
here.
this.
This being a room mostly full of lawyers who have spent their lives in a courtroom. We all know what professionalism looks like, what decorum looks like, and devoting ourselves to the rule of law and proper advocacy. I would urge everyone to keep those principles in mind.
Yeah, he's
The fact that we won't talk over each other. And from there, we'll get through this. Ms. Merchant.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, he's losing control of the court.
How often did Mr. Wade visit you at a place where you were living between 2019 and 2021?
So you want to start with the lie that he lived with me in South Fulton in 2019, a home he's never been to? That's one lie you told in your
Judge,
document. No,
Judge, I didn't ask her about that.
Ms. Merchant, I want you to ask a very precise question. I think she's saying and answering that he did not live with her. So why don't we break that up into smaller
Ever.
parts?
And I didn't ask about living.
But you put in your, while we're talking about professionalism, she put in 3 different documents
Don't
he
you
lived
have
with
The
me.
judge has
Well,
got
I
to
can
control her.
respond.
The judge has got to control her. Respond to what's being
And
asked,
you
not
filed
to what's
that
not
with
being
the
asked.
In
Professional.
2019,
He's never been to South Fulton. In 2019, I lived in South Fulton. He has never been to my residence in 2019, ever, not once.
in
2020?
2019, he's never been to your residence, any place.
I lived in my home in South Fulton before I started getting the threats that were here, a house I paid for with my own sweat and tears. I'm no longer able to live there. But in 2019, I did. And in the 2 months of 2019 that I knew Mr. Wade, 3 months, the beginning of October, all of November, and all of December, Mr. Wade never came to my house in South Fulton. Let me help you out. I lived there in 2020. He never came to my house in 2020, let alone live with me, as you put falsely in these documents. In the first 3 months of 2021, when I could still enjoy my home, Mr. Wade never came to South Fulton, and it is certainly a lie that he lived with me.
So in 2020, so you said 2019, 2020, did Mr. Wade ever visit you at a place that you
He has
resided?
never been to my home in South Fulton. 2020 was before I knew that a phone call was going to be made and I was going to have to abandon my home. As a result thereof, he never visited, lived at, came to, or has seen South Fulton.
You qualified that with your home in South Fulton. I'm
That's where I
asking,
lived in 2020.
in 2020, did he ever visit you at a place that you resided?
Okay, I don't understand. You might give me guidance. In 2020, I
she's-
lived in South Fulton.
Okay,
That's the only place I lived in South Fulton. That's before I had to abandon my home, Judge.
all right.
And at my home in South Fulton,
Miss
he never came there, okay? So if you don't come someplace, you can't live there.
Willis, I'm gonna have to caution you. That's gonna be my first time out to caution you. We have to listen to the questions as asked. And if this happens again and again, I'm gonna have no choice but to strike your testimony. So we need to break this down. Ms. Merchant's
Finally,
question,
the
I
judge
believe,
is taking
was,
it at a time.
asking whether
You
you
don't-
lived anywhere other
She's
than
going
South
wild.
Fulton.
We're gonna strike your testimony. Thank you,
I did not
Judge.
live
Thank you.
anywhere but South Fulton, Georgia in 2020. That is
Miss-
before I began my prosecution of this case, and it was my plan to only live there.
Did Mr. Wade ever visit you at the condo that you leased from Miss Yurdi?
He visited that condo, yes.
He did.
Yes,
Did he ever spend the night at that condo?
no,
Just visited.
yeah, but he did visit for sure.
Did you ever go out to eat together, other than the lunches you talked about,
In
during
2020,
2019 or 2020?
I would think that we probably went to lunch, but it wouldn't have been, let me think, 2019. I'm gonna say, I don't know, I'm gonna say we probably broke bread someplace in 2019. I don't remember it, but it seems like we would have broke bread sometime in 2019. So I'm gonna say yes, although I have no recollection. But it seems to me like I go out to eat and drink with pretty much everyone, so I'm gonna say yes.
So outside of the vacations that we've already talked about, did you ever go out to dinner with Mr. Wade?
I mentioned to you that
I'm
I've,
gonna object as to what time period. Like, we're asking very vague questions. I thought we were treating the witness as hostile under 611. We're no longer doing that. So we're gonna go back and forth. We need to be more specific with our questions if we're gonna treat her as hostile.
All right, Ms. Merchant, it's not so much, I think you can elect between leading and open-ended questions, but I think we are still wondering about, and I think we need to get back on track of focusing on the financial benefit or the relationship.
And my next question about if you did go out to dinner, who paid when you went out to dinner?
he paid, I paid.
You both paid.
Okay, so let me be real clear. We didn't say, oh, the bill is $102. You give $51, I'll give $51. I don't operate like that with my girlfriends. I don't operate like that with anyone. He caught the bill, I caught the bill, whomever.
Did you ever pay him through Cash App?
No.
You only ever paid him through cash?
Well, yes. What we're talking about, very confused
You've
now.
never
Like,
given Mr. Wade money through Cash App.
no,
The only money you've ever given him outside of a contract is cash.
I didn't give him money in a contract, so that was cute, but I didn't give him money outside in a contract. What happened? No, we're gonna answer it since you said it. He worked more hours than he was paid, and the county paid him for the work that he did. So don't be cute with me and then think that you're not gonna get an answer.
And I will ask you about the contract in a minute. I asked you about cash. Did you ever pay him anything? And I'm trying to qualify my questions. I'm not talking about the contract with Fulton County that was paid. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about outside of that. Did you ever pay him anything other than cash?
I've only given him cash a few times in the course of what we're talking about.
So you've
If
never
we
used
would
your
go
credit
to
card?
dinner,
Let her finish her answer.
if we would go to dinner, I wouldn't give him cash because he paid for dinner or I paid for dinner. I've given him cash only a few times in life, probably 4.
Okay.
Probably the most money I've ever handed him is $2,500. The least amount of money I've handed him, probably between $500 and $1,000.
You never wrote him a check?
Ma'am, I don't have checks.
So you have no proof of any reimbursement for any of these things because it was all cash, right?
The testimony of one witness is enough to prove a fact.
So my
Are you
question was,
telling
do
me
you
that
have
I'm
any
lying to you?
proof?
Is that what you're intimating right here?
I'm asking if you have any proof that you paid him any of these
The
monies.
proof is what I just told you.
You have no written proof. Is that correct?
So I have some, probably some transactions like in Belize. I probably spent $500 on my card in Belize. I spent 800, I can't remember, $900 on each of our tickets to go to Belize. I did the $700. I probably got some minor expenses in Aruba that would be on a card. But for the most part, for those trips, other than, so the 2 cruises, I gave him money for those before we ever left, because they were pre-booked. Let me answer.
Well, the question was if you had any written proof. And so
So I've answered you that I've had written
we
proof.
can move
for
to the next question. If you've answered if you had any written proof, and that was my question.
I want to make sure that we're clear that for the 2 cruises.
Judge,
and that's
I
the
asked if
cruise
she gave
plus
him written
Aruba.
proof.
We're not going to talk over each other. Ms. Merchant, she answered your question, so we can ask the next question. Ms. Willis and Ms. Cross will have plenty of opportunities to let you clarify your answers when it's her turn.
Thank you, Judge. Knowing your role as district attorney, you know that public funds are scrutinized and money is scrutinized and things like that. You
And I've
understand,
never, I'm sorry, go ahead.
you understand you're under a microscope. You have reporting requirements, all of those types of things. You have no record other than your testimony of the money that you've given Mr. Wade.
You've already asked that question. Let's keep going.
When you took office, you had a tax lien of $4,600. Did you pay that with cash when you made that tax lien whole?
I probably paid through, however you pay.
Okay, so, but you were saying that you had amounts of cash. You still had that lien in 2022 when you were dating Wade and going on these trips. So the cash that you gave him, that could have been used to pay this tax lien off?
You gonna tell me how to pay my
I'm gonna
bills?
object. This is not relevant as it relates to why we're here today.
Ms. Merchant, are you trying to establish that she was insolvent in some way?
I definitely was trying to establish that she did not have these mass amounts of cash that she's talking about, yes.
All right. Re-ask the question.
You had a tax lien in 2022, $4,600.
Did you say I did?
And you did not use this cash that you had to reimburse Mr. Wade to pay that off, correct?
No. I went shopping too when I didn't pay it off.
And you talked about, you gave a lot of interviews to some authors and books called Fani Willis, right?
I would not characterize it as a lot. I probably have spoken to them.
Your Honor, I'm
2
gonna
or 3
object.
times.
My question is relevant as to.
I think it's already come up that finances are discussed in the book. I'll overrule that.
Thank you.
Ms. Wilson, you can continue your answer.
What came up with Mr. Wade as it relates to hearsay statements that he was asked about in relation to what Ms. Willis may or may not have said in relation to an author. So it's not relevant to the testimony that's occurring at this time.
I think Ms. Merchant has said that inside the book, she also makes a statement as to her own finances, and that's at issue.
So you gave interviews to the authors of this book, correct?
Once or twice.
Okay. And
3 times, just to be comprehensive. I don't know if it was 3 times, 2 or 3 times, I think.
you were quoted in the book, and I will give you a chance to say if this is a misquote. You were quoted, when they asked you about if you wanted to run for office for DA, you were quoted, "I really don't want to be financially effed up again." Do you remember saying that?
So what that refers to, so that
My question first is if you remember saying that.
I remember saying something similar to that, but I would like to be able to explain what that's
That's
in
fine.
reference to. That's not in reference to anything else. It was a huge sacrifice to be district attorney in Fulton County, huge. I was doing just fine. I had a municipal court judgeship that was paying me $100-something thousand a year, and like you got to show up twice a week. Easiest thing I've ever done in life. I also had private clients that were paying me to represent them. So I was able to have a law practice and that. Raising 2 daughters by myself, there were times in life where things were hard. And so I was telling people, I don't really run for DA. I don't want to run for DA. I'm in a good position right now. I got this easy job that I enjoy, being the chief judge of the city of South Fulton. I'm making money at the law firm, and I'm not sure that I want to make this sacrifice. And why does it always have to be me? Eventually, I prayed. I think that I was the appropriate person. I think that I did that. So when you're referring to that, what I'm saying is why should I make a sacrifice again? And what I was not talking about is being district attorney. Once you get elected district attorney, you're in a fine financial position. I make over $200,000 a year. What I was talking about is I ran for judge. When I ran for judge, I took $50,000 of my personal money out of my retirement, and that money ended up being lost. And I know when you bet on yourself, you're going to have to bet money on yourself. And so what I was talking about was not wanting to go through the personal financial expense of running for office. By no means did I think that I was going to be financially in a bad position once I won. Let's talk about what I was up against, because it's important to understand that comment. I had a district attorney who had been here for 24 years.
And Judge,
People,
I don't
no,
wanna
this
interrupt
is,
her, but
it's
she's
very
answering
relevant as to
questions.
what my mindset was about this. So I'm trying to answer your question. So what I was saying is
Tailored solely to finance.
right, but it is about my finances. If I didn't, nobody put me in this seat. So I had already run for office once. I had spent $50,000 of my own money running, and it was vamoose, nothing. And so when I'm talking to those offers, I'm talking about the contemplation of the sacrifice of the run, not the sacrifice of once you become DA. The odds were against me. I was likely going to lose the election based on who I was running against. So that needs to be in the appropriate context.
Isn't it true that the authors also wrote, and you can dispute this if you'd like, that you were broke after that race?
The 2018 race.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a hard race. I wasn't broke like I didn't have any. So broke is relative to depending where you are, but that hurt to lose that $50,000. So I'm sure my mental mindset was like, I just gave $50,000 away.
Right. So they characterized it from their conversations with you that you were broke, you had poured your own money into the campaign, and you weren't able to pay your own bills because of your clients couldn't pay their bills to you, and you had a paltry array of family and asset forfeiture cases. It says you were trying to make it month to month. Is that an accurate depiction of your financial situation at that point?
I would want to read that, but I don't remember clients not being able to pay their bills. Or
May I approach, Judge?
you can.
You may.
Page 13.
I have not read this book. So like this fact here, her ex-husband Fred had run into a financial, I have no information
I
about
didn't
that.
ask you about that. I just
Okay.
asked about if what they represent from their interviews with you, that you were broke and that you had clients that weren't able to pay their bills.
Can you show me where that is? Because this is where you put the tab, so that's where I read.
Broke, couldn't pay their bills.
Yeah, I'm sure I characterized myself as broke as leaving that $50,000. I don't know that I had her nascent law practice at paltry array.
Well, you just
I didn't have-
Ms. Merchant.
I thought I had a law practice. So this is not correct. I'm
Okay,
sure it's just, I didn't have any asset forfeiture cases. So I had one case where they had took one of my clients' money at the airport. I don't know if that's what they're I don't know. Paltry array. I did have family law cases. I guess that's what they're talking about. And clients who couldn't pay their bills ain't clients. So no.
So my question was just if this was a fair and accurate representation where it says you were trying to make it month to month at that point.
No, I don't think that is actually a fair and accurate representation, but I am certain that after the 2018 election, I'm still not really happy about having given up that $50,000.
You know when you paid your tax lien?
I don't.
You don't? Do you know if you paid it?
I know I've paid some taxes. I don't know. I don't want to speculate.
Did you tell anyone at Fulton County Board of County Commissioners about your relationship with Mr. Wade?
No.
Did you disclose your relationship to anybody at Fulton County?
No, I don't think so.
And as the chief law enforcement officer of Fulton County, I assume that you're familiar with the county code and ordinances?
I've said we're not going to cover that in this hearing, Ms. Merchant.
I'm sorry, Judge?
We said we weren't going to cover the county regulations.
Okay, and I won't. Let me ask you this then. So are you aware that you're required to disclose any relationship with someone that you contract with in Fulton County?
Gonna object to the court prior ruling that you made this morning.
Would this be different because it's the potential for impeachment?
Yes.
What did you ask me?
Ms. Merchant, if you could re-ask the question.
Okay. Are you aware that Fulton County requires you to disclose any relationship with someone that you're doing business with?
I'm not aware, and I know often that things are confused with state constitutional officers in county, but I'm not aware.
So it's not so it's your understanding that you don't have a duty to disclose the
She's
relationship?
answered that question. Let's keep going.
Did you keep track of this cash that you paid him at all?
What are you talking? I don't understand.
Did you keep track? Did you keep a ledger? Did you keep track of it?
So I've only given him cash, as I mentioned, 3 or 4 times. There's no ledger. This is friends handing money off to each other.
So the answer is no, you didn't keep
And I
track.
think you've already asked whether there was any written proof whatsoever, and she's
Yes.
answered that.
Okay.
So we've covered this. Let's move on.
Who are you referring to when you suggested that Mr. Roman's motion to disqualify was racially motivated?
We already said we're not talking about the forensic misconduct that's been alleged.
And
And just so the record is clear, I don't believe I said that his motion was racially motivated, so I don't want that to stay there. I've never said his motion was racially motivated, so that should not be
Ms. Lewis,
true
I
if
think
she
it would
wrote
be
that.
best if we don't need to go down that road. We're going to save that for argument.
you once said that you would not engage with a personal relationship with anyone that worked for Fulton County. Is that correct?
An employee?
Anyone that worked for Fulton County.
I think I said an employee.
So that's the qualification you give an employee? You wouldn't.
I think that's the statement that I made. So if you want to quote me accurately.
So it's your position because Mr. Wade was not an employee, or it's your position he wasn't an employee, correct?
Mr. Wade is not an employee, and he will tell you that over and over again.
Just one moment, Judge. I'm sorry, the statement, just so I make sure I accurately quote you. What you said was you won't sleep with people who work under you. Do you not consider Mr. Wade working under you?
I consider Mr. Wade to be an agent.
Agent?
Yeah,
All right.
an appointee is what I really would think of him as.
Your point, whatever merit it has, Ms. Merchant, is on the record. Next question. All right. Do we need any moments in a minute? Mr. Sadow.
Yeah, I'm ready to go, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm going to try to ask you questions that you can actually answer without having to explain, okay?
Yes, sir. My comprehension skills are pretty good, so we should do all right.
We shall soon see. If I heard you correctly, you moved into what I will refer to as the Yurti condo in either March or April of 2021. Is that correct?
Sometime between late February and April. Yes, I don't, just so we're clear. Yes, but in that time period, you're in the ballpark. We're in the ballpark.
Okay. And is that Yurti condo, would you say that it is in Hapeville?
It is in Hapeville. Yes, sir.
And you moved in there for safety reasons?
My father, yes, I moved in there. We were concerned. My father was terribly concerned about me continuing to live at the house. And so they were clear. People came to my house at 5 o'clock in the morning about the police brutality cases, saying I was going to have a wake-up call. There were security threats due to gang cases, and there were concerns due to that was at the very beginning of this, looking into that. And so for all of those reasons and what was happening, my father wanted me out the house, and begrudgingly I left.
Okay, so the answer to the question was a yes for safety reasons, correct?
Those were all of the things that caused the safety concerns. I'm
I'm
sorry.
not questioning whether they are or are not safety concerns. I just asked that you moved into this condo, the RT condo, for
Right.
safety reasons, right?
Yes,
At the time that you moved into the condo, be it from February to April of 2021,
yes,
was your father still living in your house?
right, because my father,
That's
yeah,
all I ask you.
but I get to explain the answer, sir.
I don't know if there's an explanation. If I ask you, was your father still living at your house? The answer is either he was or he wasn't.
Yes, but you are going to get to argue at the end of this, as we both
I'm
know.
not gonna
And
argue
so
anything.
I
I'm
would
gonna
like to
ask-
be able to explain why.
I'm gonna,
And so,
Okay.
yes,
Willis?
because my father is an older gentleman, he was worried about COVID and he stayed.
So I
Ms. Willis, I'm gonna have to say that's second time. Whenever we have to put a pause, you stop testifying, okay? You'll have a chance to explain yourself. The question was whether your father was not staying there at the time, and you're clarifying that in your answer as well. You can have a brief clarification, but it shouldn't be something that reaches well beyond the question. All right, Mr. Sadao, you can re-ask the question. We'll see where it takes us.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Was your father still living in your house at the time you moved to what I would refer to as a Yurty condo?
Yes, sir, he was due to his concerns related to COVID.
The safety concern was that there was potential danger at your house. Is that correct?
Yes, my address had been exposed, so yes, there was concerns about potential danger at my house.
Okay, so anyone staying at your house in the time period after you went to the Yurty condo was still in danger, correct?
Yeah, well, no, he did.
I think you have to, it's your attorney, Ms. Willis. Sorry, Mr. Bott, your objection is speculation
Yes.
to the question of
Speculation.
whether someone was still in danger at her condo,
I can,
Just let her answer the question.
or Mr. Sadao wants to rephrase.
No, yeah,
I'm not
I
sure.
was able to
I've got
understand it.
I've got the objection, and then I have,
I'll withdraw the objection. We can move forward.
Okay,
So, and I remember the question, so I can answer it.
but you can now that the objection's been withdrawn, can you try to answer that question?
Yes,
There's still a safety concern
I was,
for people staying at the house.
yes, I was very concerned about my father still living at the house. However, if you have dealt with an older gentleman, he was not leaving the house despite my urging him that I thought he should leave as well. He did not want to leave the house because he was particularly worried at his age about COVID. But that became, I don't want to say, I was not happy with that decision of my father's, but I can't ultimately make him leave. And he stayed there too long, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. During that period that you left to go to the Yurty condo, did any of your children stay at your house?
So I don't think that they were there at that point. Certainly my baby wasn't there.
I'm talking about this entire period. We're talking about, if I remember correctly, and you'll correct me, I'm sure, you said that you stayed there at what I would call the Yurty condo until January of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you in that period, which would be February to April of 2021 until January of 22, did any of your children stay at your house?
Yes,
And
that's it.
You
Thanks.
don't have to yell at me. I'm able to understand. So I would ask you to not yell at me. That being said, I don't actually expressly remember, but I can tell you, since I have left my home, there have been times my oldest daughter came in, but I can't tell
Well,
you
I
with
was
certainty.
on my other headphones. My
window that
daughter
you
came
said,
from school, so I
if
had
they
to
did
give
or
them
not.
lunch
So I don't want
and
to
stuff. So
speculate
I've been
to that,
listening.
but there was some time that my oldest daughter came back. Whether it was that period or after I left the
Lunch
Yuri
break, nah.
residence, I'm not sure, okay?
Oof, let me get these
So
super
the-
chats.
If I continue to go into more detail on this, you're not going to be able to give me an answer of whether or not, in fact, any of your children were still at the house or stayed at your house during that time period, correct?
What I can give you clarity of so that we are clear is from the time I moved out in February-ish of 2021, after I left there was a time period that my oldest daughter came back. But if you're asking me, was it in that window or after, I just don't
Yeah,
have a
been
recollection
very
of that
aggressive.
because, you know, your kids come and they go. So I don't remember the specific time period and I apologize for that.
Did your children ever stay with you at the
I'm not sure.
Yurty condo?
I think she would be though.
Like maybe a night,
Okay.
like for a girls' night
Yeah,
or
she
something,
is.
but live with, no.
The cash thing doesn't make sense.
Did
Though.
anyone else stay with you at the Yurty condo,
Other-
including Miss Yurty?
Never. Miss Yurty never lived in the condo. She met her husband and they moved. They weren't
I
quite
remember
married, but
Wade
they
kept
moved.
saying that
Nobody
he
ever lived
would
with
go
me
to
in
that
the
condo
condo.
to visit Yurdy. So
My word was stayed, not lived. Stayed with you at the condo.
I guess I don't understand the distinction, but no one ever, I think
She
my
is getting
baby,
special
she's my
treatment.
oldest child. I think she spent one night with me, maybe my oldest and my youngest. But I think that whole time I was in that place, Other than that one night, I don't think anyone ever, that was a very lonely period in my life. I don't think anyone
Amen to
ever
that.
spent the
This is so
night
true.
other than maybe one night. I remember a picture of my baby sitting
wants
on
to be
the
in
couch
control, yeah.
in that place. And I'm thinking she spent that night, but just a very lonely time in life.
Oh, thank you.
We'll stay with the lonely theme just for a minute. Did Nathan Wade visit you at the Yerty condo from the time you moved in until he was hired on November the 1st of 2021?
Thank you, Ronnie.
So I moved out of that condo, but during that time period, I'm sure he came to visit. He came to visit. I can remember us going, I think the restaurant's Lickety Split. I can remember him picking me up, going to Lickety Split and ordering some food.
Remember,
coming and sitting at my table. and eating.
Wade can't pay for
So
anything
I
because
remember times that he
well,
visited
Fanny,
me at that condo. Yeah.
Okay,
she's
could you
trying to
give
make
us
it
an
Wade can't pay for nothing.
approximation of how many times Mr. Wade visited you at the condo between the time you moved in and prior to November 1 of 2020?
I don't think often. but
Yes,
I don't really,
no
I don't
choice.
wanna
The judge is letting it
speculate.
go on.
Can we say
More than one,
five,
more than five. Yeah,
10?
that's the next questions.
I'm gonna tell you the problem I'm having here.
It's more than one, right?
Let's say more than 10, but I'm not sure that that's even accurate. He certainly has come and picked me up, gone to grab some food to eat. I don't remember him being in that condo a lot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she
You
wouldn't
want a
accept
number,
that.
and what
That's
I
so
don't want to
true.
do,
Giving me your current and best recollection is all I'm asking for.
that's all I can give you, sir.
How many times?
Because she's the DA.
any
She's
of the
getting special
prosecution
treatment.
team-
She is the
how-
DA.
How many
Remember that,
times did
people.
Anna Cross come to that condo between the time you moved in and November 1st of 2021?
I don't
The
think I've ever
guilty
been to that
usually
condo.
talk more than the
What
innocent.
about any other
That's a fact.
prosecutor that's involved in the prosecution of this case?
I don't think any of them have.
Just Mr. Wade.
That's correct, sir.
Good point. Good fucking
But it was a
point.
lonely time.
Oh my God, that 2021. I have a lot of guilt about this time period in my life. Let me tell you why. But yes, it was a lonely time.
Okay.
I was very appreciative to the citizens for
Thank you.
giving
Thank
me
you
this
so much.
responsibility and this duty. But what I very, very quickly learned is that this is a very isolating job. And 2021
They testified that he was
a
never
lonely
at
time.
the
I turned
condo.
50 in 2021. That's probably one of the
There's
worst
a lot of
birthdays I've
conflicting
ever
things
had.
here.
I spent it alone. So I have a clear recollection. of
Oh no, she hasn't
2021
given a
being
straight
alone.
answer. Don't forget,
Did Mr. Wade
she wants to
ever
talk.
come visit you at the condo?
She's talking for everyone
the
else.
time
She's not
period
talking
I'm
just for the
talking
judge.
about, prior to November of 2021, when Ms. Yerty was at the condo.
So Miss Yurdy and me we didn't share the condo at the same time,
So the answer would be no.
but we never stayed there together. So it's an
Oh, I'm saying-
impossibility.
It's an impossibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Miss Yurdy, because we need to get clarification on this. Miss Yurdy stayed in that place. There may have been a time that me and Mr. Wade visited, like went and saw Miss Yurdy, but me and Miss Yurdy never lived there together. Just so we're clear.
Well, maybe that was clear, but I'm going to have to try again.
Okay.
Was Miss Yerty still living in the condo when you moved in?
Not a day.
Okay. So what
That
I'm
was another
talking,
misrepresentation in this. We never lived together. I never lived with Miss Yurdy.
my question though, I'm trying to understand
Okay.
that.
No,
after
you're supposed
you
to ask
moved
questions
in
you already know the
to
answer to.
condo, Miss Yerty she was out of the condo, right?
She got a house.
The rule is
That's all I'm
you
asking. She's not
only
in
ask
the condo.
questions you
She
already
is-
know the answer
We
to.
never stay, Miss
Unless
Yerty and I never
there are
stayed
exceptions
a
to that,
day
but generally you
together
only
in the
ask.
condo. All of her stuff was out of the condo.
Exactly what she's doing,
and all my
filibustering.
stuff, some of my stuff, not all of it, obviously, was moved into the condo. So we never stayed there together. No, sir.
All right. So when I asked you about Mr. Wade visiting the condo, when you were staying there,
Yeah,
Yes.
Miss
I
Yerty
think so.
wasn't staying there, correct?
that would be correct. Yes.
She wouldn't be at the condo, correct?
No, she would not have been.
It would be you and Mr. Wade alone at the condo, correct?
Yes.
That is, there weren't any other witnesses to Mr. Wade and you at the condo, correct?
Yes.
No security, none of your security
I
detail.
would object. She said it was just her and Mr. Wade.
You made your point, Mr. Sadek.
Yes.
Let's move on to the next one.
Sure.
That's a good
who
objection.
in
You
the
got the
prosecution
point.
team prior to, I guess, the motion being filed by defendant.
She's feeling it.
Roman,
She's feeling it.
who in the
She's feeling it.
prosecution team knew of your personal relationship, and now I'm talking romantic?
But she
with
already
Mr.
testified
Wade?
nobody did, so I'd object, asked and answered.
I am extremely private.
All I ask
No,
is
no,
who
no.
knew? It's not, if you, the answer is no one knew, that's fine.
No,
I ask you who knew.
Now
Let me
listen,
just tell
you
you,
see,
Explain this, Willis.
but you see
I am very
this
private.
this attorney
When I
is
supervised
not
Mr.
holding
Body
her
and
bullshit.
Mr.
So you see
Mathis, they didn't know who I
how
was dating, but I can
everything
assure
is
you I was
different,
dating
even her
somebody.
mannerisms
So
or her
that I
respect
kept
to the
something
attorney.
private, that's my private life.
You see, he's keeping her
not any
accountable.
mystery
Like
to
I'm not
anyone.
asking you all that crazy stuff. This is what I'm asking you.
It's like a woman doesn't have the right to keep her private life private.
You see how she's
And I'm
even
speaking on this
her,
because there've been all these.
even the way she's interacting with the attorney is
intimations.
different.
You
Remember,
still haven't answered the question, Ms. Willis.
I'm sorry, what was?
you
the
see now the
question?
judges even like
Is
you
there
got to
anyone
answer the
else who knew
question.
about it, and then you can explain.
I don't know. I don't
That's
think
it.
so. I certainly didn't.
You see,
go out
even the
telling
judges
my
like you're not
business to the
answering any
world.
questions.
So, the best of your recollection, you didn't inform anyone on the prosecution team.
This
that
lawyer,
the individual.
this is
that
how you
had
handle a
chosen
hostile
to
witness.
Lead the prosecution team had
Let's
a
be very
personal
specific.
relationship with you.
So I
Is that
think
correct?
That's inaccurate. Your question is inaccurate.
What?
Because you stated that the person I chose, we had a personal relationship. So we had a friendship. We have all these distinguishing factors. Remember,
what
when
is
I chose
personal
him in
relationship? What is
November of
relationship?
21.
You see,
First of all, let's get this straight.
she gets a
Mr. Wade
question.
was not actually my first choice. That's no insult to him.
Your Honor,
No,
I
it
don't-
is you because
Yeah,
of the way
she-
you
she-
phrased
she's
the question.
asking-
You said
she's
when
asking
I
too much.
chose him, I didn't inform people of a personal relationship.
That's
We
right.
have defined personal as romantic. It is an inaccurate way to state the question.
Then I will
as-
certainly restate it so it is very accurate.
Okay, and please do not yell at me.
Oh, now you see, see,
You hired Mr. Wade for the first time on November 1st of,
this is Trump's lawyer. He's making sure he gets
correct?
to it.
2021, yes,
Okay.
sir.
your testimony is,
All
whether
right.
one accepts it or not, your testimony is
Well, that's my
that at
accepted
the
or
time
not.
you hired
Shade.
Mr. Wade, there had never been a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade before you hired him, correct?
This is it.
Yes, my testimony is that we were very good friends, but not,
Mm.
but we're talking about a sex, so let's just don't.
No, I'm not talking about, I'm saying romantic relationship doesn't necessarily have to be just sex.
That's
Well,
true.
It can
I
be
don't-
dating, it can be holding hands, it can be
Which
any
the
of
other
those
witness
things
testified
that one
to.
might
Remember, the other witness
call
testified.
romantic.
That's what they were
I'm
doing.
asking you
Right?
whether or not prior to November 1st of
You don't want to hear the
2021,
bullshit.
there
That's
was
right.
a romantic relationship.
That's what I'm asking. Fuck
with
all the
Mr.
bullshit.
Wade.
Answer
It's very
this.
simple.
That's
It's either
simple.
yes or no.
Let's get it.
I don't consider my relationship with him to be romantic before that. I'm not a hand holder, so no.
That's fine. Now, let's move beyond November 1st of 2020,
Yeah.
2021, excuse me.
There it is.
If I understand your testimony, there was no romantic relationship with Mr. Wade until early in 2022, whether it be January or February or March, early in 2022, correct?
I would say sometime between February and April.
No,
Yes, sir.
see, it was a yes or no. There it is.
Now I'm asking you about that time period when it became romantic,
Yes, sir.
okay?
Talk to
Thank
me.
you.
Okay. You didn't see the need, if I understand, to tell any of the people on the prosecution team when you had established a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade, that the lead prosecutor, that is the man that was basically giving orders to others, was dating or having a romantic relationship with you, correct?
I'm gonna object to relevance at this point, Your Honor. It's not
So now
relevant.
relevance.
It just to prove or attempting to show that there is an issue on the credibility about the relationship. The failure to have informed anyone on her team that she was having a romantic relationship with the lead prosecutor, I suggest gives rise to that inference. That's the relevance.
The inference that
The inference that they were concealing this because it was not as it's been characterized to the court, and that in fact it started earlier than what they say.
all right, overruled. Mr. Sadao.
All right, you got to answer it.
I just want to make sure that we're clear. From at least 2020, me and Mr. Wade were friends.
Okay.
at least that time period.
Okay, I'm not talking
Okay, so
about,
no, I want to be clear because my credibility is being evaluated.
No, she
here,
wants
right?
to. She wants to
We
give a
were
speech.
friends. We hung out.
I don't
Prior
care
to
about all
November
that.
of
Answer my
2021. In
question.
November of 2021, I hired him.
She's giving a speech.
I do not consider our relationship to have become romantic until early of 2022. Because I don't know a date and time. I'm saying sometime between February and April of 2022, and very early April of 2022, because I know that trip that I discussed with you was like the first week of 2022, that the relationship had become romantic. I hope that answered your question, but I can't have it where, you know, we're saying something differently.
All right, so you've
Okay.
established the timeline as you put it. The question originally was, at that time, did you tell any other prosecutors?
I never tell people at work who I'm dating.
All right, Mr. Seda.
All right.
did you take any trips to DC with Mr. Wade?
Never.
Did you take, okay, so do you have no, what I would call personal trips or business trips to DC with Mr. Wade?
I never went to DC with Mr. Wade, personal, business, otherwise, never.
Okay, so,
I've never been in the District of Columbia with Mr. Wade or Maryland, Virginia, the DMV as they call it.
so as I understand it, to be clear, any trips that you would have taken to see DC,
That was,
Would not-
that was a pretty clear answer.
Yeah,
Huh?
that's a
That's a
pretty
pretty
clear
clear
answer.
answer.
Yeah.
Asking it
She just said no.
twice.
Yeah.
So do you have a variation or something new?
Yeah.
to bring up?
Where are we going with this? See,
I'll ask it and we'll see.
it's 4:30
Did you
there,
take
so they're trying to get out of there by
trips to
5 o'clock.
DC
That's why they're being a
that were
little chippy now.
non-business during the time period that this case or this matter was under investigation?
I'm gonna object as to relevance as it relates to the matter that we're here before your honor.
Well, again, the question already asked is, take personal or business trips.
Yeah. So she said no.
She said
But that was with
personal
Mr.
or
Wade.
business.
That was with Mr. Wade. This I asked her alone whether she took.
Trying to see if you get.
What's the
And
relevance?
what
He's
was the
essentially
relevance
asked.
of
He wants to try to
Trying
back
to
in.
understand whether or not
Is she
we have
getting?
the ability to show a personal trip in which Mr. Wade is there at the same time.
She wants to find the Biden connection.
understand
That's what he's
her
really
answer.
asking her for. He's
Okay,
asking her
I
about the
understand
Biden
her
connection.
answer, But we
Have you been to
documents-
DC?
We have records that
Your honor, I'm gonna
Okay.
object to the documents that they've.
Well, this could be something that's maybe not part of the record yet, but if he has I think there have been other things discussed in this case, and they have evidence that Mr. Wade may have been in DC at the same time. If you want to ask about that exact specific date, Mr. Sadon, you can do that.
I would
I-
reference to the court that that was not asked of Mr. Wade, anything about any trips to DC.
Sure. And so that's going to limit its
No, nobody can
merit
say.
and impact and on credibility. So Mr. Sadon, ask the question.
So
whether, I understand your testimony is you never
Yeah,
took
here
a
we go.
trip to DC with
With
Mr.
Mr.
Wade.
Wade.
That's
what she
correct.
said.
Personal or business.
that's correct.
Were you ever in DC at the same time as Mr. Wade?
I was not.
on Personal or business?
No, me and Mr. Wade have not been to DC at the same time. However,
However-
since Mr. Wade has been on this case, he's been to DC. Since Mr. Wade has been onto this case, I've been to DC. What has not happened is we have not been in the District of Columbia at the same time. Now, the only thing I'm not sure about with what you asked me is if I've been to DC personally, because I got a lot of personal friends in that area. But I know that I have been to DC. I did an interview at Howard University. I went to DC for that. Seems like I've been to DC one other time. Oh, I went to DC for the Global Summit. Actually, yeah, those were two separate trips.
My next question is based on her opening the door, and therefore I'll just ask it and Your Honor can decide whether or not it's appropriate. When you went to DC, did you go to the White House?
There it is.
I did not
told
go to
you.
the White House.
Did I call it? Did I call it?
Apparently, I'm going to get the answer anyhow.
Did I call it? I told you where he was
You
going. He was
indicated-
going to the.
Your best
That's exactly where he was
recollection
going.
was that your
You guys watch
relationship
this. You guys should
with
be
Mr.
paying me to
Wade,
watch this.
the
Of
romantic
course, that's where he was
relationship,
going. That's Trump's guy. Of course.
ended, you left it in August of 2023. That sound right?
That's the hard conversation. That's not the.
We've covered this. Next question.
And you characterized it as a tough conversation, correct?
Yes,
I'm not going to get into the conversation per
we
se.
should.
Well, if he doesn't want to, we won't go there. So Mr. Sadon, next question.
You know, it's kind of hard to say no when you've got that opportunity. But all I'm going to say is was it pre-indictment in this case?
So
We know the timeline that the indictment was delivered. Well,
But,
actually,
and so that
I'll
we're
give you that.
clear, the physical relationship ended pre-indictment.
And is that when you were talking about the tough conversation?
But I'm not sure that the tough conversation didn't happen till after, but the physical relationship. So I'm sure if you ask Mr. Wade, because he's a male, he would say we ended June or July because physical contact ended then. Just in my mind, being a woman, it's over when you have that like hard conversation. I just think women and men think differently.
And I think the answer, Mr. Sadell, to your question was she's not sure whether it was before or after the indictment.
I'm not sure that was her answer, but let's see if I can get specific.
That is what I said. That's what I said.
I'll let you, next question, Mr. Sadell.
Next question.
If you need to
Want to say
clarify.
one more? The romantic relationship ended before the indictment was returned, yes or no?
To a man, yes.
Well, to a man, yes.
man.
To you, no?
She's explained this, Mr. Sadell.
Yeah.
She's explained this.
Of course.
And did the forthcoming indictment have anything to do with that?
Ooh,
Or was it just a coincidence?
Another coincidence.
Mr. Let's go on and have the conversation.
I've just asked you whether or not it was a
Had
coincidence.
absolutely nothing to do with this. It's interesting that we're
Yeah, she's
here
moving
about
stuff
this money.
around on
Mr.
the
Wade
table.
is used to women that, as he told me one time, the only thing a woman can do for him is make him a sandwich. We would have brutal arguments about the fact that I am your equal. I don't need anything from a man. A man is not a plan. A man is a companion. And so there was tension always in our relationship, which is why I would give him his money back. I don't need anybody to foot my bills. The only man who's ever foot my bills completely is my daddy.
Is there anything else you would like to add to that?
Sure. I'm sure we'll talk about it further.
She's
No, we're
giving
not
a
talking about it
speech.
further.
All right, no back and forth, Mr. Sadell. Next question.
My
Yeah, see,
next question
It's
is something
4:30.
that I would
It's time to get out of there.
has
That's
to
what the
do
judge is like. We
with
got to get the hell out of here.
what I've characterized
lying,
as the
definitely.
church
Yeah, she's
speech.
lying.
Let me just tell you what the question is, because I know that's not
Preserve
something.
it for the record.
Huh?
You can preserve the question for the record, but then we'll move on.
That's correct. Thank you. When you gave what I've referred to as the Martin Luther King weekend church speech, you know what I'm referring to.
A great honor of mine. That's a historic African-American church. Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you have handwritten notes with you that you were reading from during the speech?
And on second thought, Mr. Sadell, because you might have a number of questions about this, why don't we just bullet point what you would want to cover on this to preserve for the record, and then we'll move on to the next topic.
Okay.
Since I had laid out before that the forensic misconduct isn't a
So
subject
do
of the
I
evidentiary
not
hearing.
get an answer for that?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's like
Did you read your speech?
Well, no, Mr. Sadell, for everything related to any forensic.
Oh, you just want me to stay
misconduct
out of it now?
We're just not, we can do it in a bullet form if you just want to cover what you would have asked, but it's not in a question and answer format.
Okay, so I should do that at this point or do it
Sure,
when you're ready?
we can do it right now, so it's fresh on.
I'm going to ask her about, did she prepare the speech? Did she have notes on the speech? Did she read the speech? When did she do this? When did she write the speech? Who was she referring
so.
to when
There's
she was
things
talking
in the
about?
speech that they want to impeach her
others?
with.
Who was she referring to when she said they? Who she was referring to when she spoke in terms of their, that is.
I would love to answer those questions.
Well, Ms. Willis, you could certainly do that in some other format, but for today, that's.
The judge,
what we
the
decided
judge,
we're
see
gonna cover.
Who was she
time.
talking about that was playing the race
3:40.
card?
It's time.
And why she didn't
4:40.
tell
It's
the
time.
people
Judge is
at
like, I got to get
church
the hell
that
out of
she was-
here.
That she had had a personal / romantic relationship with the, all due respect, the way it was characterized, the black man that she was referring to. And was the black man she referring to, was that Mr. Wade?
Yeah.
That's that
Yeah.
area of inquiry.
Noted for the record, Mr. Sadell. Next topic.
Okay. I realize that you've testified that you have no records.
No records.
With regard to cash payments,
Yes.
correct?
Absolutely nothing.
Would your bank records reflect that you withdrew cash from your bank accounts
Around that
during the time period of 2020, 2021, 2022, or 2023? I'm not asking you, I'm just asking whether they would reflect that you withdrew cash from any of your bank accounts.
So the exact amounts.
No,
No,
just
But
the
yeah, of
fact you
course,
did.
of course, I withdrew money throughout that time
Yes.
period, throughout my life. I withdrawn money from the bank. Yes,
No,
of course.
Talking about
Cash.
cash
Yes,
from,
cash
that is,
during
that you
that
go
time.
to a
Cash,
bank
right.
or you go to an ATM
Cash.
and you take cash out.
Either that way, or you go to Publix and you overpay, or you go to another store and you overpay. So yes, both through that, yes, of course they would reflect that at times.
Okay, and so those records, if we had them, would show that, correct?
That throughout the course of my life, I
No,
took out
no,
money.
from, I,
Not
I was very
see what she's saying. The
Yes,
off of my
during the
life,
course of
she's
that time
trying,
period, I
she's
would
trying
have
to play it
taken money
away.
out. Yes,
Yeah.
so do you have a problem with,
I absolutely, yes.
you don't want the bank records to be made available
I-
for the court and the court
I'm
alone?
gonna object as to the relevance, and this is already been.
To show
addressed
if she got the
earlier
cash
with
out, right?
other
She's saying she
records.
paid in cash.
Improper line of questioning.
How is this
Questioning,
improper?
doing it For the purpose of harassment.
What?
I'm just going to sustain it on relevance.
Yeah,
Just
but
say
that's
something
some
you
relevance. But
follow up
he's right
privately?
though. You
wanna
had
do that.
you had cash. You said you get
Last-
cash. Where'd
Eric,
you get it
briefly.
from?
Yes,
But she
sir.
said, but no,
You
she said she had in her.
contact
in her
with Mr. Wade
piggy
in
bank.
the year 2020, correct?
Ooh,
Yes.
I had some contact with Mr. Wade.
Would you explain when you
He's
say
just saying
some
it was not
contact?
relevant.
Please
The
tell
judge
us
is on
the
a
con- Talk about
it's-
2020.
18 minutes before he wants to get
I
out of
had
here.
some
Judge is trying to
contact
get
with
out of
Mr.
here.
Wade in
He's not trying to stay
2020.
here all day.
One of the reasons your allegations are so preposterous or mismerchants that you have joined is,
Ma'am,
No, no,
I
no,
didn't
no.
ask you about the allegations. I asked you about your contact. That's all I ask you,
You see,
okay? I
this is what they call
appreciate that you
control
want to say
the
something.
witness.
but
Control the
I'm
witness.
interested in, did you
We'll have
have
a BS.
contacts with Mr. Wade in 2020?
This is the
And
question.
your answer so far has been yes, correct?
very limited contact because
Now it's very limited. Yes.
Mr. Wade had a form of cancer that makes your allegations somewhat ridiculous.
And I do appreciate the
I'm not going to
characterization.
emasculate a black man, but I'm just telling you.
I'm
that
sorry, what?
I'm not going to emasculate a black man. Did you understand that?
No.
I don't
Let's
think
get
we should
back on
discuss
track.
further.
Mr.
Uh,
Sada, next
yeah.
question.
Trying
Yes.
to, Your
I
Honor.
don't understand what she's talking
Would you
about.
tell us on the occasions in 2020 that you had contact with Mr. Wade?
I'm sorry, I thought I had answered that. Yes, yes, sir. There were times in 2020 I had contact, but 2020 was a year I was running for office. It was a year that he was going through some serious medical issues, and I did not have much contact, but I certainly had contact with him in 2020.
Did you
It
go
wasn't-
out to eat with him?
Maybe,
Yes.
probably.
Did you visit him in any location, his office, or did he visit you in your office in 2020?
I am sure he, I'm sure.
Yes. Yes. The answer is yes. See, it's
That's a very good question.
it's a yes. That's why. It's a yes.
I'm sure he came to 750 in 2020.
750 is,
Was my office.
okay.
Not often, but maybe once or twice. Maybe I went to his office once or twice, but maybe once.
And the purpose for going to his office would have been what?
Maybe we would have went to Mellow Mushrooms for pizza, or maybe he would have come for lunch. I'm sure we went by each other's office though, but not often, not a lot. We both grinding, trying to make a
But
living.
wait, I understand what you've said about the cancer, and I'm not going into that. But when you were going out with him to restaurants, or when he would come to your
Are you going to
office,
sterile environment?
right? Those were not sterile environments, were they?
Oh, very
Ah.
sterile, because it
The
was,
restaurants were sterile environments?
Yeah, I knew he was going to
A
the
lot of
sterile
times when we
environments.
eat
Of
there, we
course
would
he's
pick
going
up
to
something and
sterile
go in, but
environments.
they
He
were.
made such a big deal about the sterile
do.
environments.
I'm
You got
I'm
sterile
listening to you.
environments
Pick
now,
up and take
yeah.
it to where?
We know exactly where
maybe
he's
he
going
and
with
our
that.
office, but it did not happen much. That's what I'm
I'm
trying to
surprised you
explain
didn't
to you.
see that.
And
yeah.
my office
He
in
was going for the
2020,
sterile
nobody was
environments. I
coming
saw
in.
it.
I was
I
stir
saw it.
crazy, so I would still go into my office. You remember
Yeah.
when I started this, I
The
said,
sterile
I'm
environment,
not
yeah.
even sure if we came to each other's offices, but I am trying to be over cautious. So I
Yeah.
think I can recall him at 750 a couple of times. Um, I just think I can recall
Yeah.
him at 750 once, but let's say twice. I have seen his office. I remember all the awards in the lobby, but I'm not sure in 2020. I went.
She's doing a hell
I'm
of a
not
job
even
of
sure I
controlling
went in
it.
2020 at all. I just
gotta
want to
say
tell
that.
you,
She's
yes,
a
'cause
hot
I'm not
witness,
sure.
public figure, and he's
but
controlling the
I
shit
have
out of
a
him.
I
He's
have a
doing very
distinct
damn good
recollection of
job.
him at 750. I actually don't have a distinct recollection of me at his office in 2020.
Yeah.
But maybe I went to his office in
Well,
2020. Maybe.
Yes,
Did
I
you
don't
have
need a man.
ongoing phone conversations during 2020 with Mr. Wade?
Oh yeah, I talked to. Yes, absolutely.
Her father's
Yes.
going to be
Yes.
so different. She's
No
gonna,
question
yeah.
about that.
No question. I talked to him on the phone in 2020.
I understood, and this is, maybe I was confused. The Belize trip was for
His 50th birthday.
his 50th birthday, and that was in,
March. He turned 50 March 18th, 2023. If you look at the dates of the trip, I think we were there about 6 days. We stayed at 2 different locations.
and you paid for it.
100%. He said, not only, I mean, I paid for the hotel birthday luncheon for him. I paid for massages. I paid for everything.
He's gonna
And
get
would
her.
those payments be reflected on your
I
credit
paid for the
card?
cash,
You paid them in cash?
cabs. I was telling you all the different things.
And I'm asking you whether or not
How'd
those
you pay
payments
for
would
it?
be reflected
Yeah.
on credit card bills of yours.
So there was about $500 that I think is reflected on a debit card.
After they ask,
Well,
how'd
my
you pay for
recollection
that?
is I took about 4 in cash with me to that
400 or 4,000?
4,000. But I remember I handed him 2,500, and then the rest was just the money we spent. I probably gave $300 or $400 to this guy who was a taxi driver. He would drive us every day around the 2 or 3 days we went. Took him to eat like it was my trip money.
And you had, to be clear, to end this up, the 4,000 that you've just told us.
But I didn't give it all to him. Remember, I only gave the 2,500 to him.
I didn't ask you that. I was going to ask you that 4,000 is part of your, my words, cash hoard that you had collected over time.
Cash what?
Hoard, H-O-R-D-E.
Oh, I thought you said something different, sir.
No, I'm afraid I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, I
Any
do would say that.
circumstances To you or in
All right,
court.
back on track.
So hoard, cash hoard debt.
I would not classify it in that way, but I have money at my house.
Like I calls it a cash
And the
hoard.
money, when you had money at your house,
I'm speaking too loosely. I had money wherever I was staying. So I was not referring to my house in 750. I'm saying I had money wherever I was laying.
All that
Yes,
cash. You got tens of
That was
thousands
my
of dollars
fault.
in
I
cash.
wasn't clear.
so when you
$2,500
were
bucks in
at
cash.
what we said, the Yerti condo, during the time period we've always discussed.
Yeah, I feel
That's
unsafe
where
in
you
my
would
house,
keep
but
your
I'm
cash.
keeping
When
tens
I
of
say
thousands of
there,
dollars in
yeah.
cash there.
That's all I have. Thank you.
It doesn't. None of this makes sense.
All right, I want to see if we can
The
get
cash
through
thing
a
is
few more
obviously a
defense
lie.
counsel if
She's
possible
lying.
before breaking for today.
No, there's no way
Mr.
you're gonna
Stockton?
judge. There's no way you're gonna get through all this. It's impossible.
Madam District Attorney, I'm Alan Stocks, and I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Madam DA, you described these various trips, and Mr. Sadow asked you about going to Washington. Did you and Mr. Wade go to New York?
I've gone to New York. I've gone to New York twice since I've been district attorney. I'm trying to think if it's 2 or 3 times. I went to do a domestic violence thing there for sure. And I was honored and I went to the Apollo there. Those are the only 2 trips that come to mind. I went. He was not with me.
You also said that he was a world traveler and had been on many of the continents.
I've been to 6.
Have you been on any of those continents with him
Um,
besides this one?
where's Belize? What continent is it? I'm not being funny. I don't know.
Let's say with the
I've been
exception
to
of,
Belize with him. I've been to the Bahamas with him. I've been with Aruba with him. Don't embarrass me. I'm not sure what continents those are on. Whatever continents those are, that's where I've been. I'm sure. If I gave you some thought, I would tell you.
Yeah,
but
I think some of these
whatever
questions
continents
are.
those are, that I've been to those locations, sir.
She's already answered.
but not
these questions.
Australia or any other continents.
I don't even want to go to
Yeah,
Australia.
come on.
I do know he took a trip in December to
See,
Australia.
sometimes.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Yeah, I know she took like $4 grand in cash to Belize, right?
When
Like, how do you get through? How do you get
Wade
through, like,
began working with your office,
$4 grand in cash?
Yes.
he had 2 other gentlemen that worked in his firm with him. Is that correct?
Yes, Terrence Bradley worked for him, and Chris Campbell worked
Thank
not
you,
for
Mom.
him. They worked with each other.
Did you understand what their partnership arrangement was?
No,
Did he ever make you aware of how fees were divided or anything?
No.
Now, since you have been district attorney, the two gentlemen that worked with Mr. Wade and his firm, they also had contracts with your office. Is that correct?
I've probably had two. Oh, I don't,
We already, well, I don't know if we've covered this in Ms. Willis, but I still don't know what the relevance would be of her testifying to this.
but I've had about 10. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to answer
Let's
or
figure
no?
this out.
Judge, respectfully, I think based on Mr. Wade's testimony, he had an interest in those contracts.
Sure. And then, but how's that been imputed to Ms. Willis?
I don't know if whether or not she knew she was giving him that benefit. That's what I was trying to explore.
Okay. Well, maybe we can start with that question. And then if she doesn't know about it, then the ins and outs of all the contracts wouldn't be quite as relevant.
Judge, to lay a foundation for that, though,
Let's see where it
respectfully, I
takes
need
us.
to,
Go ahead.
the two gentlemen that were in Mr. Wade's office, did they have what I think's been referred to as a taint contract?
So let me be clear, and I may get the names wrong. When I first became DA, the office was not properly staffed. And so I'm surprised any lawyer would take it, but I did a contract for like $60 an hour to help us out with first appearance. That lasted a few months. Okay. So I can't remember if Bradley or Campbell had that. I'm sure we can have records and I can tell you which one, but I just can't remember now. I liked their experience. Bradley had been a probation officer and a defense attorney. Campbell had been a police officer and a defense attorney. There's a reason I'm telling you this. Then that contract, like I said, it didn't last long. It was just, I was aggressively hiring. As soon as I got where I felt like I had first appearance, enough lawyers for that, I let them go. Then we had what's called a filter contract, but it was not filter for this particular case. I do have a lawyer who does the filter for this election interference case. When we're talking about filter, the contract they had that neither one of them has any longer, I now have another lawyer that does that for me. It was only for police brutality cases. It's for what I call so when I first got to be the DA, I had the whole unit was called anti-corruption. It dealt with both elections and police brutality cases. I actually took a trip to Houston and visited the district attorney in Houston. They divided their work up, and I thought the way she was doing it was better than me. And so I made a civil rights unit. And so they did what we would classify as civil rights cases. Those are specifically the police brutality cases. When I first took over, I was told Paul had not filtered 5 cases. That was a joke. It ended up being the 101 cases. They weren't filtered, which is why I hired 2 of them. Eventually, we got it down enough that it was 1 of them. And then now I still have 1 lawyer that does it, but now I've been able to cut those cases down to like 30.
Can you tell me and help me understand what the purpose of the filter is?
Yes, sir. So what a filter is police officers make statements in the line of duty, and you are not allowed as the prosecutor to know what those statements are if they're done in the furtherance of their employment. And in fact, if you know what those statements are, you're basically disqualified from the case. You can't have it anymore. So what our policy is, I think I pay them like a $50 flat fee. They pick the case up directly from the GBI because that's where those cases go to. And then what they are to do is to go through the entire file. So the body cam, which is important because sometimes they'll make a statement to their supervisor on body cam, in the police reports where they write things. If it would be easy if it was just some statement of the police officer, but what you find out is these statements are embedded in it. And so what your filter lawyer does is they go through it, they either redact it out electronically or they cross it out. And then once it is crossed out, then they provide it to my team, and then we're able to look at it. That was not being done appropriately when I became district attorney. I thought that it had only been, so Mr. Howard had some Chinese wall thing that I didn't think worked at all, where allegedly those cases were properly redacted. That ended up being a joke. And so the 5 cases really turned into, I'm not going to say all 101, but a vast majority. That is the work that Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell did for me. They did a really good job. all of those cases that we originally came with, they're done. Those cases they're not just done for Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell, they're done through my office. But obviously life is not stagnant. There have been new police cases. I do have a lawyer that is doing that work now. That doesn't work for me. That's same kind of deal. I have another lawyer that does filtering for this case, completely separate.
So in the same private office, you had a filter contract, then you had somebody else handling first appearances and so forth, and then you had a special prosecutor. Is that correct?
I'm just not. Ultimately, the answer to your question is yes, but I'm not sure that they did it at the same time. The first appearance contract was either $60 or $90. I don't know really how I convinced them to be able to take that, but I think because it was for such a short amount of time. And then I think I pay my filter lawyers, which I still don't know how I get away with, about $150 an hour. And I want you to understand, the AG pays special prosecutors $1,000 an hour. So I'm a tough negotiator. Paul was paying people up to $375 an hour. I won't pay anyone more than $250 is my max. I have a lot of lawyers for what I have that work at $250, and I cap them every month. You can't go past a certain amount of hours.
Would you agree that if Mr. Wade and the two other gentlemen that were in his firm were splitting fees in equal thirds, would you agree that he would benefit from the tank contract and also from the other first appearance contract?
Yes, that's true. He would. He would
agree
benefit from
make
both.
money. Yeah, so to make money is a benefit.
Just a thought, guy.
Mr. Durham, if you're still with us on Zoom.
No question, Your Honor.
Mr. McDougald.
I do have a couple, Your Honor, but it's a little awkward from back here. You want me to?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and make your way up?
Nobody's really adding anything new, but I think what they got now is a lot for the judge to chew on now. This is going to be interesting.
Good afternoon, Ms. Willis. How you doing?
I'm very well. How are you, Mr. McDougall? I think this is our first in-person meeting, correct?
Second.
Second? Well, I apologize for not remembering you more clear.
That's quite all right. I'm referring now to exhibit number 21,
Yes, sir.
which was your financial disclosure form for 2022.
Yes, sir.
And it has a question which requires you to disclose any gifts or favors from a single prohibited source in the aggregate amount of $100 or more. Do you see that?
I don't, but I believe you.
It would be on page 2 in the middle, paragraph number 3.
Yeah, he's prepared. I know where he's going with
Yeah.
this. He's obviously Wade gave him
And
more than $100
What
bucks,
is your
right?
understanding of a prohibited source for purposes of this form?
I believe there's some classification of somebody you don't have a personal relationship with that gives you $100.
All right, if you look
somebody
under there
Sorry.
at subparagraph 2, Romanet 2, it defines it as someone that you know or should know is seeking to do or is doing business with the county, correct?
Yes, but yes.
That includes Mr. Wade as of the date you filled out this form, correct?
Got her.
Yes, but
Got
he
her.
never gave me a gift of $100 or more. The only thing that I would say maybe went over that, but I don't think it ever did, is if we went to dinner and my meal was $100. But I don't think I've ever eaten $100 worth of food at a restaurant, because I would not pay him back if we went to lunch or went to dinner. But trips, I paid him back for. I never thought about the money until y'all brought it up. And I would be less than honest that says I was giving him the money back because I was the district attorney. I didn't take gifts from him for a lot of personal reasons. Anyway, I did not take gifts from him.
And so your
So she's not taking no gifts,
for
but
not
he's giving her.
disclosing
It doesn't make any
gifts
sense.
from Mr. Wade on exhibit number 21 is that the aggregate amount on a net basis was less than $100 in the year 2022. Is that correct?
I did not accept a gift of him of more than $100 in 2022. The one exception to that, because I want us to be clear, is we probably went out to eat multiple times in the year, if you're considering.
But it's not the one
eating a
gift, it's
meal,
aggregate, it's all
because
gifts.
we went out multiple times. That
So
probably
yeah,
went
so
to
that's
the
what
level of
got
more
us
than
caught up.
$100. But if
But
we're
not
doing
one.
tit for
So
tat
yes.
like that, I probably paid for as many meals as he paid for. And so I did not receive any gifts from him.
The question on the form,
I understand the
the
question.
aggregate in excess of
The
$100.
aggregate, so
And
they
your
said all
testimony is
the
that you
gifts,
did not
all the
receive in
dinners.
the aggregate more than $100.
All right, Mr. McDougal, you can sit down now.
I don't believe she answered that question, Your Honor.
She didn't answer
answered
it.
as to specific individual gifts.
And you're not listening to my answer either, so we're done.
Very well.
Okay, Mr. Rice,
Go for the question.
Mr. Gillen.
The judge protected her on that one
Good afternoon.
because he's
Good
obviously
afternoon,
got
sir.
they got her by the
Um,
balls with that. Of course,
few
she took
questions
more than
here.
$100 from
I
in
want-
aggregate.
You saw the book here, Find Me the Votes. That was shown to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would like to just tender this as an exhibit, number
Is
22.
that your copy?
It is,
All right, what exhibit is that going to be?
22.
All right.
I'm making the
Is that,
evidentiary contribution here to this. Now,
well, I guess
Jesse,
you're tendering it. Is it with position of the state?
I'm gonna object to the relevance at this point. There's no relevance at this point.
Mr. Gillen, are you using this to confront her
repeat?
with prior statements?
Yes, Your Honor. And
Okay.
statements that she made concerning her financial situation and laying the foundation for that, and that she gave these interviews to the authors. And so this would document that, and we ask her, get this in the record, ask her questions about it.
Well, we could mark it for impeachment purposes. I'm a little wary of entering an entire 300-page book because I don't know exactly what every single line, if it would pass hearsay or relevance or et cetera, but I don't think it needs to be admitted as an actual evidence for the record for you to do what you need to do with it. So
Well, Your Honor, I understand. I just would,
it's marked as
again-
exhibit 22 and we'll move from there.
thank you, Your Honor. Now, you were asked a little bit about this book before, correct?
I think Mrs. Merchant
Ms. Merchant did.
asked me some questions. Yes.
And you gave about 6 interviews to the authors of this book in the sit down?
No, sir.
You didn't? And
No.
Was it,
She answered how many interviews she gave in her opinion.
how many, in your opinion, do you believe you gave, and how long did they last?
2 to 3, maybe 20, 30 minutes.
So your testimony is at most, you think that you gave maybe an hour to an hour and a half's interview to the authors of this book?
Oh, you mean in total?
In total, yeah.
Maybe, yeah. Anywhere between, definitely not more than 2-ish hours.
Okay. But you also were telling, when they were, the title of the book, of course, is A Hard-Charging Georgia Prosecutor, a Rogue President, and the Plot to Steal American Election. You've seen
I
that.
hadn't-
Why is the title of the book relevant, sir?
And I
Well,
had no,
And then I'm going to ask her whether or not that was the theme that they gave her when they talked with her.
Objection.
What the thing gave her, what do you mean by that?
Well, because they were sat down and they told her why they were there to interview her.
And why does that matter?
Well, I think it matters because it shows, but they want her to give her version of what her life story is. This is almost a life story of her. So that's why it's relevant.
Yeah,
But
this
if the
seems a
court
little
thinks
bit
it's
less
not, then-
relevant. Yeah.
No,
this doesn't seem relevant.
it could be relevant to your issue of the forensic misconduct that has been alleged and maybe some of the motives at play when it comes to forensic misconduct. But I'm not seeing, again, what we're here for today was the relationship and or any financial elements of it.
Correct. Well, I think it clearly relevant to the forensic misconduct, also relevant to the personal interest in terms of the finances. Let me. if
I didn't
can,
make
I'll
10
call-
cents off that book.
Pardon me?
I didn't make 10 cents off that book. I
Didn't
didn't,
ask whether you made any money.
okay, I just,
Didn't ask whether you made any money.
Do you have any other statements that she hadn't already been confronted with by Ms. Merchant?
Well, other than, I want to focus on, when you were telling them about your financial straits and you're living kind of month to month, that is what your financial status was back in 2018 after your election.
Mr.
correct?
Gillen, we covered that at length. And you're at the end of the line. I'm sorry about that, but we've got to find new ground.
Well, and let me move on to my point here. So the point
Yeah,
is
he's trying to
that
move
what
on and
you're
just try to
telling
get out of
us
there.
is that you were in financial straits, but really that your testimony today is you had a cash hoard of maybe up to $10,000 in cash where you laid your head at night so that you would dip out and there would be no record of it, correct?
That's not what I'm telling you, sir.
I like that.
That's not at all what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is that throughout the course of my life, I have always kept cash in my house. That cash has ranged from times, my father would probably be ashamed of this because he would say it should be more. But that cash at times has ranged from $500 to maybe $9,000. And he would be like, that is not what I told you to do. I've always had that amount of money. What I've told you is that when I travel, you do better negotiating when you travel. If you have cash, you go to get the cab. They say, oh, we're going to charge you $300 for the day. Well, I got American cash. Will you take it for $150? And so it's my practice to take money when I travel. We're not talking about a whole lot of money. We're going to the Bahamas. $1,500 in cash is in my pocket, or at the most $2,500. Belize was actually probably the most money I've ever taken. And it was taken because it was a big deal. My 50th birthday sucked. His 50th birthday, it sucked. It was terrible. No,
Your Honor,
And
I'd
so
like to get back to some questions here.
I'm
brother.
trying to
let's just
answer
let it
it.
be
I
daytime.
think it would help if we.
So let's
Get a question
move to the specific yes or no's here. Have you told us today that you would keep a cash hoard in your residence up to about $9,000? Yes or no?
And throughout the course of my adult life. And so let's even be more specific than that. Probably from the time.
Your Honor, I'm only asking for yes or no rather than.
But I
But
speech.
we have already covered this, so I
But yeah,
need to
but
get
I'm
to that
trying to
point.
move- I'm
I know
trying
you're
to
laying the
move forward
foundation, but
other
it's
than-
already been laid. So
Yes.
The filibuster is here. I'm trying to move through the filibuster.
Yeah, but we're not talking about a lot of, and so it could be 2,000, it could be 1,500, it could be 7,500. It just depends on what you're doing at that time. What I'm telling you is when I traveled, I took cash. I find that when you travel, especially to foreign countries, the American dollar does well, and it's good to have cash. You can negotiate with the taxi driver, with the jet skis, and it's not a lot of money we're talking about.
Your Honor.
Okay,
we
understood,
need
Ms.
to-
Willis.
we need
Let's
to
get
cut
to-
off the
let's get to a
narrative.
question, Mr. Gillen.
And so you have cash in your house, but you had a lien, a tax lien on your property. Is that right?
I don't believe I had a tax lien on my
You
property.
didn't have a tax lien on your property.
You gotta talk up louder, Mr. Hunt.
Cumulative, Your Honor.
Okay, we already covered that, Mr. Gillen. I need new ground here.
I'm asking the question of, I'm trying to figure out how someone can have a tax
Then
lien,
ask that question.
but not use the money that they allegedly said they have.
Well, I think Ms. Merchant asked that exact same question. She said she didn't use the money to pay her tax lien. So what's your question that's new?
So I was
It's the-
going to build on that to say,
No more building. It's already built.
all right,
It's the same way you pay a bill.
So just put
It's
the
a-
top on it if you need to,
It's the
okay?
same way you owe a bill and go shopping.
well, now, have you ever used, did you say earlier that you used Cash App?
Yeah, the judge is definitely
When I
protecting
would
her.
pay Robin Bryant, I used Cash App.
What is Cash App for the record?
I don't need to know that for the record. Let's keep going.
Well, so if you're paying Robin with Cash App, why aren't you paying, allegedly paying Mr.?
There's no alleged here.
Why aren't you paying allegedly Mr. Wade with Cash App?
I don't think Mr. Wade does Cash App.
Did you ask him?
I think he's told me he doesn't do Cash App.
Okay, so that's the reason why you didn't use Cash App,
He's sitting next to me. I hand him the money.
because there would be a record in Cash App of your making payments, correct?
Yes,
Correct.
but I didn't think that I was making a record in a personal relationship.
Because when you're filing your, and I know that I'm going to move into this financial statement here. You were asked just a second ago about your non-disclosure form, or your disclosure form of an Exhibit 21, where we agree that Mr. Wade is a prohibited source, correct?
What I agree to is, I don't believe he's giving me gifts. You would like to classify these trips as gifts. but I've always paid my fair share on these trips, so I did not look at them as gifts. I don't think that what this is disclosing, and they can tell me if they mean something different, I don't think it means that if you go to dinner with somebody over the course of a year and it gets to 100, you're supposed to report it. If my understanding of that is wrong, I've probably been to lunches with a couple of people that over the course of a year, they paid, I paid.
Let me, prohibited source means,
We already went over this, Mr. Gillen. Mr. McDougal.
well, Your Honor, I have to lay the foundation here before I can follow up with my next question.
I don't know why you can't, you have to.
Well,
It's already, the
okay,
questions have been made.
Then your 2022 disclosure form did not list any of the thousands and thousands of dollars that Mr. Wade paid for on trips that you were on.
Objection.
Isn't that correct?
That's because Mr. Wade was paid that money back, or he was paid due to the fact that I bought the plane ticket or I paid for the hotel. There were never money that he gave me. That wasn't the nature of our relationship. You know, there's so many men, and Mr. Wade is one of them, where the nature of the relationship is they're just paying a woman. The nature of our relationship is companionship and friendship. Despite the way people would like to paint certain women, it's just not true.
Final question. And not a single solitary documentary piece of evidence showing that you have withdrawn the cash to pay him
All
back.
right. Thank you, Mr. Gillen.
That's not accurate.
Thank you.
Okay.
I like
Mr.
the way he ended that.
On behalf of Mr. Floyd. All right, and Mr. Cromwell on behalf of Ms. Latham.
Great thing about coming last is most of your questions. I had one question, Ms. Willis. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
In the time period between February of 2021 and January of 2022, while you were staying at the Yurdi condo, did your father ever come and visit you during that time period at the Yurdi condo?
He did not.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Cross, I would imagine you have a number of topics to cover with Ms. Willis that'll take more than 10 to 15 minutes.
I did.
Okay, then I think we've reached a stopping point for today. And so, Ms. Willis, I'd ask you to step down now. And I'd also remind you that you're not to discuss your testimony or that of any other witness until tomorrow morning. We'll be back here, and we'll begin again at 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
We'll do 9 a.m. this time tomorrow. Before we recess for today, I want to check in on logistics, and I'll ask Ms. Merchant. Once the testimony of Ms. Willis is concluded, how many other witnesses do you anticipate calling?
And then we submit Delta records, the state objected.
We can handle that now. Ms. Willis, you can step down. You're done for the day.
You want me to leave the courtroom?
Or you can sit at the council table. We don't need you in the witness box. All right, so 2 witnesses and then querying other defense counsel. I know Mr. Gillen, there was a potential witness that was objected to by the state, so there's another one there. And we can talk about that. Were there any other witnesses anticipated from any defense counsel? All right, seeing no show of hands. And then Ms. Cross, any witnesses on your behalf?
I expect so, Your Honor, and I expect that to take 4 to 5 hours.
Okay, and how many witnesses would you imagine?
Without committing myself to a final number, my best guess at this point would be 3 to 4.
Okay. All right.
Do we know who, I mean, I gave them our witnesses. I know we're supposed to give witnesses for an evidentiary hearing. I'm guessing that one is John Floyd, but I don't know.
All right. No, I understand, Ms. Merchant. However, I don't think at this point there's any statutory requirement. We have the standing order that for expert witnesses, and if state doesn't want to extend that courtesy, then I think you're stuck with it. All right.
I'm certainly happy to represent that Mr. Floyd will be a witness, that the other witnesses will be impeaching of Ms. Yurdi.
Okay. All right. Let's take up these last couple issues here before we break then. The issue of the Delta Airlines records. Ms. the motion to quash was filed by the state on behalf of Mr. Willis, I believe.
I did file a motion, Your Honor.
Oh, excuse me.
But my representation was that I just got notice of them, I think it was yesterday.
All right, so it looks like we got to come back tomorrow for the rest of Fani Willis's testimony.
I object to general fishing expedition.
So
I've introduced a new record today that was from Delta.
that's what it looks like it is. Please be on at 9. I will be on tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I will be on tomorrow at 9 o'clock. She's got to go through this again one more day.
If the court wants to take a look at it and see if there's anything different than that. I
So
don't have
right
objection.
now, people,
I don't.
I got
like the
6,000.
idea that We're just looking for anything. I don't want to put an obligation on the court, but I'm happy to agree to an in-camera if that's.
And so, Ms. Merchant, I take it. All right. So, Ms. Merchant, I take it the purpose of this subpoena. I'm gonna need you to step out.
Step out, man.
They're kicking somebody out.
Right.
All right. So, oh, I got an extra Nate the lawyer here from me. So I think that is all we got for today, because we'll be back tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Join us, because we're gonna go right back into the Fani Willis massacre, because she got massacred today. That was a massacre. The judge was protecting her, but I think the judge is trying to run her out real quick. So this is insane. This is insane. But we will see. And we were able to call a lot of this stuff nice and early. So tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., Fani Willis is back on, and we got her cross-examination, which is really a direct, and then her redirect from the thing. So we're gonna see how it goes. But Trump's lawyers, they got something here. So remember, this is the ball game, people. This is the ball game. If she's disqualified, this case disappears. So we will be on it tomorrow. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks again for all the support, all the super chats, everything, guys. It really made a difference. And I will see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, part 2. Later.